All right, everybody, and welcome. Did you get scared? See, no, you weren't expecting that, huh?
No.
Everyone, welcome to the Jumper Punch for another Groundhog Day week.
Groundhog Day week.
Groundhog Day week, Groundhog Day Tuesday night.
That was like a groundhog. It was every day was the same for how long? About a week, 2 weeks?
Full circle moment.
That's it.
Back to ground zero. Here we go again.
If you haven't been here before, welcome. I'm Rocco Marcello, SEN's very own Paul Sebastiani. I love the hat.
Thank you.
That's cool. We've got a special guest here.
The specialist
Tony Hachem. How are you, my friend?
Tony.
Thanks
Thank you very much.
How are you?
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Well,
Talk some blues.
you had to pull me off the poker table a bit here.
Desperate times have called for desperate measures.
Mate, the cards are definitely not coming our way.
No. Did you like the name of the show? Did you see what we called it?
The Roo-Yal.
The Roo-Yal flush.
The Roo-Yal flush. It was a very good...
Mate, we definitely got flushed on the way.
If you haven't liked if you already haven't liked it, like it, drop a like now. Let's get it to 100 before, I don't know, 30 minutes in.
Before we get into...
let's get it in.
Before we get into Wild World of
let's
Carlton,
drop the likes.
straight away.
Drop the likes. Give it a share.
Right. He's come all the way off the poker table. Now, if anyone doesn't know who he is, I've got some stuff on here.
Go for it.
You've got the bio, have you?
The bio.
Tony Hachem is an Australian poker pro,
before you start.
entrepreneur.
Just before you start.
What happened?
We've got to put the dynamite there. Yes,
Dynamite.
thank you. It must be placed there.
Are you sure we're not in Lebanon?
That's for the club.
Oh, that's for cultural heritage round.
That was the heritage round, remember?
There we go.
100%.
There we go.
Heritage round.
I just have to get my agenda in.
That's all.
you.
That's what
That's
the
all.
club needs.
Well, not yet.
No, be close.
Not yet.
All right. Now you can go along with proceedings.
So,
Sorry.
poker pro, entrepreneur, and a lifelong Carlton Football Club supporter, correct?
Yeah, since I was about 4.
I like it.
Born and bred in Carlton.
There you go.
Now, probably people, if they don't know Tony, they probably know his younger brother.
Older.
Is he older?
Yeah.
Oh, he's the younger brother.
I'm the younger brother.
Yes, there you go.
Joe Hachem, 2005 World Series of Poker main event champion.
20-year anniversary this year.
There you go.
Yeah. We've got the Australian Poker Tour. We've got a bit of a plug.
No, we're going to give it a
Right,
plug.
no, but we're doing an anniversary event for
There you
him
go.
in December.
He won the poker tour. He won that event when Carlton won the Wizard Cup.
Yeah!
2005.
What a year!
What a year.
What a year!
West Coast. We were there.
Favola
What a
with Berserk against West.
Beautiful.
2005.
What a year it was.
But when your brother won it, he put poker on the map in Australia. I mean, it was huge. I remember.
Oh, look, it was huge going back to America. 2 months later, obviously, sponsors came out. And we had to go back. Biggest online poker site and poker stars. So we met the guys in New York, Madison Square Garden, New York. Yeah. What's it called? The
Big Apple.
The Square.
The Square.
Oh, Times Square.
Times Square. Times Square. And you see Joe's.
Oh,
And AI wasn't back in there, not for us anyway.
Where did you grow up?
In Carlton.
That's a
So you come northern suburbs, all of a sudden you're at Times Square. Man,
Times Square, okay, can you believe this? Yeah, and Mum raised 3 boys on her own with the help of my uncles. Here we are in New York. Life changed overnight, not just for him. I always say this. He won the World Series, but I celebrate as if I won it.
I reckon you celebrated harder. But let's not forget, Tony has been involved with the Carlton Football Club, including scouting work.
Bit of that.
Yeah, and remains a well-known personality around the club. That's what it said.
Yeah, just a little.
A little. They know who you are. You speak to a few people. But not only that, you're a poker star yourself. Now, can I give you some stats?
Yeah.
Poker star team, Australian pro, known as consistent and cool-headed playing style. That's you. He won back-to-back ANZ PT Player of the Year title, 09 and 10.
Is that how you celebrated him like that?
He won the ANZ PT Perth main event in 2010.
Yep.
Yes, in 2011 finished 37th in the World Series of Poker.
Unlucky not to make the final table.
Wow.
2 big hands. That's what it takes.
Yeah.
In recent event, even though you've become a dad, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. 3
Has
beautiful
made,
kids.
has made the final table of the World Series of Poker when was that?
That was 216, I think.
Oh, it's a race.
Brendan Bolton. Shoots. It was a green shoots.
The founder of the Hachem Management Group. So you run like events. And
Charity
talent
events.
manager, yeah. Organiser of major celebrity charity poker nights, Poker with the Stars. That's you.
That's me.
That's superb stuff. I didn't know that. Raises funds for causes like breast cancer and children's welfare.
There you
Yep.
go.
There you go.
Muscular dystrophy. We've worked with a number of charities. We've actually donated over $1.3 million in actual donations. We've raised millions and millions of dollars. But a big factor of that, obviously, Joe and my late mate Shane Warne, that we did the Shane Warne Foundation, and that was huge. Shane was a great ambassador for charity, and he was a great dad and a big loss, not only to the Australian community but worldwide. But we always pay tribute to him to all our events. And our recent event of All In for Charity a couple of weeks ago, we had his son there, and it was Jackson and the CEO of the Legacy. They've got the Legacy that checks heart rates.
Oh yes.
They do a great job on that. The CEO Neo, he's still there. He was there when Shane passed away and hasn't left the family, and credit to him and everybody involved. They're kicking goals.
Good work.
Fair effort.
Very
Fantastic.
No, it is fantastic.
No, it's
That's great.
fantastic.
It's great to have you on board, and
No,
you are
thanks,
still and the main thing is, all that's good, but you're the Carlton supporter. Follower, been there. I mean, you've been involved with the club. I'm sure you've.
A lot of the past players I get involved with, we're scratching our heads. I mean, we're at the game on the weekend, and Dominator Wayne Johnson was in the rooms, and 4-time premiership player and Norm Smith medalist. There's nothing he hasn't done. He was asking me what's going on.
The footballer's asking the poker player for answers.
Edge us.
What do you think?
You know, I mean,
Crazy.
it's like, I see Cuda goes, Hash, what's going on with him? Okay, do I look like a walking encyclopedia for Carlton?
Yeah.
But look, I think people can blame the coach and that, and supporters have just got to stick fat with the club. When the club's running well, we've got the best supporters in the game. Best supporters. Is there an implosion at the club? We're not going to know. People can comment. No one's going to know. Most of the coaching staff that I know basically said, it's confidence maybe. Footballers are different from today than what they were back then.
100% they are.
To get drilled or even. Stories. Spoken to with a loud voice. I know for a fact. When Lee Matthews grabbed Di Domenico by the throat, that shit doesn't happen again. That doesn't happen.
Lawsuits and
this and that, and then you got the sponsors, and you've got, it's people say it's got to start from the top. I agree with that, but it also has to start with the individuals performing on the field.
Absolutely.
The one thing, and we'll get into it. I mean, we've rushed into that. So what we'll do is we'll just go through a few things, but just on
bit
that,
of
housekeeping before we start. But just on that, standards shouldn't change, and they have. So
big time.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. I mean, all those other things can change, but standards should. What's it saying?
Times may change, but standards must remain.
That's right.
And that's it. Yeah. It's full stop. And the standards have changed. It's
That's what made Carlton so great. Because John Elliott, hate him, love him. I knew him personally.
Second's not good enough.
Mate, second wasn't good enough.
He drives it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he bled dark navy blue, Jack. Some really good stories. I could tell a bit later what he did that Carlton supporters and some members don't know about what Jack used to do behind the scenes.
I can imagine.
But Sticks Kernahan would agree with me.
Yeah.
When he knocked on Pratt's door, that the club was just about to go broke. When they had $2 million, Pratt ended up being president.
Yep.
And that's how Carlton...
That was a big time that time.
It was huge. It was huge.
Yeah. We were really on our knees at that moment.
The poor bloke didn't even get a thank you.
Mm.
Right? Look, I'm not here to,
champion him or whatever.
Look, he made mistakes.
Like everyone does.
The problem is right at the end when, they got rid of him and all that shit with the salary cap, that's kind of what lasts in people's memories, and that's a shame because you forget what everything else came before that.
Yeah, but he wasn't on his own though, Rocco. You can't just blame one person for the demise of the club.
No.
I mean, he did what most other footy clubs were doing and most other presidents. He just got caught.
Yeah.
What, you think Hawthorn weren't doing it?
Yeah, of course.
You think Geelong weren't doing it?
They still probably do.
He just did it much better than the rest.
Much better.
And he had a loud mouth, so of course he's going to get caught.
He was a bit stubborn at the end because there was this amnesty where people could own up to the stuff and they would have and he was defiant that,
fair enough.
Above board.
Fair enough.
Anyway, let's get in. What we're going to do is we'll order some coffees.
Let's order some coffees.
You know what the number is?
No. What do you reckon the number would be? It's a 4-digit number and it's an important number for Carlton.
These days it's 000. Sorry, boys.
Should have been 000. Hey, how you going, man? All right, yes, we got him. Hachem, yes. Yes, he's here. We're going to play some cards later. He brought the cards, the chips. Walked in with a bunch of chips. And just said, right, we're playing poker later, so we're in business. All right, let's get some food and some coffees. Thank you very much. Yeah, you have to deliver it on.
Hello to the chat. Carlton Blazing Blues, welcome to the parlour. Thank you for the membership. And thank you to all our viewers right now. Again, make sure you hit the like button.
Hit the like.
Much appreciated if you do. Well, or when you do, because you're going to.
Look at this.
But yeah.
Look at this.
The pizza.
Oh, manja.
Manja, very
Absolutely.
good. So the pizza is from our special guest, friend from Big Boys Pizza.
Now I got to find it, don't I?
Oh, the big boys.
And Mars has got a salad.
Should be there.
Yeah, I got it.
So
Thank you.
Mars has got a salad.
It should be up the top.
Oh, did you put it at the top?
Yeah, I've got it ready for you, man.
Sorry.
There they are.
There they are.
Oh, yes.
130 Snell Grove, Oak Park, 81999977.
Now, they're big Lebo boys.
Yeah, they are.
Big Lebo boys.
Big Lebos.
One of them knows you.
Let's have a look.
Yakub. Their surname's Yakub.
Yeah, I know him. No, I'm very
You
well.
reckon the dad used to come to you when you were an accountant?
Yes.
There you go.
Well,
Small world.
And you know, our says hi, and we like to say he's back and he's doing well, and he did the show on Sunday. Big Vincenzo.
Lovely man.
Yeah, he said
champion.
Yeah, champion. So he's having a bit of a rough time at the moment.
Yeah, I know.
He's back. He was in full voice.
Tell you what, he did a lot for Carlton.
He did do a lot for
Carlton. The Carltonians, he was. They used to get him mixed up with being president of the Carlton Footy Club. I used to call him Vince. I love the name.
The Big Vincenzo. You know, and you know what happened then? One of the problems is when they wanted to change, they changed the title. There was no more president of the Carltonians. They changed it to Big Kahu or whatever because they didn't want the president to be associated with the president of the football club.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
Semantics.
Well, that's Carlton's problem. Yeah, like
they're worried about.
Look what they're worried about. Seriously, just recruit
other
players.
teams are winning premierships.
And we're worried about who's
terms and titles.
Yeah, like
Do you have a bit of
No,
Mediterranean?
no. Thank you though.
Put me a dab, not too much, please.
How good's this?
We're starting to weaken up. Yeah.
I feel like I feel like I'm at my uncle's place.
That's how.
I gotta be good, man. I gotta be strict.
That's what I brought out for you.
I gotta be strict, man.
Cheers. Here's yours, black coffee.
Beautiful.
Cheers, guys.
Salute.
Salute.
Salute. Cheers.
Cheers.
To 100 years of Carlton.
150. Longer now.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
want to sip on that?
Yeah, I'll sip on that. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Champion.
So it's good. Just like before we go on, we'd like to thank the Sporting Globe, our main sponsor.
Yep.
Thanks to them. Go down to
Heard their
Northland
deals
Bar
are on
and Grill.
fire recently.
But
I heard their deals are on fire.
They are on fire.
surely it's all set up now.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
It's got to be set up.
Someone, I heard, right? I heard that four-wheel drive thought that the Sporting Globe had a drive-through. I think he thought that he mistook that the catch-up was a drive-through, but it's actually not. So,
And also the incident before that,
yes,
they thought they had to bring their own knives. to cut
correct.
To cut the ribs.
Steak and the correct, exactly right. That's what it was.
So don't worry, go down there. Thanks to them. Make sure you get down this Thursday night.
I've got the link. I've got the link in the live
How
chat.
long was
and the links-
Northland closed for?
No, it wasn't. It
No.
might have been closed for like a day and then reopened. But it's some of the businesses are struggling at the moment because people are scared to go.
Of course.
But come on, if you're tough from the thing. So what we do is on the interstate games,
Yep.
we do our viewing there. So we got a room for us, and we all go down there and watch it.
Nice.
So come down Thursday night. The link's in the bio.
and in the live chat as well.
In the live chat, make sure you get the tickets. The tickets are for free.
Yeah,
Nice.
I stated
Free
that.
event.
This Thursday, free entry. Just click the link and just.
Free entry.
How
Yeah.
good's that, Rocket?
Yeah,
What's
so we
the,
set it up. So we all
what's
get
the-
together, we laugh, we cry together, we
what do we
yell.
say? For interest, what is it?
What's that?
When people sign to the tickets thing, what do you say? What do you call
Oh, the data farming.
Yeah, the
we're
data
data
farming.
farming. We're data
Interest?
farming here. Yeah. We're just collecting. We're collecting data from just people. We want your personal information. We want to know where you live, what your number is, everything.
And we're going to harvest it all
what do
to
we do?
China.
Yeah,
We're
and
gonna
then
send
we
it all
give it to China.
We give it to China,
Yeah,
they pay us.
They pay us a little bit of money, and then that's it.
Goes
It's
to
all
your
good.
social
We help
credit
you,
score.
we help us. You know, everyone
We
helps
help
each
you,
other.
we help us, that's right. That's right. So get down there now, it's good. And then one more before the end of year live stage show is almost ready to be ticketed. The tickets will be ready. We've got one place secure. The great
Secured.
Brad Pierce.
Ah.
So everyone get ready. Brad
95
Pierce will
grand
be
final,
there. And we've got
he's-
one more player I'm confirming tomorrow, and he's a big one. I'm not going to tell you who he is until we confirm. But
But you'll see it on the flyer.
You'll see on the flyer.
I don't even know who it is.
No, you don't know who it is. But I'll tell you one thing.
Oh.
He's on here somewhere. So I'm not going to say anything, but he's on here somewhere.
Yep.
All right.
Robbie Cook, $7.99. Thank you very much for the donation. Good on you guys for showing up. At least someone shows up.
Yeah,
Much
we
love.
show up.
Thank you very much for the donation again.
On you, Robbie.
Again, too
That's
kind.
it, do that. And thanks to that. We got, can you just put up,
Yep.
Royal Flush? Can you put up
Royal
the
Flush.
Oh,
Royal
thanks.
Flush.
Royal Flush.
So,
Very good.
thanks to
Very good.
Peter
Very
V.
good.
Peter V. He designs all
Good
this
areas.
stuff for us, so that's very good.
Very well done.
Before we get into the
Pretty good.
main,
That was pretty good. Should be Collingwood, but not Carlton.
Should be.
Should be.
Should be.
Buddy,
now I've always got the cameras out
Yeah.
when no one's looking, and I've got cameras from behind the vision on the ground.
behind the goal
Behind the
vision,
goal.
okay.
This is actually right behind the goal. No one saw this, and I got vision of McGovern and Motlop celebrating in the last quarter.
okay.
Oh, no. Oh,
It was
go.
after they kicked the
Mate,
goal.
no.
mate, you'll put me on tilt, but yeah, go on.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
We'll keep there. It's like,
Yeah, not great. Is that when we were 5 goals down or 4
6 goals down.
That's,
Look at me.
that's when we were 8 goals down.
Hell, I'm telling you, I was saying to the big boys tonight, everything's annoying me about them now because
They could breathe and you'd be pissed off.
They stick out their tongue, but he goes, What about TDK? He's walking around with his tongue out. Why are you sticking his tongue out? Everything's annoying me now.
Everything they do will be criticised.
Yeah.
Everything. Everything.
And that's it?
I heard that we've got a player. He's going to France.
Who?
Kerno.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a player going to France.
He's going to France.
You see, Charlie.
He's going to France. He'll be the Champs-Elysees soon. He'll be going through under the Arc de Triomphe under there. Beautiful. He'll be going there. Yeah, the Tour de Kerno. That's what it's going to be.
Through the Pyrenees he goes.
I'm not serious that he might be a tad late for Thursday's game because he took off yesterday riding all the way to Adelaide.
To Torquay or Adelaide.
Yeah,
He's gone to Adelaide.
He's going all the way to Adelaide by
He's
bike.
on the Crawford.
Yeah.
He's doing the Shane.
Yeah, he rides
nice.
everywhere.
Good.
Yeah,
nice. Raising money?
No, just for himself.
Barry's drink?
For himself.
Yeah, nice. Well played.
Good.
Well played. That's good. The Tour de Kerno. So, yeah, that's going off here. 28 stages.
He's a chilled guy.
He is a chilled guy.
He's a
chilled guy. He's got the yellow jersey. Leader of the peloton.
Not the polka dot?
Nah.
What's a polka dot?
That's a King of the Mountains. King of the Mountains.
The polka
Sprinter's
dot.
green.
That's very good. The polka dot.
Yeah,
I like
the
that.
polka dot.
Do you like that one?
Yeah, I like
King
it.
of the
I like
Mountains.
Where?
Nairo Quintana, mate. He need an asthma puffer to get up a hill.
Yeah, can't understand how Carlton have got the most clearance. We're number one in clearances. We're number one getting ball inside 50, and we're 18th. We're actually last in converting a score,
and also last in disposal efficiency. Is it kicking or kicking efficiency?
That's a bit of a fugazi stat.
But we can't use the ball anyway.
Do you reckon it's a fugazi? Because what I can see, I reckon that's pretty.
Disposal efficiency is a. If you look at what
you reckon we're far off 18th?
No. But disposal efficiency, the way that they register, it's a bit of
over 40. I do realise
it's a bit of a fugazi.
But anyway, what are we here for?
What are we here for?
What are we here for, boys?
This one.
Misery. Oh, disaster.
World euphoria.
None.
The wild world.
So the wild world of Carlton.
Thank you to the Sporting Globe again.
Yeah, we're brought to you by the Sporting Globe. Make sure get in. Best comment, whatever, get your $20 voucher.
Yep, congratulations to Jonathan Terlato last week. Sent him the email, he's received it, he's got it all.
Received it, it's all good. So
what is Thursday's special? Now I've even forgot. Thursday's special. The $16.90 classic burgers. That's the special.
Down the Lindsay Hatch.
There it is. There it is.
Thanks.
So if you get down there on the Thursday, get your classic burger for $16.90, Chich.
Write down my votes, actually.
No, some water if it's all right.
Now you want sparkling or just normal water?
Normal water, mate.
Well, we'll get rid of the...
I think Tammy's going to be watching soon.
Okay.
She's cooked up. Look at that.
I'm going to have it.
It was a beautiful Saturday, wasn't it?
Ah, beautiful.
120 crisp. It was a lovely day.
It was a phenomenal
A lovely day. No wind.
It was
crisp.
gorgeous, mate.
No excuses.
Sun was out. Blue skies.
No excuses.
We are just...
And the score read Carlton 10, 13, 73 played North Melbourne, or the Kangaroos as I like to call them, 13, 6, 84.
Yeah.
And the scoreboard fucking flattered us.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? It did.
Absolutely flattered us.
Well, let's get the guest's opinion on the game. You were there.
Before that, we'll just get through some match stats.
The match stats. Oh, yeah, these are pretty funny. Yeah, this is great.
So, lead kicks, disposal efficiency, we lost again overall. I think we've only won that twice this year.
Once or twice.
Even against West Coast, we lost it. Clearances pretty much even. It's pretty much even across the board.
Inside 50s, we caught them. But we defend well.
We defended well.
Yeah, we defend well.
And then we go to our score sources.
What did you have?
Kanga. Roo.
Very good.
So that was the score source. But if you want to be actually legit,
there it is.
Pure dog shit, mate. The stoppage was disgusting.
Yeah, that was
absolutely abysmal.
Yeah. They went to work on us.
Look at that, man.
And the turnovers came all in the last quarter. So the turnover game. That turnover came in the last quarter.
Flattered us.
Oh, he flattered.
Do you know what? That made me more angry than when we were getting beaten.
I know.
That last quarter.
What? Really? They geared down like 12 gears.
No.
Yeah.
Just. Now you decide.
Yeah. Sorry, just before we get into it, we've got a couple of super chats. Sorry.
Okay, go,
Zach
go.
Kasuni, $2.99. Let's dance at half time, guys. How good are we? We'll get into that. Seba, Carlton was that bad. They made my chronic back pain come back. Aiden, thank you again for the $5. Hey, it's my dad's B-day tomorrow, birthday. The game was over when the guy went to Marvel instead of going to the G.
Oh, yes. He went...
Shake my head.
We've got to explain this. He messaged... Remember we raised this? Everybody thought you accidentally put Marvel on the fixture. And we explained it. Have you ever gone to the wrong stadium? You dug up at the wrong stadium, his dad.
Well, there it is. Scripted.
Anyway,
actual scripted.
Righto.
But yeah.
Tony, the floor is yours.
Take us away.
You were there. What did you think before the game?
You went, obviously you went with the dominator.
I mean, it was the first time I took all the family into a box. We were behind the goals. Jono came, Wayne Johnston, and we felt very confident. We thought, we should win 35 goals. You know, I spoke to Hamill the day before. He was quite confident, you know. I mean, I think... looking back at it, I think the boys probably went in there too cocky, thinking it was just going to happen. And it didn't. And it got really bad when there was an incident with Wiedering with his ankle, and we thought he got shot.
Yeah.
We actually thought he got shot the way he was carrying on.
And then
I mean, he's a great player, don't get me wrong. But it must, I don't know what miracle happened, but anybody would have thought he's gone for the season.
Yeah.
You know, the way he got carried off and trainers, and then, you know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, some magic spray. He must have thought
he was back out
playing
there.
Soccer. You know,
that magic spray when they put it on and they magically pop up and start sprinting
those
again.
Rolled ankles initially,
but it got caught. It got caught under his body.
Very painful.
So you know, look, no doubt it was sore, but at the end of the day, you know, look, there's been scenes across a number of games where they get hit and call it soft, call it precaution, but you know, a lot of the old footballers they'd get back up. They'd play with a broken arm, broken leg.
Crazy.
You know,
maybe Jones play with a broken jaw.
Busted ribs.
Continue playing with the broken jaw.
Well, Derriman grand final against Geelong. Yeah. One of the best ever.
And what about Dipper? The punch and lung, and then straight after the hospital, he went to the thing after the grand final.
So what I'm getting at is that, you know, looking at it from an outsider and seeing what we get taught is that one in, all in. Now, not all in these days to punch on like the way it is.
Of course.
There was an incident where I think it was Fogarty that was getting, there was about 6 or 7 North Melbourne players. It was either Fogarty or Motloff. And all the Carlton senior boys were from the backline, centre line. The only one person that ran to him was Stephen Silvani's son, Jack. And I thought that just, like Wayne Johnston and I just looked at each other. Did you just see that?
Yeah, it typifies what they are on the field.
Well, there wasn't one. There was I think there was 2 or 3.
Well, Kingy nailed it on Fox Footy.
Said,
like 360.
Said we were bullied.
We got bullied. I mean, I'm not saying anything that the boys haven't even said. That just goes to show the mindset. Where is their mindset? Is it in the game? Is it elsewhere? There is something going on within the playing group. Are they playing for Vossi? Are they playing for the jumper? Let's forget Voss for a minute as a coach. Do they take pride in wearing the Carlton jumper?
What's the question now? That's the question.
Do they? That's the question.
Well, you've got to be intrinsically motivated.
You can't blame the coach. You know, anyone that blames the coach, all right, there's some decisions of tactical changes and that's one thing. But not putting effort in, you can't blame the coach or the coaches. That's just one of the worst excuses. They're either not playing for him. Well, okay, I'll take that if they were doing 100, they were trying 100%, but it just seems like They're there, but they're not there.
They're definitely not there. I think the coaches have to take some blame for it because, first of all, the game plan, it's just not right, man. Whatever's happening out there, you can't say that this isn't part of the coaching problem here because you can't be playing the way they do.
I disagree with that, Rocco. I think that's just a cop out and no disrespect. I think blaming coaches. And I mean, I don't really know Vossi that well.
Do you think he's a good coach tactically?
I think he's got people around him that also make decisions. I think players themselves have got to take responsibility and accountability.
Absolutely,
from knowing Cripper, he'd be bleeding. And there are things he can't say that he'd love to say to some of the players. Today's game, he can't say it.
But why do other teams then can do it?
Well, then other teams get away because at Carlton, we don't have a strong culture.
So where's that stem from?
That used to make my brother won the World Series in 2005, right? That's 2005. Yeah. You're only as good as your last game, boys.
Yeah, of course.
And at the end of the day, what are we going to live on? What have we been watching? How many times I've watched the 80s, the 90s? The 99 Carlton
doesn't mean anything now.
Doesn't mean anything. You tell me some of these footballers that in the last 20 odd years that haven't played finals, who do we think of? Seriously, there's only a handful of names. Brendan Favola, Kuda, Ange, who else?
Well, they've played.
Right, so I retract that. That haven't played grand finals. Your Fev, never played a grand final. Juddy, Mark Murphy, right? Who else? Which other big
all
name?
of them.
Wadey. Yeah,
but the ones that you kind of remember.
You kind of remember that played one. Walker. Walker's great mark. Bang. Cade Simpson, 350 games. But when even someone like Cade taking a photo with the likes of Bruce Toole and John Nichols and others,
that photo they had together,
he felt out of place. Why? Never played finals.
Yeah.
Hence why John Elliott always said, second, we won't accept.
We don't accept second, yeah.
Must make finals. Must win them.
So what's happened? Sorry.
It's a culture change.
Oh, sorry, I'm just...
No, mate.
Tell me something.
The guest
then
has
what's
the floor.
Happened? What's happened? Because you say that, all right, that was in the past. I do realise that's in the past. I do realise that's in the past, right? But it's 130 years or 140 years of building that jumper, right? Building it. And the reason why we are so good off field now is because of the 150 years of building. You just don't lose that in 20 years.
We haven't lost that.
Yeah. We have.
No, we haven't lost that. That's all perception.
The problem is we haven't.
The mindset needs to change. Mindset needs to change, and I still think Carlton can make the grand final. We've got the players. It just the mindset changes, and everything else will fall into place.
But do you think that I think it's changed, man? Because at the end of the day, you look at everything the club does, right? Everything the club does goes towards everything but winning a premiership. It goes all off field. Off field, we are power brokers.
The best.
We are one of the best. But on field, I don't think, I've said this before, and tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think as far as the organisation goes, winning a premiership isn't the most important thing for them.
I'm limited to say what I want to say, but because I know a lot of the boys and being involved, externally with the club, but I put it down to culture. When there's no culture in a family, there's no values.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no pride.
So who sets that then?
Right. That's right. Who's setting that?
From the board.
Yeah.
Coaching staff, all the way through.
It's a hierarchy.
It's a hierarchy. Yeah. It's a pyramid.
Right.
So
all the way down.
Why? And now because that's disappeared, I believe it's disappeared. But you can just see it in their narrative. Like when when someone like Mackay says at the start of the year he's in no rush to win a premiership, no Carlton player would have ever said that.
That's just a stupid comment. He probably had a
but
then he tiptoed back into saying,
always something there.
I still want to play a premiership.
Hey?
Well,
so he put it that he said he's in no rush, but then if you go read the whole thing, like I'm not making any excuses for him because I read the whole thing, I watched it. And then he goes and says, "Oh yeah, but I still want to play in a flag." Like who doesn't?
Of course.
That's why you play footy. That's why you play sports.
But all I'm asking is
to win, get to the pinnacle.
Has changed. Where has it changed? Like why has it changed? Like 20 years ago, that would never have been spoken about, right? All of a sudden, it just seems like winning the premiership isn't the most important thing anymore.
We were discussing this a couple of weeks ago about how you sell the dream and hope, and you don't actually
need to.
I mean, so because we're such a... I think it's almost a fatal flaw for us because we're so big, dollar-wise, politically, financially, business-wise. You know, they've got a lot of money in the bank. When you look at the balance sheet, they've got over $20 million in this football department that they're probably going to beef up at the end of the year. But you've got that money, you've got this success, you've got all these members. Maybe they take it for granted, but even if we don't win it, that's going to be there.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Like it's almost a fatal flaw.
Success.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
In this program tonight, we're talking about on-field performance.
Spot on.
All four of us, we don't know enough what's happening behind the scenes. We know that Carlton, at this point in time, they're financial. But the question is, obviously the question you raised was their on-field performance.
Yeah.
Now, I know for a fact, when I'm sitting at a table and Kerno's there and people are going, "You're going to be the next Cooter, you're going to be the next Cooter," what do? I go, "No, mate, you're not the next Cooter.
Charlie Curnow.
You're going to be the next Charlie Curnows." Yeah. That's the problem at Carlton. We inflate their egos before they've performed.
Yeah.
Now, someone like Cripper, two-time Brownlow medalist, he's one in the blue. Wiedering, one of the best fullbacks defenders. And there's these young players that we need to start focusing on and developing so they become consistent senior players. Then you've got players like Mackay and Curnow, centre half, forward, where are they playing? One's sick, one's...
Yeah.
You know, now, if you look at, it was only 12 months ago, we're sitting second on the ladder. Our list hasn't really changed much.
So what's happened since then?
Mindset.
So who sets that?
Mindset.
That's right.
From the top all the way to the bottom. Now let's have a look at how we've imploded within the club. Look what's happened to the president of the club. I don't need to say it. It's all over the news. Right, we know. Right? You got a new president of the Carlton Football Club. He doesn't bleed dark navy blue. He's from Sydney. No disrespect, but what the fuck does he know about Carlton or the history or what? You need someone.
Do you know when and had this discussion on another podcast the other day that we have this Carlton chat, we have this talk. Like if we caught up now, like we are, we're having this chat like we've known each other for years, and we just shoot the breeze. We'll have a cup of coffee, and we talk the way we talk. They don't talk that way.
No, it's very...
Who doesn't?
No.
The board and these corporate figures.
It's corporate. It's just corporate. It's very corporate. It's very professional.
I don't know, yeah.
It's professional.
It's funny.
It's a different time.
So I'll ask you this, right? So say, I don't think it's just the coaches, right? I've never thought it's just the coaches. You can't
blame the coach.
You don't go in and say, this is the issue. On-field performance is the issue, and you just say, it's just one thing. When you do your analysis, it's multivariate. You have to say, all right, we've got footy department. What does that consist of? Coaches, assistant coaches, head of football, strength and conditioning, the players we're recruiting, the type of players we're recruiting. Then it comes down to philosophy on the board. What are they? But then it also comes down to if the culture at the top and the board is not of a standard, well, how can we trust that the people that they're employing, i.e. coaches, are the right people?
100%.
So I'll ask you this as well, and I'll ask everybody. Michael Voss was there to get the Collingwood gig. He was fifth in line and got nowhere near it.
That's fine.
Right?
Gary Ablett Jr. got picked at 46.
Yeah, exactly.
He wasn't top 10, means nothing.
Then he gets to Carlton.
Yeah.
and we know of his deficiencies, and then we offer Adam Kingsley the tactician game day role on the same amount that Michael Voss was going to be on, and then we go down the path
That's bad management. Simple. Just say it the way it is. It's bad management. Today, sporting clubs look at data. As a poker player, I've played all over the world. How many books on Texas Hold'em have I read?
Million.
No.
None.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've read
instinct.
paragraphs. For me, gut instincts is just as important. And now, obviously, having knowledge of the game and learning and watching and the experience. Now, Michael Voss is a footballer. Come on, I don't have to say anymore. The guy's a superstar. He was involved in captain three premierships.
But is there also an argument that he might not just be a good? He just might not be a good coach.
No, he might not be a good communicator. He might not be delivering. My understanding is very good. Okay, maybe his tactics on the ground, because when you got to make a decision and you're under pressure and you're playing for millions of dollars, you may make the right decision, but it goes wrong for you. You may say this is the right play, but it goes wrong.
Yeah,
it happens all the time.
Yeah, of course.
It happens all the time.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately for Carlton, we are carrying too many players to make those wrong decisions, because he's going to land on his sword. And that's that's what's happened at Carlton. We have imploded big time. Mm-hmm. The wheels have fallen off.
But don't you think, right? I'm going to go.
But you can't throw the car away. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The wheels are thrown. Get the new set of wheels, put them back on.
So who are the new set of wheels?
Mindset. Everyone, these players have come from footy clubs. They were the best at their footy clubs. They were the best at the time when they got recruited to junior leagues and so forth. Right? So there's a reason why they got picked, unless it's father-son and they're developing, like the Camporelli boys. I got no idea why Luke and Ben aren't in the side. They could potentially be the future of Carlton.
Well, we hope they are.
Well, we hope, but they need the run. They need.
Physically ready. Of course.
Ready. All of the above. Yeah. One of the Camporellis that played at the start of the year looked good.
I know.
Played a poor second game, didn't get much. They dropped him. Why?
Easy.
Why?
Easy.
I don't know.
Let him play the kid.
It's easy
Whose
to drop.
fault's that?
Well, that comes to how they go about developing kids. Jack Silvani is a great example of persisting. If Carlton were ever going to have another captain, I'd have Jack Silvani. He'd be my first pick, right? Because he wears his heart on his sleeve, and he loves his jumper. Dies over it, and his dad was a superstar, and his granddad. That's what Carlton need. Carlton need somebody that actually loves the club and bleeds the club. And that's what we're lacking. Collingwood, I'll give you an example.
They don't have that, do they? They've got that in
Collingwood have got it in their blood, in their shoes, amongst the fillings in their teeth that they've lost. I'm being dead set serious. But they look after their past players like no other.
But Tony, we used to have that.
We didn't have that. We never had that, boys. Don't be delusional.
What, in the 80s?
In the 80s, we never had that. We had a champion football team. The players looked after one another, boys. I'm telling you, I deal with the past players.
There's a big divide.
There's a massive divide.
Yeah. Yes, but what I'm saying is, at the time, if you ask like we've spoken to Marku, Wayne Harms, all these people, when they came to the club, right?
Different era.
Yes.
Yeah.
Different era.
But it was there still.
It's just a different era.
But it was there, so how can it just disappear? How can Collingwood keep it going? Right? And then we all of a sudden, we go there, we're getting these players, and you're getting people like we're doing saying, there's no rivalry between Collingwood.
Yeah. Have a look at the management at Carlton. Okay, management board. How many of those board actually know anything about football? How many? Besides Greg Williams, how many?
Well, he's the only paid board member in the league. Which
who else knows about football? Okay, now let's look at the coaches. Aaron Hamill, gun player, gun human, and
Yeah, but is he a gun coach?
Yeah.
Well, he's not a coach. He's an assistant.
Yeah.
He's a great assistant.
But you're still you're coaching players.
But he coaches the back line.
That's what I mean. But you're still assisting players to do something.
Well, but his role there, he's achieved in spades.
Well, when the ball lives down there,
he's still. But see,
the way it comes out of your back line too, which I think it's poor.
The back 6 and 7's not the issue.
Yeah,
that's not the issue. Thank you.
That's not the issue.
The centre line,
awful.
Well, it depends who we play.
Awful.
Depends who we play.
We can't match up against every team in the comp. We can only match up against contested ball teams.
And even then.
And when we do, we even get smashed.
Very one pace.
Well, not smashed. When the team evens it up, we're gone. We're dead.
Okay, so is it the recruiters? Why are we going to the coaches?
Recruiting
when
and
we got
developing.
the recruiters are basically saying, hey, I got the data, Vossi. Look, this kid, oh, he's going to be the next. Why is he going to be the next?
It's definitely recruiters also.
Recruiters.
So
we got injuries.
All right.
And also, let's face it, the coaching. And if you got the cattle,
yeah,
no, we can say dismal, you can say all that, and that's fine. You try to your own opinion, but. Look at the injuries that Carlton had.
Oh, here we go. We had no injuries up until about 3 weeks ago.
No.
You can't use that as an excuse this year.
No. I'm talking about last year.
Oh, last year, yeah.
I'm talking about last year.
Maybe.
Okay, now, injuries and recovering from injuries, they take time.
Of course, I know that. Of course.
Last year, I have it as a huge factor for us last year.
That was huge.
And
the year before that?
This year, there's none.
Our number one recruit, Jagger Smith.
Nah, I'm not.
No, hear me out.
All right, sorry.
I'm giving you an example of, are we cursed? Are we, what is it? What is it?
It's just, it's unlucky.
Our number one draft pick.
It's unlucky.
Right?
It happens.
It happens, right? It's happened. But all these other players that we got rid of, Owies.
Yeah.
Our number one forward kicked 40-odd goals.
What's he doing now?
Got rid of, but doesn't matter. Yeah. But see...
You're selling tickets to the game on a weekend.
Maybe. Right? But you got to adjust to culture, Rocco. You have to adjust to the culture of the club. Now, how many Indigenous players down the track think, when they play amongst each other, Motlop's a different fucking player. When he plays at Carlton, who knows what happens, the environment, he's a different player when he played in that All-Star game. We're all going, whoa!
I think Jesse Motlop is the worst coach player in the league.
Worst managed player.
Worst coach small forward in the league. I've never seen a small forward of his skill set in the league given the role that he is given on a weekly basis.
Where do you put him?
Small forward. That's it.
Small forward.
I don't want to see him at full back. I don't want to see him in midfield.
Good answer.
I mean, it is the most. And this is what infuriates me when people get angry at him.
They shouldn't.
But his skill set is nowhere near a midfielder, and he shouldn't be asked to undertake this defensive running. To a point you have to run defensively. I understand that, but there are no small forwards in the league that are positioned the way he is positioned. It is ridiculous.
So who's
ridiculous?
That?
Well, it's coaching directive.
That's coaching directive.
It's a position that we have held on to, and it looks as though it might have been the Jagger Smith role.
Who's the forward coach at Carlton?
Jordan Russell.
Russell, yeah.
It's highly credentialed when he came over.
One of the worst forward setups you'll ever see in your life. Now, him as a forward coach, wouldn't you say? No. Yeah, Jesse's not going into the midfield. I want him 90%, 95%.
Who would have final say on all of that, though?
Well, Voss.
Yeah. Or is it a collective decision?
If that's well, then we're fucked.
The way I would see it, if I was senior coach, the senior coach has to have final decision. He has to.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, what's he doing? I'm sure he's getting a collective.
Yeah. But then he's also got to trust line coaches on the fly to say, okay,
%.
Yes.
If I'm looking here, I need you to be my eyes.
Wait a second. The data, they work on data. It's like, but the game's changed.
What happened to this? What happened to the
right. That's what
exactly.
Then what happened to? All right. So if you're the line coach and you're saying to me, no, I want to do this and this, and then after 2 or 3 weeks, I'm going, whoa, this isn't working, bro. Like, what are you doing here, mate? So wouldn't you have a say and say, no, this is not working?
I'll say this, right? So on the coaches, right, there's this... We hear this narrative, and I don't know if you believe this, that we defend well. Carlton defends well.
We need to score well.
That's what the coaches say. This is what the coaches say. This is what the head of football tells us. And this is what they've said from the start of the year to this point in time.
So the only coach really is safe out of the assistants is Aaron Hamilton.
Okay, so
who
would you
coaches the back line?
would you believe? So this is from opposition coaches. I speak to a lot of people, opposition coaches from other teams, and I'd like to think myself as a pretty good judge when it comes to looking at how you need to set up, right? Do you genuinely believe that the coaches think we are defending well? I think they believe we are defending well.
I think they do because they're looking at the numbers.
Yeah, but
I think
I'm saying that's what they're looking at.
So they're looking at numbers, right? Numbers tell us where the champion data says we're the best. Our defensive profile.
It can skew your mindset.
We've got the best defensive profile in the league.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Kicking it backwards, sideways.
Yeah. And
opposition coaches
well. Scoring.
You got the two best forwards up forward, and we're going sideways.
Opposition coaches.
I'm not a coach.
Continue to say, and just they would be laughing at our team with this narrative being pushed by the coaches and clubs saying we defend well. We defend with 17 players, 16 players behind the ball. You cannot win long term over a season, over 2, 3, 4 seasons. Playing that, you cannot win like that,
and no wonder the numbers look good.
You cannot win like that. The way we Carlton. Everyone says, why can't we score? Why can't we score?
17 players behind the ball. 20 players behind the ball.
Did you see what happened on the weekend when we put
56 inside 50s and we scored?
But a lot of them are shallow entries. They're shallow.
They're from 90 out.
But the problem is that when you're going forward, to make it easier to score, you need to overload the opposition with your players, right? The problem is that Charlie Curnow's hitting up on a wing because we're so deep. When we win the ball down back,
the bloke's playing on the defensive 50. I've seen him marking.
Did you see what happened on the weekend when we were getting done in the second quarter? We plucked McGovern out of the forward line, put him down back, and then Fogarty got the ball at centre wing. He looked up on transition. There was no one to kick to. Against North Melbourne. But to me that's directive. I don't understand how the players can be in a mindset where they are just
defending.
Lost. They just sag back and sag back.
But that has to be directive.
Well, I don't think it is to a point, but it's not. It's when things are not going your way, it's difficult to take the step forward. Do you know what I mean? So you start to get defensive. It's like, I don't want my man.
You start kicking under pressure. You start handling.
So the problem is that of course, our ball movement from the back half to the final third is going to be inflated. And the reason we don't convert those opportunities because, one, we don't have enough bodies when we get the ball on transition. Two, by the time we get there, when we get to that middle centre of the ground on transition, we've got to go sideways and then find a mark sideways, and then we have to slow down. By the time you slow down, opposition's got their defence back.
Yep. I agree with everything you're saying, but there's only one game that we've really put a bad performance. Richmond, we did well.
One game?
Hear me out before we get attacking.
Oh my God.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
Mate, the Roman Empire, relax.
Fucking hell. Oh, right. Jesus.
No. They've done it in several games, but we played really badly on the weekend. That's the worst that we've played this year.
Adelaide?
Adelaide, we didn't show up.
Sifted through us.
No, but hear me out. Against North, we're expected to win a percentage booster.
Yeah.
Right? Adelaide, we went to Adelaide. It's always hard to win in Adelaide. Boys, let's not kid ourselves.
So with the other games, we've won 1 or 2 quarters.
Collingwood spanked us.
But most games, we've been within 2 goals, 3 goals. We've been up quarter time, second, third quarter. The weekend's game was, other than the first 15 minutes, when Wiedering went down, Carlton went to shit. That's the honest truth. And then all of a sudden...
I doubt that.
He was back on after quarter time.
I highly disagree.
He was back after quarter time.
I disagree. Correct. He came on after quarter time, and we got obliterated in the second and third quarter. We got obliterated.
We got smashed.
But how many times has our midfield been terrible this year?
It's not. The problem is it's not just this year.
I know, but I'm just saying, in isolation this year, how bad has it been?
Yeah. It's not just this year.
No, it's not. But like, I'm just commenting on this year. It was horrid.
No, and
who's out for Carlton at the moment?
I'm not blaming it on injuries. We versed Epstein's Island Part 2.
No. Who's out for Carlton at the moment?
Who? Walsh.
Walsh and
Mackay.
And Mackay, 3.
Yeah.
So really, they've got no excuse.
No, they don't have
zero.
any.
And I'm agreeing with you. They've got no excuse. Again, mindset. Do they want to beat the club? You know, let's go back to the TDK. Sign or don't sign. Sign or don't sign. You want to be there or you don't want to be there.
I agree.
You know,
but
that's doing everyone's head in, man.
But that's part of the whole problem. It's TDK.
It's
that.
Mackay. It's here.
It's
I think the club culture is toxic. I've said it all year.
Yeah.
All year. It starts with Elijah Hollins from the start of the year.
Yeah.
The way they handled him was an injustice to him.
Yeah, it was handled pretty poorly.
It was shithouse. You can't do that to a player like that.
Go back to culture again, man.
But I always say, it always comes down to your culture. Look at your on-field leaders. On the weekend, fucking TDK got slammed into the fence and Cripps looked at it. Get in there.
Yeah, I agree.
Get in there. What are you waiting for?
And
then they wanted to punch her when they were 46 points down, and then someone smashed Christian Jerry behind play, and then they want to get into a puncher when he kicked another goal. Like, where's your mind at? And then Charlie Curnow, like a 20-metre kick backwards, misses fucking Jack Silvani by 15 metres. Yeah, how fucking lazy is that? We're in the second quarter of the football. Like, are you taking the piss? Why is he down back anyway?
Who?
Charlie Curnow. Why is he there?
He marked it on the wing.
But why is he there?
Backwards.
Yeah.
Why is he there that early in the game?
Yeah.
He's like going Jeremy Cameron where he rack up 16k a game and he can take his defender from full back to full forward and run him off his feet. He can't even double back on a lead in his own side, inside 50.
I agree.
West Coast, he was fucking abysmal.
Agree. And you saw what Vossi did at 3/4.
It's a joke now because now we're being patronised again. Stick fat. How many fucking times have I heard? Can we stick fat? I can't stick fat anymore. It's the same shit. I go to the game. I was the only one. I sat here I didn't sit here like a fucking dickhead. I said we'll lose next week to North Melbourne. I said it 3 weeks in advance. Yeah. I said it. We'll lose either to West Coast or North Melbourne because the way we play it's insipid.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's mind-boggling. You go to a game and you rack your head and you're going. Again, Fogarty, we go back to that issue. How do you have no one in your fault? How can he not look up? He even looked sideways and there was no one there.
No one there.
Like, what is going on? It's an embarrassment. It's pathetic.
What about Akers in the final quarter?
Yeah, but he takes the piss.
2 metres out and hits the post.
But he takes the piss
every week. Handball.
No, it was
Yeah,
sorry.
15. I said he'll hit the post. What did I say? He'll hit the post before he even got it.
And when we're coming back from in the third quarter,
there was no comeback. The game was finished.
Hear me out. It was marked by Chera.
And he got 20 on the ball.
Yeah, but I can't remember the player. I won't name him. I do remember. I'm not going to name him. But you're hot.
Yeah.
Where's the talk?
None.
Yeah, I know.
They don't trust each other. They don't play for each other. You can see it on the field.
The other one that really got me after that.
It looks like there's fractures.
There is fractures, and after
looks like there is. It's simple from the top to the coaches to the playing group. All of it. It's all fractured. It's all fractured.
It looks like there's a team within a team within a team.
Yes, correct. You can't have that.
And you can't have that.
The superstars can do whatever they want. Cripps is taking on 4 players at the start of the game. He got caught. Again, how many times has he done that this year? He clearly doesn't trust anybody in that team, in that midfield.
Do you blame him?
No, I do blame him.
Maybe.
Because as the captain, you're a setter. You're the boss. You're the standard setter.
What I'm trying to say, do you blame him when he feeds it off and the disposal going inside 50 hits the guy on the head or the back of the head or doesn't hit the target.
All right. What about...
You get what I'm saying?
Okay, that goes to Adam Chera. 25 metre kick over Charlie Curno's head.
Agreed.
Why do we bring him into this club? No, but, mate, it was no one on him. He's not under pressure. He does it nearly every game.
The problem is it does happen, but it's happening way too often.
And remember what I said?
Why is it happening?
Because, and there's a numerous... And because there is a disconnect. There is a disconnect. They do not want to be there, it looks like. I'll give you one example.
So where's that stem from?
Well, it stems from the fucking top. We know that.
Yeah, but
it does. But it stems from and the leaders start from the top. I'll give you another example, and you might say the culture hasn't changed, but I'll tell you something. TDK, when he got knocked over...
Changed.
But when TDK... That wasn't the issue. The issue was 2 minutes later. No.
Oh, yeah.
It was 2 minutes later when the siren rang. Cherry...
he walked through it.
He walked through the Carlton players and they didn't touch him.
That's embarrassing.
They should have absolutely pounded the blow.
100%.
They had 2 weeks... the previous 2 weeks prior, Durham, he should have got pimp slapped. His head should have been straight off his shoulders.
100%.
That was disgusting. A little bit of to and fro.
Oh, yeah.
They got smashed.
Now tell me
Go
something.
in for your mate.
Where does that come from? If you're not protecting your teammates, right? There's a break in this club. I've spoken to someone and I'm telling you, I said this and someone else now, one of these commentators have said it, right? And it was Bartel, I think. He said it. Either Lewis or Bartel said there is a division between the top end and the bottom end players. There is a division.
There's a, what did he call it? What did he call it? It was like selective... the top players are favoured to a certain point.
100%. And what did I say about 3-4 weeks ago? I said, I spoke to someone, right, who said there is a definite divide between the top and the bottom. Now that he said
preferential treatment. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for, preferential treatment.
And the younger players are seeing that. They're seeing that, mate.
Yeah.
They're seeing that, and there's also selection integrity again, mate. It happens. Integrity again.
There's a few players in there. How you get a game every week?
Yeah.
How did Mollop? If Mollop had one good game, tell me something. He had a good game last week against West Coast. He was pathetic again. If they thought he was okay to play, why make him suck?
But you know what was funny about that? His good game this year came against North, so wouldn't you say...
Yeah.
No, but his stat pad in the last quarter.
No, it's still...
That's bullshit.
I know.
Bro, watch the first 3 quarters.
He did a stat pad this week.
I'm not a defender of him, but I like to see him play a 4, but he did nothing for 3 quarters.
I agree.
He came to the game when the game was done.
Anyway.
Boys, champion players... individuals don't make a champion team. We all know that.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't. Yeah. We know that.
Not everyone on the ground is going to be a champion. Impossible.
No. They at one stage were champions at their clubs. They've come to a different level to develop.
Yeah. We're at juniors.
Now, hang on. Now, what Curnow? How many goals has Curnow kicked? They've given role to Curnow to get other players in. For me, that's a wrong. The players get involved when they go head first for the ball. That's how you
their own accord.
On their own accord.
Yeah, of course.
If you've got too many fence sitters or too many outside players, who's getting the ball?
Well, you need balance, of course.
You need balance, naturally. Right? But I can tell you, there's no the unfortunate part at Carlton as we see it today. The tier group, the tier players up the top.
T1 players, tier 1,
5, there's about 5 of them, not going to name them, they know who they are. They are reluctant to talk to the players that are coming into the side.
Why?
Whether they think they're too good, whatever it is, I don't know. But what I do know, a player like Chincotta, I know this for a fact, Chincotta, no one fucking talks to him, mate. And when he's in the side, we look a lot better. And he plays well, right? These are the players. Lord's another one, right? There's a number of these players that in between seconds and reserves and first. It's our tier players that need to get amongst them, which I think Cripper does a great job doing that. But Have we got a bunch of introverts that are playing at Carlton?
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Is it a woke club?
100%.
To a 100%. Point. To a point.
Yeah,
is it a woke club?
No, it is. Yeah. It is. Definitely.
It's a woke? What do you mean to a point? They are
it
a woke.
When you got Paddy Kinnersley as the VP, of course it is.
We're either, you know, either we're going to talk shit to one another.
No, it is.
Lay the cards on
lay
the table.
out.
I agree.
Lay them out.
I agree.
We've said it before anyway, but
at the end of the day, why don't we have Carlton people? We've had Carlton champions, we all agree. We've won 16 premierships. We've been on ice for 30 years nearly 30 years.
I haven't seen one, but
30 years you've seen on ice, right? Unbelievable. Who would have thought it? Who would have predicted it, right? All these champion Carlton players of the past, we couldn't get, you know, Carlton people in the coaching, people that die for, we haven't got educated
but
Carlton.
Shouldn't we get the best player, the best people? It doesn't matter if they're Carlton
Rocco. When they sacked Brett Ratton, that was an absolute disaster. That's a demise. That's when I knew Carlton Football Club. Loyalty out the door. Brett Ratton, best and fairest, premiership player, mate, heart and soul. He would have been, in my view, it's only my view, Lee Matthews, the way he played his foot, he wasn't talented. He worked his ass off. Tony Shaw worked his ass off, became good coaches. People can turn around and say Michael Voss now. Let's put Vossi aside. I'm talking about the lead up to where we are today. Decisions that are made in the past affect
what happens today. Yeah.
And this is why when we say exactly
who's making these decisions?
Who's making these? Who made those decisions back then?
And who's continued to make them?
Because you know, Ludeschay, when he was president, man, come on, the pressure that poor bloke was under. If he said boo, they'd go woo. Mate, it's unbelievable. Unless there's in my view, there's groups, then there's another tier of group that you can't get in, like the boys. There's the boys club, men's club, and then there's the club at Carlton. And then there's the private club. Forget it.
And that's why we'll
forget it.
Yeah, that's why it rains through every single line.
100%. So
because it happens at the bourt and there's tentacles behind the board.
So then what are we doing here? So then what are we doing here?
Just talking shit for 3-4 hours.
So how's it change?
We're not going to change it, right? We're just talking We're just
in a general discourse.
You're hoping years that
people who are watching are probably thinking, what the fuck is this poker player know? I know a lot, right? I know a lot. But at the end of the day, when you're dealing with people and humans, right, there's a way of treating people. It's called respect. There's got to be respect all the way from top to bottom. There's got to be a core values, family values, friendship, loyalty,
100%,
all of that.
100%.
Okay? Then unfortunately in the AFL there's illicit drugs, cocaine,
society.
Whatever the party, it's society, they're trying to control it. I'm not saying that's happening at the club, but I'm saying that at the end of the day, who knows whether it's a problem everywhere, yeah? So you don't know where the mindset is with the girlfriends, the ex-girlfriends.
But shouldn't
But that's now getting real deep. That's like
deep.
Life.
Well, you want to change it. You want to change it.
I understand that, but you can't.
You need to restructure.
You can't change everyone's life.
No, you don't. You need to change.
It's a culture within. Correct.
You need to change the environment.
That's right.
You work or you live or the roof that you're under.
So is Graham Wright going to be someone to do that?
I don't know whether Graham Wright is going to be the right person. You could put anybody in that role today, they're going to fail.
I think you need a proper president.
Because whoever you put, if the
even though there is a head behind the tentacles, you need a proper. You need a face.
Of course,
you need a face.
If you haven't got the cattle,
you're building on shit.
You're building on shit. It's going to collapse. The house of cards, kaboom, gone. You build the fundamentals, the cornerstones. Everything that a club is built on or a house is built on, when there's no structure in a family home.
To me, what my problem is at the moment is that I don't see any timeline alignment. I don't see philosophical alignment, and I don't see I don't see everybody doing that.
Boys, we're passionate. We're passionate. The people involved are getting paid. It's different. They are getting paid. They're keeping their jobs. They could not give a rat's ass.
Yeah, they're level 1 employees.
Right. They don't care about the jumper.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit.
So now
about
we're
the
getting
jumper.
to the crust of all
They don't
this.
give a fuck about the jumper. And if they did, they can have all the meetings with the playing group as much as they want. People are going to blame coaches. I fold in poker. I just fold. I just don't want to hear it. Because how many times have we got to blame the coaches?
Yeah.
How many times? Once, twice, 3, 4, 5. It's not the coaches.
Well, the core players have got how many
Come
coaches
on, boys. You can't blame coaches.
But they're part of the problem.
They're part, but you can't just cut.
No, it's not one. It's not one area.
You can't
I'll tell you the truth.
It's not one area.
There's holistic changes from every line.
In our family.
Look at Hardwick.
I think our head of football's a disaster.
Look at Hardwick, Richmond. Brendan Gale could have chopped his head off.
Yeah.
But he didn't. They got behind him, build around him.
But I'll tell you something.
The guy's a winner.
And we got some chat.
No,
I got some donations.
We got some donations.
I was just waiting for a breaking call. Give me 1 second.
Go. Have a pizza.
Stop defending the club for sorry, man, but all I'm hearing is excuses. The board and coaching panel are slop. Hamill hasn't got a Scooby. Harry P. Nuss, $2. Hey, Rocco, my wife wants to see you for round 2. You nearly got me, but I went
I want to remember round 1.
Nearly. Did you get the name? I just read it out because I don't care anymore.
What was the name?
Harry Penis. That's his name, Penis. Very funny. You're like I didn't see that. Andy from the Monday Blues, how are you?
How are you, Andy?
Carlton payroll in full effect live on TJP. Thanks, boys, for showing up. Love you all in the chat. Don't fall for the paid actors. Be loud and criticise.
Yep.
There you go.
Pay actors. What was I saying before? These people are getting paid big money.
Yeah.
Damien, I read it. Do you want me to read it out again just for you? I'll read it out just for you, Damien. Here, and sorry for all the headphone users and all the Spotify listeners right now. Damien, just for you, mate. Right? Stop defending the club, bro. Sorry, man, but all I'm hearing is excuses. The board and coaching panel are slop. Hamill hasn't got a Scooby. Now, is that loud enough for you? I'm not scared of anything, bro. I've never been scared of anything.
We talk.
So don't accuse me of anything, cuz.
Now, let's get back.
Far out, man.
This is the same discussion.
Right, let's realign.
There you go.
At the end of the day, there are many holes in this boat, and before, like, no one in our family, this JP family, has ever said, right, sacking the coach
will solve everything.
We've never said that. We've never said that. That can't be the problem. But I'm telling you now, I believe, right, he's not the right person. Tactically, he is not.
And that's
good,
fine.
right? And that's fine.
That's your opinion.
Yeah, no, it's not my opinion. It's actually the opinion of, right, the coaching panel.
The committee, yes.
Had actually put it out. They're the ones who said he wasn't a tactically good coach. We got him for his man communication, for his...
Brian Cook calls him a leadership coach.
Right, that's why. Coach. When the panel was put together, right, and I know this for a fact because I spoke to someone on the panel, right, he wasn't their first choice. And that first choice...
But that was evident.
And that first choice, guess what? He's at fucking GWS. Right? And we'll prove that's correct because they offered him the same money to stay there while they put, and I'll tell you whose fault that is. Ridiculous. I'll tell you whose fault is. I'll say this a million times.
Ridiculous.
That was, right, this might as well be my rant, right? that was Sayers' fault.
Yeah.
Sayers was a disgrace. Sayers come into that club, right, and he ruined it because everything he did for himself. He didn't do it for the club, right? And it proved by him flopping it out 4 years later, right? Because he did not care about the club, right? And
he didn't even care about himself.
Even on the last time. And this was, and this is on the last time when the new president came in now.
Yes.
Right? When the new president came in now.
Came from Sydney.
Yes.
The bloke who left, which his name was Tim Lincoln.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
He put the proposal to have
Mike Fitzpatrick
as the president.
And he was keen.
And he was, thank you very much. And this has been
Robbie Keane,
this has been absolutely been.
So it goes back to you saying it goes back to Tony saying
guess what they did?
There's that, and then there's that.
Guess what they did?
Yeah.
Guess what they did?
They
refused it, and then he resigned.
Yeah.
They almost made him resign because the boys' club got involved again. And now they've made this bloke the president, who you said he lives in Sydney. What are you doing in Sydney, bro?
He's talking about imaging centres.
He's talking about imaging centres.
I mean, the whole imaging centre.
Like we care.
Who cares?
Who cares?
It's not going to win us games.
Nah.
It's not going to bring
culture. It starts at the top, sorry to say, and this goes beyond the board.
Don't apologise, mate.
No, I'm saying sorry to everyone. Right? Beyond the board, we know there's a Carlton mafia on top. We know that.
And it's not in Saigon Street.
Right? They control everything, unfortunately. Right? And I'm telling you now, this will not change. I hope that Wright is the right man. I hope that he's the right man. I hope, but I'm scared because better men than him have faltered because of this. Right? Yeah. When we say about
he's got a tough job.
Fucking hope he's got a tough job because he's going to have all these people behind him pushing the buttons, mate. I'm telling you, this club does not care about premierships.
He's got the board pushing that way, and then he's got the fans hoping that he can push that way.
And this is why
it's ridiculous.
John Elliott was the man, because he did not take shit off anyone.
Thank you.
We still haven't found that person.
So do we...
Since John Elliott, mate, look, he never denied it. He basically said, well, he got caught, whatever. I don't know the ins and outs. But, he copped the fine, did all. Whatever happened afterwards, no one really knows except for the people that are involved.
Can I just read out that comment?
Yeah, go for it.
What is it?
Rocco Grasso. Grasso. $7.99, thank you very much. Sayers was the only one at the club to show some balls, but he still wasn't hard enough.
Wrong! You're wrong! You're right there! I thought you're taking a piss because I'm on the... You're wrong, man. That bloke did everything for himself, and Mitch Lachesano proved it, because when he went against them to save the Constitution, right, they set legal actions against him because they wanted to change the Constitution. And if it wasn't for Vincent, I'll say this over and over again, you now would be ruined, because now it still takes 100 votes for you to have an extraordinary general meeting. They wanted to move it to 5%, which would have been 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes to change it. And the other thing that he stopped them doing, just remember this, he stopped one more major thing, right? He stopped one more major
events.
He stopped one more major thing, right? They wanted to be allowed to put anyone on the board, even if you weren't a member.
Yes.
You know what kind of people do that?
Dogs.
They're dogs, mate, but they wanted to run everything,
dictators.
Right? And he stopped them. And just remember, I'll say this, Sayers rang up like a Vincent, told him, if you stop this, right, I won't do those changes in the Constitution.
It's called negotiation, isn't it? So, look,
it's a crazy club.
It's a ceasefire.
This is you can't. The problem is now is that you can put. There's a fear now that even if we put the best people in these roles, that because the ecosystem of the club is so stuffed, that no matter who you put in,
it's so woke,
and that's what worries us.
Not even that. It's just the club is just
but it's infiltrated with a lot of cancer that you can't get out.
Oh, you can.
But it's going to take a long time.
It's like rust.
It doesn't happen overnight, and it won't happen in one season. It'll happen over 5, 6, 7 seasons.
You look at the. So this is what I would like. So I don't want to see. I'm not singling him out but just yesterday the whole.
Brad Lloyd?
No. Don't worry about Brad Lloyd, mate. He's not going to be there.
Yeah, I obviously know that.
But
Snake.
The captain came out yesterday, right?
Oh, yeah.
And said, we want you to stick fat, and when times are tough, it's easy to support when we're winning. And But to put it back on us again, like, it's just not.
Take the
Look,
onus.
if
To me, there's just
if
this
they
whole-
weren't getting paid to do their role,
but to me,
then I could sympathise with
there is still
that statement. But
to me,
they're getting paid big bucks.
Yeah, to
one
me,
bloke's getting paid 90 grand a month.
But what I don't understand
Exactly.
is you've put it on us again.
90 grand a month.
Yeah, but we're doing our bit.
Well, we've got 100,000 members.
Whatever, right? We said
No, but we are.
How
No,
many?
we are.
How many games this year have we had where the stadium has been empty?
50,000 minimum.
Not once.
At the G. At the G.
Well, there
At
were
the
nearly
G, the last one was
there were nearly
disgraceful.
60,000 there on Saturday.
Just
50,
under.
wait, 56.
56.
There were
Nearly
nearly
57.
60,000 there, right? But I don't understand that the club are. It's like they're so scared to embrace. They're so scared to embrace completely going headfirst into the water that they just dip the toe in when it comes to the
What are they
fans
scared
and
of?
whatever. But I don't know.
He played the most PR line, and he played stay together and stay united.
It comes back to what you were
Love that
saying
one.
before, is that because there are so many corporate and business interests in the club, that will sustain us for so long,
Easily.
right? And is there really a motivation to win when you know, like, people are still going to sign up next year?
You don't have to win, Tony.
You'll be there. You'll be there.
Everyone will be there.
You know,
I think.
but
when
I
you
think
look-
they take that for granted.
we've
think?
look.
Yeah, I think they. Take
we
I know
as-
think
take
they
it for
do.
granted.
We as supporters, we've been spoiled. We got spoiled.
We haven't.
They haven't. You have, not me.
We have.
Yeah, I've been
In
spoiled.
general-
Yeah, look. Yeah, I've been spoiled. Yeah. No
We-
fucking
in
hair left there. Come on.
In general, in our era, we were spoiled.
So the timeline
That's a lot.
dictates.
That's a long time ago.
The timeline dictates your opinion. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
In our time,
Yeah.
we've been spoiled. I'm fortunate enough to see and witness a number of winning
That's what
grand
our fans
finals
say.
and a couple of losing grand finals, 93, 99. But we don't take away what this club's been built on. That's success. We need to get that back again.
Right.
Right? We need to get the mindset back. Finishing in the 8th is not
I
good enough.
completely agree.
Finishing top 4 is not good enough.
I completely agree.
Winning a premiership, that's where.
That's the only.
That's it
that's
only. Right?
I
and that's
completely
it.
agree.
So
Yeah.
we had it. Where did it go, mate? Who took it away?
Let's have a look. Let's go back.
Let's go back.
Let's go back.
Fuck, I've done this a million times.
prelim.
Which prelim?
We
2023.
2023.
Yeah.
It was only 18
40 games
months,
ago.
18 months
40
ago.
games ago.
18 months, if that. Right? I might be wrong with my numbers.
Yeah,
mate.
yeah, okay.
Right, 2023.
Semantics, yeah, right.
About, 18 months. I'm
Yep,
pretty
yep.
spot on. In 18 months, how many players have we tuned over? Half a dozen?
Not many.
not
Not
many.
from
Not
the
many,
from
yeah.
the from the senior list. But
Not many.
Players
maybe
that,
six,
well,
six,
I think the
eight.
players that we let go,
They're
we were happy
expendable.
to.
They're
That's right.
expendable.
Yeah.
okay.
Martin.
So
So the question is, how have we not got better?
have we not got better since then?
That's the question.
Last year was injury.
Yeah,
hit,
I agree with that.
all gone.
You know, I was big
We're
on that.
sitting-
Yeah,
we're
I'll give you all that. I'll give you
second,
use all.
boom, boom. Now, speaking to the coaches off season, they were filthy. Now, when I spoke to them pre-season at the start, mate, there was already in their heads
Here we go.
expectation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good, that's good.
And that,
That's
and that
fine.
is so. when I-
Unrealistic, but
No, there is no
no,
unrealistic
no, no,
expectation.
No. Not in that with that list of players.
If not West Coast and aiming to win the
That
flag,
list-
well, you should be. But
that
yeah.
list, I can tell you now, so many coaches vied, so many potential candidates that wanted to coach Carlton. Everybody that I spoke to, that list at Carlton should win us at least 2 grand finals in the next 3 to 4 years. They should.
Yes.
Right? Should.
Yeah. So
Tell
why
me.
isn't it?
Okay, Ronaldo Cristiano, who we all know. Ronaldo,
yeah,
right?
he was over the other night.
Right? No, we know.
He rode his bike here. He rode his bike here.
Boys,
With Lionel Messi
Boys,
and
boys.
Michael Jordan.
there's bananas on our poker table.
Yeah, I know.
Please.
I'm a banana. I'm a banana. I'm a banana. There you go.
I might take that with me, card holder. Right. So what he said, they asked him, what makes you a champion? His response was, talent is not enough.
Yeah, of course.
And Carlton at the
course.
moment, talent isn't enough.
That's
So
right.
what do they have to do? Maybe go back to basics, man.
They can't even do the basics.
Well, let's get the basics right first of all.
That's right. What are the
They
basics?
can't do the basics
But
right
do you
for long
think,
enough.
and I'm going to ask
Said it
all
for
of
a
you
while.
this,
They can't do it for long enough.
right? The list, right? Do you think it's that good?
Do I think it's that good?
Yeah. Do you think it's good enough?
I think it's
good enough to get into the 8 nearly every year.
I think it's good enough to be doing better than what it is.
All right, that's fair enough. But is it good enough?
We haven't got depth.
No. And I don't think outside, we've said this many a times, how many times has those top end players won us games? And I know that happens with a lot of teams, right? But
So-
how many times have you seen these middle tier or bottom ones?
Yeah, but they're not going to win you games. Your superstar players should always be winning you games.
And I understand that. But they can't always win your games.
Yeah, but 85% of the time, that's how you go on to win.
The Pareto principle.
But that's how you go on to win flags.
I understand that most
I
of the
understand
time
what you're saying.
How many times did that middle tier
I
stand
understand.
up? Like, outside of your top 5 and 6, I'll stand by this. Outside of maybe 7 or 8.
Well, all
right?
our top players have been
Tell
down
me the
this year.
rest, are they good enough?
When we're running, attacking,
average
tackling, when we're doing that football brand, we're unstoppable. And we showed that last year. At the first half of the year, we showed that in 23.
But why can't they consistently put it together?
They can't sustain it.
You said it at the start, we are the best defending. Who the fuck wants to defend, mate? You attack. You attack. You only defend when you have to.
Yeah.
Okay? You only have your back to the wall when you're getting attacked. Otherwise, you're attacking.
Yeah, we defend inefficiently because we defend with too many
boxers do not defend when they don't have to.
Well, your best form of defence is attack.
When you're punching, you throw your front foot out. I'm not a boxer, but I'm just giving you just some examples. In poker, if I sit there throughout 7 days, I'm not going to last. I'm out. I'm going to
You've
get
got to play.
Got to play. I'm not going to defend a hand. You can't fold and expect to win hands.
But I think we do attack.
Sorry?
I think we do attack.
Not often enough.
No. You didn't let me get to what I wanted to say. I think we do attack with the game style he wants to play with.
Our delivery,
because we can't attack.
Our delivery inside 50 is woeful. We all know
I agree, but that's the game style, and that's what happens to you.
Yeah.
Because you're so suppressed for so long in the game, it's nigh on impossible to sustain that and then get back up the field.
The question,
it's a tough game.
I was having this discussion yesterday on a podcast.
Fast game.
Right?
It's no longer man on man.
But that's on instinct.
Zonal.
It's basketball.
Yeah.
This
is the
issue. Soccer.
Right? So
soccer as well.
This is the problem, right? This is the problem I have with.
Have you got it?
This is the problem.
Got the answer?
No, this is the problem I have with the head coach and the coaches and what it looks like at the
whole
moment.
coaching thing. Yeah.
So from the moment that our head coach arrived in 2022, to what it is now, with regards to who wins us games, how we win games, the manner in which seasons play out, the manner in which games play out, the manner in which quarters play out, has not changed one iota since he first got there.
That's right.
We are either in front by 7, 6, 8 goals and then we hold on.
Yep.
We go
to defend.
Yes.
Yep. No different to soccer.
Exactly, right.
Goal, you want to defend.
And we
Why do you defend?
or we bully and obliterate teams that are
not good,
very inexperienced or below us, right? Then we hit a point and a snag in the season where we lose 4, 5. We lose 6 out of 8, 7 out of 9. Nothing. I've seen no evolution in the way we play from when he first got there.
Till now.
Until now. I thought there was.
Yep. I know, at the start you were saying...
Do you remember last year when we played Freo at Adelaide Oval?
Yeah.
Yep.
Remember we played them at Adelaide Oval, right?
Yeah.
And we didn't play well that day. We still won.
We still won.
And I thought...
Dirty win. It's a dirty win.
And you need those wins.
It's a dirty win.
We're scoring on transition. We're scoring...
we got lucky that day
We're
too.
scoring when the game's not going our way. And I thought, okay, there's a change. We've evolved.
Yep.
But unfortunately... That was the exception to the rule.
That was the exception.
And that's my problem is we have not evolved as a team from 2022 to this point in time.
That's evident.
What is that?
So is that has to be down. It's coaching, it's recruiting,
and
my issue is
development.
Yes,
My
all
concern
three.
is
the big three, as we call
This
it.
Who have we developed in 4 years?
No one.
as in young players.
Just under his reign.
Ollie Hollands.
Okay, he's the exception to the rule. There's only one. Who else?
Elijah Hollands.
No, but he's a recruit. We recruited
As
him.
in our
I'm
own.
saying from our own blood. Jordan Boyd, what's he done?
Well, he's been.
He's
out of
smoking
team.
cones.
He's
Well,
out
I
of
don't
the
know
team,
why
yeah.
they're not playing him.
You know what I mean? Like who else is there?
I think the thing.
Even Motlop, he hasn't evolved.
No.
He, if anything, he's gone down. And why? Too much on the plate. Again, you can go for other players. Ollie Holland's just a good footballer.
I like Ollie.
He's a blue healer. He'll go all day.
He's one of my favourites.
You give him something to do, he'll do it.
Yeah.
Where he's playing is an injustice to the player that he is.
From 2022,
They got
It's another
to
issue.
keep. They got to keep Chincotta, mate. And I'm telling you,
Agreed.
he will be an absolute.
but see, this
gun
goes
at
back
the
to
club.
again the coaching. His skill set is more than a tagger.
Tagger. So negative though.
Caleb Daniel.
Who's tagging
Anyway,
Caleb
away from
Daniels,
that.
though?
Right, back to
No, but that's the part of the problem.
So back to the wider discussion of Voss arriving in 2022. It's still the same players winning us games. It's still the same way we're winning games. But over a 4-year span, that's not been good enough.
No.
So how long do you...
But that's consistent with
Yeah,
his
but-
4 years.
yeah,
In
yeah,
the tenure,
but
that's consistent.
Do you
Yeah.
do you hold on and say,
He can
okay,
evolve.
well, I think the style's all right, but we need better players, or the list is actually okay. The coaches ain't
Was
getting too
okay.
much.
Was okay.
Maybe.
Confidence. All this plays a big part. The worst thing for me as a supporter is when we lose a game
Yes.
and players are fucking smiling after the fucking game, and I'm on super tilt that I've got to listen to my brother-in-law next to me going fucking nuts, my kid's crying, and they're smiling and laughing.
But they've done that for years.
Yeah.
It's a culture.
Hello?
I know, it's a culture.
Yeah.
But that's been happening
You do that
before
when you're
Voss.
winning.
Yeah, it doesn't
That
hurt.
happened
You
before
do that when
Voss.
you-
Doesn't
winning.
hurt as much.
Right, you do that when you're winning, no one cares. Now the other thing, you can kick 9 goals, 2. And the opposition kicks 5
Yeah,
goals.
you have those days.
15,
They're
right? 15,
outliers.
but we
They're
win-
outliers.
We win
Yeah.
the game.
Yeah, they're
right?
outliers.
We
It
win the game.
happens.
Right? But if you notice, our our starts, how many behinds do we have to kick before we kick a goal?
But then the problem is when we do that, we stop.
Yeah.
My
It's the same as the
my
weekend.
my
Can't
friend, how many Coleman
What were
medalists have we
2-7,
had?
2-6 or something?
2-7.
How many Norm Smiths has Carlton? Carlton, they've got Greg Williams doing the centre with whoever. Brendan Favola, call him what you want, right? The guy was a gun full
No,
full.
we don't call him anything but a gun.
Yeah.
Man, he was a gun.
The guy's a great human. He's changed his life.
Yeah,
What he's
fantastic.
doing. He's coaching women's football. No disrespect to women's football, but I'm talking about men's football with being their forward coach. Why wouldn't you get Brendan Favola?
Does he want to do it?
Do you know how many ex-Carlton players have knocked on the door?
But does
We're
he
here.
want to do it? He's
Of
he's
course.
in radio. He's in.
Well, he's at Richmond. Do you think he wants to be at
But it
Richmond?
wouldn't be like wouldn't be a full time.
Well, what?
No, I'm just giving you
What's
an
it-
example. Why wouldn't... I'm the president of the club. I've been the president of the Diamond Valley Super Rules Footy Club. I went out and recruited players, right? Over 35s. Very successful. But my point is, I'm the president. I want to get the best full forward for that job. Your data, you're analytical, fantastic. Even though I played AFL football. Sorry, Rocco. Right? But I want to get Brendan Favola. Right? Favola's going to teach the kid how to kick.
Who's the forward coach of Brisbane? Matthew Boyd.
Matthew Boyd.
Never played forward.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We're talking about Carlton. They've got talented footballers that are ready. Because when you develop as a footballer, you can develop at 16 or you develop at 19.
Yeah, everyone. I know.
Right?
everyone's
So
different,
the
of
development,
course,
so it's like you pick somebody in the top 10. How many top picks did we have? How many of them got us to a grand final?
Well,
Not
they've all
one.
been butchered.
Not one.
They've all been butchered.
Not one. They destroyed Mark Murphy at Carlton. Bryce Gibbs was destroyed.
Well, even further, let's look at just
Further.
now what we've got.
Yeah.
Under
Manny
this reign.
Cruiser They destroyed him.
Walsh.
He had to get rushed to
Walsh is
hospital
dead.
one time.
Well,
They've done.
since the 2015 draft, and this is thanks to Nick Negroponte, shout out to Nick,
Well done,
who
Nick.
I do a podcast with.
Good work.
He came up with this article that since the 2015 draft, post that, we have not picked up one player in a draft, or in the subsequent draft since.
Yep.
We have not picked up more than 2 players in a draft that are in our best team or have been in our best. You go through it all. Petrevsky-Seaton, gone. Lockie O'Brien, gone. Paddy Dow, gone.
Yep.
Who else?
Oh no, there's a
Mate, there's just so many
ridiculous.
that we have completely missed.
Yeah, but we've said that a million times. Like, you can go back to it. We've said it a million
And
times.
it could be.
And that's the foundations of making you, a sustainably great team.
But
like a Geelong. Like, all right, they are the number 1 team at converting. Like a pick 40, a pick 30, a pick 50. They can convert them. But it's just their development that they have in place is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Second to none. Now, what we did with Brian Cook, trying to get him there.
Stocker, Philip.
Stocker, Philp, look at them all, mate.
Carroll.
They're not playing for us anymore.
They don't play.
We missed
So many.
At least 30 players.
Yeah.
And
It's a
this is
whole
why-
team list. A whole team list.
And I've always, we've all said this, we think that it's our top end that makes us look so good.
Yeah, it is.
You take
That gets us out of trouble
and
more
we
times,
lose
more
one
often than
player,
not.
we fall apart.
Yeah.
Walsh is out, that's it, it's over. Just pack up and we're not
My
So if that's the case, then your system's no good.
Exactly, mate. And it isn't
Breakdown.
no good.
You know what,
It's no good, bro.
if you want to go, I hate going back to always last year and the year before and this and that, because it's all bullshit anyway. But when you get to round 14, GWS, where were we?
Last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we
second
were
on the-
killing it, mate.
We were equal premiership favourite on Betfair.
All right, yes,
At
correct.
quarter time.
$4.
After the quarter
$4.50.
time.
I'll never forget it.
$4 we were. I remember that, right? So we go past the GWS game because
What's happened
we
since
cop
then?
a few injuries in game, and the players that got
there
into
was
that
a-
game was a bit cruel. But you gotta take it on the chin. We lost the game. From where we were, we shouldn't have lost the game. We could have managed it a
6
bit
goals
better,
up.
right? And again, it goes back to it was chaotic. That game was chaotic. It was fucked.
Crazy, yeah.
We come out the blocks like a greyhound, ping the lids, and then it went off. Wiedering goes down, heads drop.
Yeah.
And then Cripps
McGovern goes down.
But then Cripps gets us back into the game.
Yes,
So then
yes,
after
that's
that game, I go and look. So Kerno did his ankle that game.
Yep.
Why didn't we drop? What? Not drop him.
Rest
Why
him.
didn't we
Not
rest
play
him?
him.
Why?
Because we're too scared to.
Cripps. Cripps was injured up
You know,
until that point.
this- I was
Why
saying-
can't we rest like a mate? Not saying that you have to, but why can't? If he's got a niggle and you're umming and ahhing and you're
We're
60,
second on the
40,
ladder.
you can take. You know what?
Collingwood does it.
Charlie, take a week off.
I don't think we manage our squad
Superstar.
well enough.
Nah. Why
Look at the
can't
way
we do
Geelong-
that?
Well, when's the
Collingwood
last time?
and Geelong are the best.
When is the last time we rested a player?
I don't know when. I genuinely don't know when.
Cripps before the final.
Yeah, but he was injured.
Yeah, broken ribs.
I'll
He
give
was
you
injured,
guys
he had
an
a mattress.
example of what to prove what you're saying is you nailed it. The final, last year's final.
Yeah.
Horrendous.
Oh, my God.
Don't go back to that, because if I have my
So
say,
I don't need to say anything.
I don't have to. Go back if you want to go back and watch that.
So-
I said what was going to
you want the
happen
same
and
match,
played
you
it
got
out.
same match, you can
Disgusting.
I-
Pathetic. Match committee, they should have been sacked at quarter time. They should have all been sacked.
And they probably would have if not for all the injuries.
Sentimental values,
Yeah.
sentimental values, and
I'm
players
having
that
a
were
slice of
cooked.
pizza.
They were cooked. And
made
then,
sure no pineapple
and then you
for
know what?
Paulie
You know
said.
what shit me the most is what I heard is that they threw the tape out after it. They didn't even review it. Disgusting.
that's no good.
Unprofessional. All sacked.
Yep.
If I was the board, I would have sacked them.
But
I would have stripped captains.
our
I don't
board-
care.
our board-
That's not professional. I understand you were 60 to zip. Yeah, we come back. We made a fucking glorified
Nah.
comeback. That was wank, right? It was wank. Just like we did on the
60 to
weekend.
0.
46 points down to Jeffrey's team, right? Wank. Comeback wank. You got these players celebrating on the field like they're fucking all worth $10 million. You're all worth nothing. You're worth nothing.
Yeah, none of them.
TDK, you wouldn't be worth this fucking pizza. You actually wouldn't be worth that fucking pizza. Charlie Kerner, he's playing like a fucking kid that hasn't got his own way. Oh, mummy, I didn't get this, I didn't get that. So what did he do? He kicks up a stink. He's done it 2 weeks in a row. How did he not get dropped after the West Coast game?
He
was pathetic against West Coast.
I'll tell you something.
He didn't do his calf. Bull fucking shit. If he did his calf, he wouldn't have played this week. That's fucking bullshit. Don't piss in my pocket and tell me it's fucking raining now. This is bullshit.
I agree.
Ollie Hollands, he's a kid. He gives it his fucking all every week, and he's the first one to cop it.
Gave it like Ollie.
No, but he's the whipping boy. Yeah, he's the one trying to take the game on with intent. Where's he trying to go? Look into the middle. Look here, look there.
You know,
mate, it's a joke. He's a bar setter. He's a trend setter. Yeah, he's disposal sometimes. Yeah, he gets caught. But you know what I love about him? If he gets caught, he goes again. Yeah. And if he fucks up the kick, he goes again. Yeah. He just goes again. He's a doer.
Paul. Jackson Wayne, he does the same thing.
Paul. This is the issue. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, it's on you.
Thank you, Tat.
Rest I can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
The problem is... They just infuriate me, mate. I don't care about what money you're on. They just infuriate me in the way they play. When the game doesn't go their way and the crowd gets onto their back, what do? They drop their heads. You make us give you the fucking energy. You play the football so we can give you the energy. If you get booed at quarter time and half time, why? Go back into the rooms at half time and think about why he got booed.
I agree.
Think about it. You don't need a coach to tell you that wasn't fucking hard enough. And for Voss to go and spray fucking Jackson Bins.
Yeah, that I did.
Genuinely, I don't think Bins is any good. And you know what? He might be a good bloke, but on the field, he just doesn't cut it for me, right?
What you're trying to say, he's not up to
But what you're doing,
standard.
why are you having a go at Jackson Bins? He beat
8 or 9
one.
senior players.
All he had to do was have a look this way. Kerno, fucking not good enough today.
Right.
Cripper, fucking help TDK. You want him to stay? You want TDK to stay and not be fucking surfing at Geelong? Or fucking having a Lamborghini feast with fucking, I don't know, fucking Jack Steele or something? Fucking help him. Go to him and tell him. Like, fucking hell, smash Jerry. Take 4 weeks. Who cares? Show a bit of grit.
Yeah, that was the worst part of Saturday.
Show a bit of grit. You want to show grit when you're 46 points down and you're fucking like a bunch of sore losers. You go after Christian Jerry. You're taking the fucking piss, bro. What he did, he put it back over fucking George Hewitt's head or Fogarty's head and kicked another one.
That was huge.
And said, here, up your ass. And we're going to win this game. It's a fucking embarrassment. They're pathetic.
They were pathetic.
No, as a whole organisation, they're fucking pathetic.
Yep.
At the moment,
I've genuinely had enough. I go to these games and I don't care about Carlton anymore.
Yep.
You know what? How fucking sick I am. I had 200 on North Melbourne.
That's a good bet.
That's a
good bet. You bet with your head, not your heart.
Who the fuck bets against their own team?
Yeah, well, you know.
But you know.
Yeah, but who does that?
I know.
Even if you know, do you bet against your own team?
You do.
Yeah, because I think with my fucking head. Yeah. We don't need to be fucking rocket scientists here. Yeah. We're playing football here. We're talking about this, that, Elijah Hollands. Where's he?
MIA.
Why? Yeah. Toxic culture.
Toxic culture, exactly.
TDK, I said at the start of the fucking year, sign the fucking dotted line. If you're committed, you sign the fucking dotted line.
Relax, bro.
No, you signed the dotted line, bro.
Relax.
No, because they're not committed, Paul.
They're not going to care.
Paul, they're not committed.
I don't care.
McGovern playing like he's a fucking champion. You know why? Because he's got a contract clause.
They don't care,
He plays his 18 games and what happens?
Yeah, he's
I get contracted next year.
Yep.
He doesn't care.
They don't care, mate. They don't care.
We're playing Lewis Young at full forward.
Please, mate.
But you're saying please, but are we taking the piss? Where's the development of Lemmy? Where is he? Tell me where he is.
NGE.
But tell me where he is.
A lot of players in here.
So tell me where he is. Billy Wilson, Ashton Moyer. Where are these players? Temporarily twins. You took him out after round 2. And you don't play him anymore. How does he's playing like shit?
Volume down.
I can't. Bro.
Volume down.
No, but I've just had enough.
Yeah, well,
I've had enough, bro, because and all the content creators, bro, all the content creators come out here and say, keep it positive. We're doing this.
Well, what are you going to do?
No, Paul. No, positive. This is what they want.
I know.
They're fucking brainwashing you all.
I agree.
They've brainwashed us all.
You're not on your own.
No. They've brainwashed us all. I don't care what anyone says about me. They've brainwashed us all. I would go down to that club and berate them one by one.
What's that going to achieve?
It doesn't matter, Paul.
We've been berated and they haven't
Bro, we've got
responded.
people going down there asking them what Taylor Swift songs are like. Come on, man. Bro, we're here to play fucking football, win.
Yeah, but it's not that anymore. That's
I understand that. But as a fan base, we have to demand that now. I said this after 2023. Yeah, you got knocked
more,
down.
of course,
You've got to expect more and demand more.
I completely
Every
agree.
single game. The way we got fucking punished by a bunch of kids, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's disgraceful.
Davis Uniacke, he hasn't looked like a $1.3 million player all year. That player looked like Chris Judd out there.
He did.
Mate.
And I saw Chris Judd before the game.
Did you?
And I looked at him, I just gave him a little wink, and he just gave me a smile back.
On you, Jody.
But that's what I remember. Them, those players. You know why? Because they gave the fucking heart. They gave this. They gave ticker.
Yep.
I understand what you're saying about Jack. You know what? He's changed how he's played and how he's changed my perception of him has turned around.
Yeah.
You and everybody.
Spot.
And you know what?
And whatever. I always thought he was a good half forward. Good half forward.
Yeah.
Down back, I thought it wasn't going to work. And you know what? He's proved me wrong. And fucking kudos to him.
They've got Carlton players have got to take a leaf out of Jack Silvani's.
Right.
I agree.
Mate, because
I
he
agree.
wears that jumper. It's stitched onto. It's glued.
You could name. I could only name you maybe 5 players that it's stitched onto. Maybe 5.
I could name maybe 3.
Holland.
Yep.
Wiedering.
Yep.
Silvani.
Yep.
Cincotta when he goes out there. Even though I think it's again what do you say?
I'll say the captain.
I'm going to say the captain.
I'm getting to it. And the only superstar in that team, well, he's your superstar.
Fucking oath.
Champion of champions, man.
Yep.
Paddy Cripps.
Yep.
But I think he's now fucking over it.
He's over. Over. Yeah.
I agree.
No. I think he's over the everything. Just everything.
Yep.
Everything.
I agree.
I think he's. I just think he's over it.
You know,
That's why he's trying to be Superman again.
Yeah, mate. 100%.
And exactly
100%.
right. And he takes it off.
When was he playing his best football? Why did he win a Brownlow? Extractor. Here. Go on, mate. Go on, son. I
Seems
trust
like
you.
a lot of the boys are playing for their careers.
100%.
Well, look at the contract scenario, though.
Sign the contract.
But a lot of their contracts
17
end next year.
This is where a president or the CEO or the board,
Sorry for the loud noise, but
or the board,
Loud noise.
okay,
I'd rather you do that than
Okay.
go home and take it out on Taylor.
I will never do that. I don't need
So-
calm respects to fucking tell me that.
right. So I lost my chain of thought.
Sorry. I just need to go on a tangent because I'm over it. I'm just passionate about this fucking team. I'm passionate about all of us.
Mate,
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are
I want
watching
to win
here
together.
tonight.
I don't want to be fractured. I'm over this fucking fractured bullshit. It's enough. It's got to be. It's enough.
Yeah, okay.
It's got to end.
Okay. You can
Yeah, go. Sorry, I'm
that's
going
all
on mute.
It's all good.
Oh God, he's muted his mic. He's muted his
think-
mic.
Sorry, table.
It's all.
Sorry, Ben. Motherfucker.
We can get frustrated. We can throw. We can kick the TV in. We can. That's not going to solve anything.
Correct.
No.
Exactly.
That's and that's fine. That's how people let it
understand.
out. That's fine.
Yep. Fuck, I got my head left now.
What is the solution, boys?
Well, that's exactly right.
And
What is the solution?
That's exactly right.
The solution is you're not going to get rid of the president or the board
Well,
or
you
the
can't.
coaching staff
There'll be no one left.
halfway through the year. It's
There'll be no one left.
retarded.
No.
So what needs to happen now is, and I'm sure they're doing it, they've got a lot more smarter people. What they haven't got is
I hope so.
passionate. They haven't got the passion because most of the people in those positions are there as a job.
Yeah. I was discussing this on the weekend.
Yeah, it's a
Spot
job.
on. Was discussing this with the
It's a job,
Prendercast. Yeah.
right? It's a day to day. I got to get
Level
in
1
there.
employees.
I got to get in there and do it all.
Yep.
Are these guys going to work back till 9 p.m.? Not a chance.
No.
2 in the morning? Not a chance.
Nope.
Are these guys? They may take a call if Kerno rings up someone and he's upset or depressed. I'm not just. I said Curnow.
Yeah. I know.
Right?
I know. Yeah.
The key here is they've got to get this tier group of players that Cripps has been managing, like the leadership group. Curnow, passing the ball around, that's not what you're getting paid to do. You're paid to fucking kick goals, right? Kick the fucking goals, right?
It's not that hard.
Not that hard.
It's really not that hard.
Right? Centre players, you either old school, follow your man, or if you're attacking, they follow you. Defend when you need to.
I don't think we have enough attacking midfielders.
We don't.
Yeah,
we don't at all. Our wingers, what's going on there?
Our wingers are playing at half back.
What are we doing there?
Yeah.
What are we doing there? Akers lucky to win us the game in 2023 to get us
done. Don't care about your credits.
Are you worried that the players will have a say on the coach?
No, they can't say anything on the coach because they won't. They'd say that no. You know who will put pressure on the coach is the media. The media only.
Yeah, but forget like if they're making decisions off media while we're cooked.
No, but it does happen.
Yeah.
But wait
the pressure of the media will go into the board because 90% of the board members, they're business people, boys, and they're well-respected business people. And without them, we haven't got the $20 million, and we've got to respect that.
I agree.
Their role is their role. No one can point the finger at them at the board. They rely on a channel of management.
I can put my finger on the board. I disagree. Off the ground.
I'd like to hear the
well, off the ground, they're killing it. They are great businessmen, but they are not putting the standards down below.
That's not their role.
It should be their role.
That's not their role.
It should be.
You got a CEO, man. Rocco. You got a CEO, brother. You got a president.
Who elects the CEO and the president?
Okay, but okay, you make decisions in business, yeah. But are all your decisions 100% going to make you money?
It's a how do you say? It's a scale. It's a ladder of leaders, right? So there's the leader. You got the top, and then you got the president. Then you got like the CEO, and then you got
a hierarchy,
right?
Correct.
So you got it. So who elects the CEO?
The board.
Right. So it's their fault. If the CEO isn't correct, right? It's their fault. Right. Let's say we get
they got rid of him.
But the CEO,
he was saying, wait a second, let me just
it might be correct, but they might make the wrong calls.
Oh, right, and I understand that.
Yeah.
Then fix it.
Yeah, I agree.
Make the right call. All right, let's say we get the CEO correct. We get him correct.
Yep.
Right?
Graham Wright.
Who's next? Who's next underneath?
Well, he makes the decisions on each department.
Right, and so those people in charge there, it's your job to get them right.
Well, we were saying before, it filters down.
Right, 100%. And if they're wrong, it's your fault. Sorry to say, it's your fault. If they're wrong, it's your fault.
So then
if you get some of them right, fix the others. That's your fault. Yeah, then we keep going down.
But the lawyers don't have anything to do with the footy department.
Rocco, I understand, but they have to do.
You can't have the blame game, mate. You can't just blame. You need solutions. And the solutions.
But the only solutions I can see is to put the right people.
All right, who are the right people?
Well, exactly. Who are the right people?
Okay, we talk about timing. Timing now. Okay, guys. Look, we're all upset. We're all angry. Yep, mate. He's shit. He's okay, mate. You can't do that.
You can.
No, well, you can. Of course you can. But that's not going to get you a result.
Yeah, it doesn't
and
get
guess
you a
what's going to happen?
Correct.
The 100,000 members, you're lucky to have one.
Yeah.
Because our memberships are going to get tossed.
That's right.
If what's right, if the board follows what you're saying, we're going to, disaster, World War III. You don't do that. What you do, you pull back, level-headed.
But we've been pulling back for 20 years.
But it doesn't matter, mate.
You still have to do it.
I understand, but let's...
Right? You're only talking out of emotion.
On
you don't talk business in emotion. Emotion you put aside. Business is business. And for the Carlton Football Club to succeed, moving forward, they need to reset the mindset.
Whose fault is that?
No, there's no fault. And the job of the coaches, of the CEO needs to get an understanding from the coach where the football department is at all levels. All coaches, where are they? What is the strategy? Where's their business plan? What's the long-term strategy? You know, is there a budget in place? Who do we need? What do we need? Yep. You know, to get this club where it should be, and that's at the top.
I don't think we have not, and now going forward is that we are going to spend a lot of money on the football department because of, and if you look at all of world sport, wages, the higher your wages are, the more you spend on those departments, the better you're going to perform, right? So if you look at, and this is just using teams as an example, you look at soccer, the teams with the highest wage bills, more often than not, win.
1,000,000%.
Right? So
1,000,000%.
we
but
have
not in AFL.
Yeah, but
I understand
now
in department-wise.
So
Department-wise,
now that
yes,
the
not
soft
playing,
cap has
you know,
increased,
on
we
field.
have the capacity to move on football department people that we need to, because there's going to be change. We all know that.
It's coming.
Right? It's going to be coaches. It'll be assistant
You're
coaches.
You're going to get
it'll be head of football.
It's just to win premierships.
Yeah. It's there will be change, right? We all know that, right? It's imminent. How much change they make will be based on what he's saying when they pull everything back. Yeah. This is all the data.
You got to. It's like going for gold, right?
But the thing is,
you got to filter all the shit. Whatever shit there is.
The hope is that the person that you have implemented to make those decisions that will filter down will lead to the ultimate success. How you get there, every process is different.
Yeah.
But the standard has to be the same.
Yes.
We're just grateful now and hopeful that the person coming in, wherever
the next Messiah at the moment.
I believe, right, people say, one person can't change it. I completely disagree with that.
I believe one person can change it.
I think one person can change the mindset of an entire organisation.
I've got one. But Jurgen Klopp.
Yeah, and he went back to... So you were talking about emotion, right?
Jurgen Klopp.
Funny you say that. 2 days ago, I was listening back to he had all these amazing documentaries, how his philosophy, his coaching, and he spoke about talent. He said, you need all the talent in the world, you need all the tactics. He said, but the difference is how much you emotionally invest. He said, that is the difference. But then it goes back to, and we were just saying this now, is that I'm of the same opinion that you have to take this minded approach of take the emotion out when you make a decision, right? But is that really the core essence of a football club? Do you know what we're in this nature of the business needs to be strong, but the core essence of a football club
is the passion.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can only be the passion.
But how does that translate into business?
You need a bit of passion, but you can't let it overrule your decision.
Of course.
You got to be balanced in the way you judge it. I understand.
You can't let passion take over.
I think the pendulum is swung too far one way.
Exactly, and you can't let the business take over.
No.
Yeah. So far it's gone
business
too far one way.
See, what we say in poker is that you can play the hand right.
And still lose. 100%.
Right? You can do everything 110, right.
I completely agree.
Right. So
I think Bolton was the right coach.
Right.
I thought he was the right coach.
He's a good speaker. He's a good he's a good speaker. That's your opinion. I think if you haven't got the cattle to work with,
of course,
that you're gone,
it. Yeah,
right?
exactly.
No, he had the cattle though, just 18 years old.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think we sold the dream well enough.
Look, for me,
he got 2 years
the
at the
demise
helm.
of coages, they lost me back in when did Malthouse 2012?
2013. 2013.
No.
Malthouse, when Malthouse arrived.
Right. Yep.
I was at a dinner.
Wait, when who took over?
Malthouse at Carlton, and they sacked Ratton. 13 or 14, whatever it was.
He lost his job at the end of 12, and then we hired Malthouse.
Yeah. And just so everyone
pretty much that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what it was.
No, it wasn't halfway because he got paid out. No, he got paid out his contract for the following year.
Correct.
Who's that?
Ratton.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
For me, when I saw that, and I know for a fact, because John Elliott was in my office, and the guy was down in the dumps. No one from Carlton that I know, a few people did, I'll retract that. The players loved him, past players loved him, didn't have a dollar to his name.
Who's that?
John Elliott.
Okay, yeah.
Well, bank place, my office was out, I gave him my office to him, rent it out. Didn't take any rent from him. The guy was a broken man. But what he had in his room was all Carlton. Him and Eddie Maguire, all together, all the Anzac Day. Carlton should have been Carlton Collingwood, right? But the board at Carlton, from my understanding, didn't want anything to do with the ANZ.
I don't think we have.
They thought it was disrespectful. What I'm getting at is that Carlton, it hurts all of us, and the 100,000 and over 1 million supporters that we have where we are today, because at the end of the day, we want to be successful.
Correct.
Okay, and in order to be successful, there's no doubt they had a succession plan in place. It just hasn't worked. That's all it is.
For who?
For Carlton, for the footy club today.
I'm sure they had a succession. But everyone's got a succession.
From where? From which point in time?
No, I'm going back. Every year they've had a succession plan. Remember, when Carlton were broke, it was very hard to get people to come to Carlton. There was a lot of politics involved with some past players.
Righto.
That you know, from the salary cap, players not getting paid, players going to the AFL. I'm not going to name anybody, but
we all know it's all.
So how's that? What's that today?
That leads today because there's bad blood. When there's bad blood and you bring people into the club, oh, he's there again, or he's there. You got to get fresh people. Sorry, fresh individuals. Fresh individuals that.
Yeah, but who's there from? Who's now there from back then?
What's my point is that there are a lot of past players.
Yeah.
That are very Mike Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Stu. He's a Rhodes Scholar.
Why wouldn't you have him there?
But I agree.
It's retarded.
I agree.
Absolutely retarded.
Because the board there.
Then I go back. Then I go back to when a certain individual, I didn't know he was on the board at the time, when I was asked at the Raheem House, what are your thoughts about, Mick Malthouse at Carlton? I said, worst decision Carlton have ever made. Not because Mick's a bad coach, because there's one thing that Carlton always had. Against Collingwood as a no-no.
Yeah.
Right? And we still live, this era at Carlton Collingwood, the old rivalry, it nearly happened in 2023 grand final, but it was real. It was even till today, it was real. These are things, our parents being immigrants, there are things back home you just don't do. No matter how much money's thrown at you, just don't do it. Right? When that's broken, you're gone. Right? And that's what's happened at Carlton. That's what destroyed me from a Carlton being loyal to its son in Brett Ratten. Brett Ratten, I said it before, we still made the finals. And they got rid of him because Mick Malthouse
we didn't make the finals that year.
We just missed out though.
Yeah, we just missed out.
So what's that got to do with now is what we're saying.
What's that got to do with now? That's led, because people have got long memories. Everything that's happened in the past comes back and bites you, mate. So the board needs to be, in my opinion, if we're talking about passion, you need Carlton people on that board. Not someone that's been successful at the NAB.
And then they are, okay.
They're not Carlton people.
I think you need some, but I think you also you need a good mix.
I said the core.
Yeah, you need a good mix, not all.
No, you're absolutely right. The core.
No.
The accountant doesn't need to be a Carlton player. Carlton, passionate Carlton. Anyway, a lawyer doesn't need to be, right? What we do need is Carlton people in the football department, in the coaching department, because we've turned over nearly 2,000 players over the years, if not more. And you're going to tell me that we haven't got Carlton ex-players that were champions? We've won 16 premierships. You tell me how many Carlton people, other than Bradley, Williams and Cruiser, that have gone back to the club, and now Jordan Russell, but he also went to Collingwood. Now, no disrespect to Jordan, he wasn't a superstar. No. He was a good player and he made AFL, and I respect him for it. But it could have gone, look, at the end of the day, it hasn't worked. You've trialled him, he hasn't worked. Let's face it has not worked. The coaching department has not worked this year thus far.
So do you believe they need to make a change in there?
They need to change the mindset because you're not going to change coaches halfway
that
through
comes from above.
Yeah, it comes from the top.
Well, that may be
Your president.
How do you change the mindset? That's
the mindset.
Your president.
No,
your president.
No, the people.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
The
right.
people change.
Your president, and we said it when he got elected. How does he? Who are you?
Environment.
And that is from the people. And when they got Priestley in, the boys club, right?
That's their mate.
Fitzpatrick was put up, and he was willing to do the job if he had the support of the board, right? And he didn't get the support, so he's just moved away.
And a lot of past players, I can tell you, I was at Peter Bazzasto's funeral here in Melbourne. I nearly flew up, right? God rest his soul. I can tell you now, there was a past players that played with the Buzz in 81, 79, 81. He played in 81, 82 grand final. Yeah. One goal kicker and goal of the year and mark of the year. They were bewildered why Mike Fitzpatrick did not get the presidency.
I'm not.
Everyone is.
The
president.
We are.
No, I'm not bewildered.
Yeah.
Because they want to keep it in-house.
What he's saying is everyone's bewildered.
That
no one knew who he was.
Mate,
no one knew who this Priestley was.
Who were they? Who are they? The
Who's
people
that?
we call they. They wanted to keep him.
I'd say the board.
The board.
All the board members.
So you got all those. You got the female.
Is it all
Pat Kinnersley?
Is it
Pat
all
Kinnersley. Priestley was already
vested
there.
interests?
She's a cancer.
Yes.
Yeah, they're all mates.
And then, as I said,
They want Carlton on the CV. They don't love
Tim
the club.
Lincoln, he was in there, and there was another
They
one.
don't. They don't.
Look,
I said it before.
They
for
don't.
whatever Sayers was or whatever, he was something akin to what we associate with the Carlton president. He was in front of a camera. He was brash. He was a bit of irrespective of what he did or what happened or decisions he made, he was a figure. He spoke on behalf of the club. He was on the front foot.
But we don't need
that,
Paul.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is that we need someone who's going to champion the club.
Yes. I know what you're saying now.
Do you understand what I mean?
Was that man because he was completely different.
Yeah, but he wanted to change it from word go, the wrong things.
Yeah,
okay,
I know.
Right, so
that's what gets a lot of people offside too,
yeah,
Paul.
the start wasn't great. Okay, understandable.
You know what I mean?
Understandable.
The other thing is when he was challenged, to me, a lot of his decisions he made were for his benefit. So if you think
I don't know. To a point, were they?
Why didn't he get rid of Brad Lloyd? When he came in.
Well, Brad Lloyd.
That was always I always ask that question. How did he survive this snake?
But
this carpet snake hid under the carpet for 8 years. Well, they must be.
Well, the idea was that I think Kane Little was meddling and he didn't have responsibilities, but they've given him, and he's just
so another excuse.
Well, it's another thing they need to. It will happen.
To
find another one.
Well, it will happen.
I'll give you another one. And
the only one they've got there is Greg Williams, but they've got him there and they're paying him to absolve him of his debts.
Yep.
That's it. Which board member gets paid?
Good for him.
Good for him. He wipes off his debts because we pay for him.
Look, if you were going to tell me, if he needed, I wouldn't have him on the board. I'd have him out there teaching. Mental skills. Best centreman going around.
So why is he on the board?
I don't know.
I'll tell you exactly
why. The fans.
I'll tell you exactly why.
Yeah, it was to appease us.
He's football brains to educate the board.
No, it was nothing to do with that. You know why it was? Because at the time there was going to be a challenge on him. There was going to be a challenge on who?
Oh, yeah.
There was going to be a challenge on the board. It was on the fucking cards, right?
Wow. Right. Say politics again.
But what I'm saying is there was going to be a challenge. Who was before on the board? Who was before Greg Williams? Chris Judd. Remember, he left because he was disgusted.
He left mid-season.
He was disgusted.
He was over it.
Right.
He was over it.
Politics. And guess what? The reason they got Greg Williams was he needed a name to back him up, and it was Greg Williams is the perfect name. Yeah. And the only way Greg Williams was going to do that job was to get paid. Only board member in the whole AFL that gets paid by his club.
As far as we know.
As far as we know. Allegedly.
But to me...
The AFL, the model of all the footy clubs, if you think about it, it's the only job that you can actually get sacked and get another job at another.
Yeah, you can move around.
Like
Probably a better
seriously,
job.
it's just unbelievable.
You can become a club
and if
slut.
that's not.
Well, Mick Warner's book was brilliant. Boys Club.
Yeah,
It's brilliant.
mate. If that's
I haven't
not
read it, but
telling
I heard
you
it was
something,
brilliant.
like go
Yeah, but
there.
that's nearly all sports.
Well, maybe.
No, it is.
Maybe.
NBA.
NBA.
Everything.
I think he means like
No, I'm
team
talking
sport,
about
you know?
sacked.
Yeah, I know. But I've seen coaches
Mate, you
get
can
sacked
leave.
in other leagues and they get picked up.
You look,
It happens.
Not in the direct league, though.
not that.
What,
Yeah.
as another senior
How many
coach?
Premier League managers get
Fuck,
sacked? in
Doc
that
Rivers
league?
got sacked and then he got another job
what I'm
as a
saying-
head coach.
Look, coaches are different. Coaches are always going to get sacked, reinstated, whatever.
You do get sacked. It's just
what
because
about- wait a
it's
sec.
because we
What about
are really
our coach?
zoomed
What
in on
about
the
Voss?
What about our coach?
Voss? Yeah.
Got sacked?
Twice.
No way.
Well, he will be sacked
Oh,
twice.
yeah.
I'm joking, Bossy.
No, he will be.
I'm joking.
It's not good enough. Not
Look,
fit.
at the
not
end of the
fit.
day, like you said, we can talk all day here. At the
No,
end
you
of the
go
day,
crazy.
We need solutions,
Go crazy.
and that's what. Not that we're gonna. Not that we can do anything about this. The
We're
best
just
thing,
coping.
The best thing we can do as a social media, what we do, is
Cope.
what we're doing now.
Cope.
We talk about it. Everyone gets involved. We've got a voice, and that's fair enough. But at the end of the day, you can say whatever you want. All right, you can all say whatever you want. It starts at the fucking top.
Yeah, of course,
That's
of
how
course.
it changes. If the man at the top hasn't got the right credentials with the right passion and all of that,
I agree.
It doesn't follow through. If you run an organisation, don't you run the managing thing, right? If you're a fucking banana, right? If that's you, guess what the people underneath you are going to do? They'll take complete advantage of you.
Well, yeah.
And that's what seems to be happening. And when we do things like not get Fitzpatrick and put in this president, man, the rest of them, they know.
Bro, the
when you
bloke's
get
a
someone
brain
like
surgeon,
Kerno,
bro.
when you get someone like Kerno who
roast
does
him.
not get dropped, he doesn't get dropped
Like a
ever.
rocket scientist.
That
He can do whatever.
performance on the weekend, Kerno needs to be dropped. That was you watch the footage. Go
Yeah,
back
it was
and
pretty
watch
bad.
the footage. He does not chase. That is what. So if
It's 101. It's
if
101.
I'm a young player and I see the senior player not chasing, what do you think I'm going to do? I'm not going to chase. Look at him. He doesn't chase. I'm not going to chase.
It's
standard.
unfortunate. See, unfortunately, the coaches, their hands are tied to an extent.
No, they're not. They're enabling his behaviour.
But they are.
No,
That's
no,
the problem.
They're
I know
not.
It's true, but
you're
No,
right.
they're not. You can just drop
right.
him.
No.
But he,
Yeah,
you know
man.
what?
Why? Because he sells a badge and he gives me the
No,
fucking
no, no.
celebration package.
Yes.
And he points
Pretty much.
and he does this.
Yes. That's what
it is.
Bloke didn't even get a kick on the weekend. Didn't even
Pretty
get a kick
much.
against West Coast. Two of the
Pretty
worst
much.
teams in the comp. He didn't get a kick.
That's what it is. He's right.
But he's right. He's right.
Well, what-
because if you had free reign, right, he would be dropped, correct?
He should have been dropped 4, 5, 6
doesn't work
weeks
that
ago.
way.
Is this all right?
But what we're saying is maybe.
I know.
And we were going to. Actually, I was going
You
to
talking to
ask.
me? You talking to me?
I was going to ask this question.
Well, then you're a banana.
But unfortunately.
Well, then Voss is a banana.
But unfortunately.
He's weak.
But the Carlton Football
That's
Club
the way
is like
that's
that.
the way it's become.
No.
I understand that because
No, I disagree. Voss is not weak. The coaches aren't weak. What it is,
he
it's
said, bro,
some of
not
them-
weak.
No,
Come
no,
on,
no,
man.
no.
All right, then.
No, but their hands are tied.
Okay,
Their
the
hands are
elimination
tied.
final last year.
Let me tell you, if Voss had it his way, he'd kick the fuck out of most
So
of them.
then.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
Because
do
he
it by
can't
dropping
do it.
him.
He can't.
You
do
know
it.
why?
No,
You know, I'll
because-
tell you why.
no,
Wait,
wait,
no,
the
I'm
caught-
interjecting
Wait,
here. I'll
wait,
tell you why.
let me
Because
finish.
he's
Let me
scared to
finish.
lose his job.
No,
He's
nothing to do with
scared.
that.
He is.
I promise you,
He's
it's nothing to
scared.
do with that.
He is.
If Voss was to let
He is.
loose like a lot of other coaches, right, the players would not. These players today would not handle it
What do you mean?
because they can't handle the truth.
No, they can't. But they can't.
But I'm being honest.
They can't even
They can't
criticise
handle
each
it.
other at this
They can't
point.
handle
I know.
it. Mate, if
They
Voss-
can't even criticise each other, the
Voss would knock the
players.
shit out of all of them, mate. All of them, all in one go.
He should do it
Close
by
the door
dropping.
and bash the lot
I'm
of
going to
them.
give you an example.
But he's not allowed.
I'm going to give you an
Him and
example.
Hamill
That's
would eat him.
I
But they
completely
can't-
disagree.
But they can't.
They can't.
Man.
Would Alistair Clarkson
kidding
take
me?
You
this?
can't do it.
Yes, you can.
You can.
Go talk to mums. Go sponsors.
You can.
Would
Go,
Alistair
go
Clarkson
TV.
matter.
That's the thing.
No.
They're up for charges, mate.
It's not the coach.
Mate, they're
Yes,
coming
it
back
is.
after
Then
20
you're a
years.
then you're not a
with
trendsetter.
racism
Not a trendsetter.
remarks. with
Not a trendsetter.
Sheedy,
You don't have to be
Wayne
racist.
Johnston, and that. Mate, please, mate. The world of the football that we.
I understand the corporate world. I understand it takes over.
I'm gonna fucking hell. Would Alistair fucking what's his name? Alistair Clarkson and Chris Scott take that?
They're taking it.
But they're completely different clubs.
They're taking it.
They're not.
They might grab a player
I'm not buying this
privately.
bullshit.
But
They
Geelong-
grab a
Geelong's
player,
not that.
and guess what happens? They go and tell their parents. Their parents go tell their solicitors.
Good.
Solicitors
Good.
go straight to the
Good.
media.
And that's what a strong club does. You know what? Good. Go and tell.
There goes
Go
it.
and sook.
Maybe.
Go and sook.
Hawthorn.
Wait, you want to leave? Go and leave. Kerner, you want to leave? We'll get two first rounders. Good. Go.
No. He won't leave.
Go. Don't play.
No, he'll play. What will happen?
He'll
is
play
that
like he's playing
Boss
now.
will be up for charging.
Good.
Mate,
I'll tell you what you can.
And that's why he plays him to save face.
well, what can he do?
Yeah.
You can drop him.
Yes, you're right.
Drop
why
him.
doesn't he?
100%. Why doesn't he? Well, that's
Because he's not a strong
That's the $1
fucking
million
coach.
question.
Because then I agree now with Tony that his hands are tied.
Thank you.
They are.
Well,
So
then-
is that to do
Well,
with
then
the
your
coach?
culture
I'm
is
not just a
toxic.
poker player.
And I've
But is
said
that-
it all along.
This is
It's
the thing,
toxic.
and what his point is that it's
I
not,
understand.
That's not to do with the coach.
I understand what he's
yeah,
saying.
point.
I agree with you. Trust me.
I know.
I agree with you. I understand. Wait, I understand how a business is run. Yeah, I might be. I'm not might be. I am flamboyant. I go fuck it off the rails and this and that. But I understand business culture. I understand what you need to do. You got to take the emotions
But
out
why
of it.
can't
I know
someone
he
do it?
sells badges. I know he when his name gets read on the screen, who gets the loudest cheer?
Kerno.
Yeah. But
Why?
it shouldn't be that. But it's going to be that.
Because he's the marketable player,
Yeah, that's
isn't he?
okay.
But are the prisoners running the asylum
Yes.
at the moment?
They
Yes,
are.
they've been running it for a while.
All right, you don't drop him, right? But start him on the bench. Or start him...
Maybe, yeah, even
Maybe
that,
something
all right.
like
Nah, you can't do that. It'll never happen.
No, it would never happen.
The minute
You
the
drop
minute,
him or you don't. Simples.
The minute you
Simples.
drop players like
Simple. It's simple.
those sort of players, which I can tell you Kevin Sheedy wouldn't give a shit back then, Lee Matthews, different era boys. You got it. This is the problem with Carlton. We have not adjusted
Yeah, 'cause
to
we're
change.
woke.
We've not adjusted to change.
Yeah.
Collingwood do it so well. They're sitting on the top of the ladder. They've probably got 3 or 4 superstars. Every other footballer at Collingwood is there. They
play a role.
They play their role. Yeah. They're not so much blue-collared footballers. They're hard nuts. They play for the team. They play for their mate. One in, all in. And that means going in like that. But be present. Be present. Yeah. Be there. Show initiative.
So you're saying exactly...
Show that what you care. You got to care.
So you're saying exactly what we're saying, and they're not doing it. And why aren't they doing it? Because they're allowing this behaviour to keep happening. You know the way you stop it? You drop Kerno.
Not just Kerno.
Right?
I drop. You can't drop 10 players.
No, but I'm giving you an example.
Well, you can.
Well, you can.
You can.
It'll never happen. I don't think it's ever happened in the world history of AFL, NBA, this
Would you
way.
drop Kerno this week?
100%.
So
Fakers.
And you know what? And you play fucking Lemmy, who doesn't know how to play. I don't care, mate.
Do you
You
remember-
know what that shows?
You remember
That shows that you aren't better than the side.
No, it
You
shows
remember
that
the
you
last-
are expendable.
Yeah, that's. I agree with you.
Everyone is
Do you remember-
expendable.
you remember the-
100%,
you remember
and it's
the
gotta be
second
like
last
that.
round?
Let Tony go.
You remember the
Sorry.
second last
Yeah.
round when they brought in these young boys?
Yeah.
Cohen, Lords,
100%. Lord.
Against West Coast?
Moya.
Meyer.
West Coast?
Besides
West Coast.
Lord, where Cohen in and out. Meyer, where is he?
Moya.
Meyer, where is he?
In playing
He just
somewhere
doesn't have it
reserve.
here because of development. They can't get him locked in.
Whose fault's that?
As I said, development. They can't get him locked in.
Apparently
Actually-
the kid's got talent.
He does have time. No,
Only the second year.
I said
He
he.
needs to build his engine up.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
but,
it is.
like what you
they can still give him a run.
Is he a forward? Is he on the ball?
He's a
If
forward.
he's on the ball, you build his engine up. If he's a forward and all his role is to kick goals, he doesn't need a big engine, brother.
So who's that down to then?
Development.
But tell me something, Paul. You said
How
that.
can you not get a kid locked in
I
to
don't
be
know.
at
Moya,
the top of
you
the
told
AFL?
me.
Why did
Right.
they recruit him?
You told me that Moya isn't up to it.
Correct.
Yeah, didn't you say like Moya in the reserves? He's still not. He's probably
down on confidence.
And you've
Not quite there.
and you've been really strong on Lemmy.
I just don't think. Sorry. I just don't think he's physically ready yet.
Right. And you're telling me that Lemmy also isn't, like, he's just not doing...
I just don't think he's a good footballer.
Okay.
I think he's good enough. But I know people are saying, "Oh, we'll never know because he doesn't get a game."
And I think he does need to go, but that's not the point. The point is, it's 2 years down the track, 3 years down the track with these players. Why aren't they developed enough? Well, again, that goes down to development.
It could be there's so many.
He might not be good enough. He might not fit the system.
Tell me something. Why is Carlton so many of them in that position? I can understand other teams. They go, this one player's not up to it. These two, but if Carlton is like, none of them are up to it. None of them. Like, you tell me what young ones are up to it
at the moment.
Yeah.
I think Wilson will come good.
How does Camperali doesn't get back into that?
Apparently they've been doing okay. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But we're versing West Coast and North.
Yeah, but this comes back to
what
I
said. But they won't drop Acres.
But this is
the resting. Managing.
This comes back to what I said at the start of the year. I don't think the coaches and match committee do a really good job at rotating the squad and managing the squad well during the year.
I can't remember the last time we've done it.
We seem to be very, very safe.
Only when injured.
But the problem is, when you go 0-4, you can't really start to...
So then again, it's like you're not standing... Like, I know that... Like, for example, I understand that why they brought in Pitternet this week, right? I understand they brought him in because big ruckman. But now I'm agreeing, Mark. We got a ruckman there, 1.7, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's...
and we need to protect him?
Yeah, but that's because another club's come in and offered him an...
No, but what I'm saying, you've got this one player who's high demand. He's supposed to be our number one, and we're putting in another ruckman to protect him.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I know.
What is going on here? He
started at full forward.
The club, the club hasn't overinflated his value. It's others and media.
Yeah, forget about the overvalue, but he's still our number one ruck.
Yeah.
Right, and
he started at full forward.
And we still rate him.
I don't think he's got the craft to be a forward.
How does your number one ruck start at full forward?
Because they're trying to protect him from...
No, they went tall because we didn't have Harry in there.
I understand that. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, he's never really shown forward craft.
Right, he can't even get behind the ball.
Yeah. Anyway, right, so...
John Holden?
Yeah, I got a couple of super chats, sorry.
Right, super chats.
Kadir Nazali, sorry for a longer wait one. $2.99, thank you very much. Voss
$299?
No, yeah, right.
$299?
Voss out, Longmire in, and the Uber is outside. Seba, love you, Mars. Mick Marcucci, Rocco's rant is dead. All hail Mars meltdown while Paolo pacifies.
I need a chucho.
The Duke Leverage Show. Hello. Looks like someone drank my Kool-Aid last night. Zach Asuni, we've been blessed by the Mars pipe bomb. John Holden, member of 27 months.
Wow, well done.
Legend.
Member of the channel for 27 months.
Saw him before the game too. Problem is Rocco is every other club doesn't have a mafia running their club like we have. Our pres and board are compromised by the mafia.
Well, isn't it funny? The two, and we said this a couple of weeks ago, the two least successful clubs of this era are still heavily tied to coterie groups and other influences, Carlton and Essendon.
Yep.
It's like there's too many fingers in the pie. There's too many... There's too much going on. Too much going on.
Too many opinions. Too many chefs in the kitchen. All of that, man. All of it.
Yeah.
But I think,
Do you think, and I was having this discussion as well, do we have, in those roles that are of influence at the club, like head of football, coach, whatever it might be, do we have intelligent people?
Of course.
You think so?
But are they footy minded though? That's the question.
Yeah, so that's the question. What are they?
Like I look at our...
You can be smart, and you can talk, say all the right things.
Like our head of
smart
football.
at talking shit.
Yeah. Like our head of football, is he...
All right.
He might be smart. I'll give you an example. Okay, an operations manager.
Yep.
Is he going to know more than the boss?
No.
Is he going to know more than the...
Well, it would depend on the area. He would know more of the day-to-day.
good to day to day.
100%.
But overall, when a decision needs to be, if someone's managing, there's a difference between a manager and an owner.
Yeah, of course.
An owner knows what he needs to do to be successful.
Yep.
At the moment, at Carlton, there's too many owners with different opinions, and I think it's just cluttered.
100%.
Cluttered.
I completely agree.
And there's so many things. See, in footy clubs, there's a lot of moving parts, boys.
Of course.
And in AFL level, it's 100 times more than any local footy club that you could ever think
Correct.
of.
Agreed.
Or VFL club. So to pinpoint a blame on a certain individual
No, you can't.
is wrong.
You can't.
I'm not going to buy it for a minute. But now, if we were playing against Collingwood, who's on top of the ladder, and we played shithouse, and we played that 15 minutes of really good football in the first quarter and the last quarter, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But because it was North Melbourne, and North Melbourne underrated, because they've been playing well week in, week out.
This weekend.
They've got the best centre line. They've got the best centre line in one of the best centre lines in the competition.
Nah.
Well, it's pretty, actually, talent-wise, yeah, it's pretty good.
Talent-wise,
ours.
Yeah, ours is bottom three.
I'm telling you, they got the ball, they beat us in the centre.
Yeah, they smashed us. But our mids get belted every week.
That was a concern that I can tell you for a fact that the coaching staff had prior to the game. Okay? Now, where does the ball win it? Where do we get the ball out? Of the middle. Boom,
Yeah, of course. That's your source.
Right,
It's your
that's our
source.
source.
Yeah.
We've got the best defence. Our defence get the ball out of defence.
Yeah,
right?
but we can't. How do we transition?
So how do we transition? Now, tactically, maybe Michael Voss and his coaching need to go back to the basics.
Well, they got. I think they got a lot wrong on the day, and I think they continue to show that they get too much wrong on a weekly basis. Not a weekly basis.
Us? Yeah. Sorry.
And that's the problem is from 2022 we are still seeing the same problems
exactly
to this point in time. That's the issue.
You know what I would have...
That's the problem.
So there's a common denominator at the club. What is it? They've got to get to the core of the problem. Once they get to the core of the problem and they can rip it out,
I agree.
rip it out, everything changes.
To me, it's head of football. That's one.
First
One area. And then we have, like, our assistant coaches and they haven't changed. Like, we would be the only club in the league in the last 4 seasons that hasn't changed assistant coaches or coach.
Okay. The other problem Carlton has, supporters, the amount of pressure that is put on the footballers the minute they walk in that Carlton door, because of the history of the club, is huge.
Good.
Is huge.
Good.
Now, they come to a club like Carlton, they got to expect it.
Yes. Yeah, but absolutely.
They got to expect
it. You got to hire the right characters.
You got to expect it. They ask for the money. The managers go around asking for the money.
Like any big club in the world.
Like anything. Any
expectation is
Manchester
huge.
United,
Whoever.
Yeah. Collingwood, there's an expectation from you.
Well, you've got to carry the burden.
Mate, you're going into a club. You're not going into a second-tier footy club. No disrespect to any of the AFL
You've got to carry the burden.
Right? Yeah.
You want to play with us? You want to play in front of 80,000 people?
Top 3 club in the league.
Should be an honour.
Status-wise, top 2
should
club
be
in the league.
100%.
Top 2.
Mate, look,
Carlton, Collingwood, biggest
to me, that should lift you.
Carlton, Collingwood, that's it.
But for some
it can't lift you.
In that
it
way.
cannot lift you unless you, again, I'll say it, talent is not enough. The players work hard. Confidence. A lot of these a lot of the players at the club have been turned into introverts because the larrikins at the club, they got rid of.
Yeah. But look at the way they promote them too.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Doesn't help. It doesn't help.
Doesn't help.
Look at the way they promote them.
Doesn't help.
Yeah.
But when you get...
They dangle them out like this.
Doesn't help.
But as a footballer, what do you expect?
But we shouldn't dangle coaches out.
No, but I'm just saying, as a footballer, what do you expect? What are you expecting as a footballer at their core essence, like as a footballer? What do you expect of them when they go out on the field?
To give it the 100%.
Yeah, they're hard at it.
They're getting paid. You're not getting paid.
Absolve the money, because everyone gets paid to do something. What is their core essence when they step out on that field?
To perform.
Jumper, mate.
To win.
To win, perform, give 100%.
And care enough.
Yeah.
That if you fuck up a kick,
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but you got to move on quickly. You can't.
Agreed. No, agreed.
No,
but I
he's
mean
right.
in your head, not showing it.
This is
in
my
your
saying,
head, it's
right?
you fuck up, you move on, go again. I'm going to get the ball again. I'm going to go one step better than that
Well,
again.
who does that at Carlton?
I'll tell you. I think this
Silvani?
is true. We care. They care.
But no, they don't care enough.
They don't care. It's you know the margin between us and Collingwood the last So you say put your hands up.
It's like me
put
at
your
the
hands
gym
up
today.
I always say this.
As high as you can go.
No.
What do you
Put
say?
your hands up as high as you can. As high as you can. Or just stretch your
Mummy.
My muscles are in
No,
the
just
way.
stretch, can you stretch a bit?
Mummy.
Can you stretch a bit more?
Go, keep going.
So, the question, put them down.
No, that's all fine. Look, I'm enjoying it.
Now the question was the first time, put your hands up as high as you can. And then I asked you to give you a bit more and you gave a bit more. But why didn't you give me as much as you can the first time?
I had no idea what you were talking about. You know,
No, but this is what I'm saying with
I get it,
players.
I get it.
So they go out there and you say, did you give your best? And then what? You need to yell at them to get that extra 5%.
But some people need that. Some people need
And
that.
they do. They need personal training.
I think North Melbourne, we're underestimating North. North were
But
fantastic.
come on, we shouldn't have lost to them. Full stop.
We're 46 points down.
They played they were hard at the ball. They wanted to win.
Yeah,
they
but
played for one another.
But that shouldn't be the case.
And-
Did you see
and
our effort in
boys-
that second quarter? We were jogging on the spot.
Horrible.
Horrible.
But why is that? It shouldn't be the
You
case.
said something interesting there. You said they wanted it more.
Yeah, they wanted
That should
it more.
never be the case.
I get it, man.
Why
I get it.
didn't we want it more? You know something, as much as we were never, even if we made the finals, I don't think we were going to do anything, but you never...
Still got to get there though.
Yeah, but the thing was, we were, it was on the line, at the top eight was there.
I know.
If we win that, that's right there. Yeah. What more motivation do you fucking need, mate?
I know.
Like the 8 is there, mate. Like it's seriously. Look, they
and it probably goes back to what Tony says: is that why do you need the coach to tell you that? It should just be there. It's there in front of you.
Well, when you see someone like
some people need motivators.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough, and you need.
Yeah, but how can you not get them to lock in for 120 minutes, even when you're down?
That's another question.
If you go, there was one game on the weekend I thought it was a fucking ripping game, and
which one?
I think it was probably nearly the match of the year. GWS have been in both of them.
Oh yeah, yep.
GWS versus Gold Coast.
Ah, that was a great game. Yeah.
They could at the change of the first quarter, it could have been 10 goals. It could have been lights.
Yeah,
probably should have been, to be honest. The way that Gold Coast came out, they obliterated them, right? But the way GWS hung in there, and they hung in the fight, they hung in just enough, as you say, the 1%er.
We don't do it.
Yeah, but they went through their process. They kept going and going and trust the process. And the way they play football is an attacking style. They defend with ball in hand as well, right? Yeah. But then Gold Coast came back at them. So even when GWS get in front, what happens when a team gets in front against us? Game over. We're done.
Head down. Yeah.
Gold Coast came back and hit the front again. And then you know what GWS said? Nah, fuck this, we're going again.
Why?
Because they're on-field leaders.
Keep going.
Kingsley calming the troops.
We've got one of the best leaders in the competition.
Do we?
We do.
Who?
Curnow.
Cripps.
Cripps.
Yeah.
Right.
He's got a lot of credits in the bank.
Mate, forget it.
Okay.
Cripps.
Or outside of him?
Outside of him, it's far...
Wiedering. But down back, he doesn't get at the cold face.
And he's right, after
forget it, there's a mild.
But the thing is...
Wiedering is a good leader. He is a good leader by actions.
Not words. I agree.
Now, let me tell you one thing,
That's when he becomes Superman.
This is going to blow all your viewers out, if they don't already know this, but have a think about this stat. Every team that Carlton plays, we play to that level. Whether it's a good team, we go up a level. If it's a bad team, we go down that level. Think about how many close games have we played. When was the last time we beat a team by 10 goals? West Coast Eagles last year.
This year.
Sorry, this year. Smashed them. Other than that, every other game, majority of the games, well, we didn't beat them by much. We actually lost.
His average losing margin is 18 points.
18 points, boys.
But the problem is it's been that for 4 seasons.
Yeah, my point is the mindset again. Mate, boys, no one can argue with me. The mindset, because it's consistent. It's consistent.
It's physically taxing that game. It's not a match winning.
It's like
it's match winning, but not season winning.
Okay.
Why is the mindset like that?
Because
the mindset is the way they play.
Maybe the gameplay.
Same way.
The gameplay is wrong.
And who's it come down to?
It's not just the coach.
Or it can't be.
It's the coaching group.
Yes, but it's the coaches.
Okay, but it's also what was delivered to the players, the individual assistants, what they deliver to the players on how to play. Share the ball, do this, go backwards if you have to. Where is it a game ever won based on stats?
No, but
it's never won on stats.
Yeah, it's a numbers game, but it's yeah.
Okay, so when Vossi gets,
I know what you mean.
the Vossi gets, or the coaches get, oh fuck, wow, Sardi's kicked, 30 touches in the back line. Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
We've lost by fucking.
Right, hang on, but we've lost by. Yeah. His man's kicked 3 goals. I'm not having a go at Sardi.
No, I know what you mean. The stats don't really paint about a picture all the time.
Okay, now do we think some of the players too slow? If they are, mate, cards on the table, get fair income. Is Doherty still up to it?
Who, Doherty?
Yeah, he's been a great ambassador. The last couple of games he's been really good. But at the end of the day...
That 29 touches was the least impactful 29 touches you'll ever see.
We know where he is.
But we know. I'm not commenting on him. I said round one.
I think he knows where he's at, but the guy's been through hell and back, giving his all to Carlton.
Yeah, but that's sentimental values.
That is sentimental, and that's probably something that...
Sometimes you can draw off that if the player is playing well enough.
Mate, but I don't know, you know... questions have got to be on all the players, not just them, all of them. Assess them.
But who sets that standard?
So out of the performance, there's only 2 players, in my view, on that day would get above 5.
McGovern
and Jack Silvani. They're the 2. Sorry, Ollie Hollands. And Ollie Hollands.
Yeah.
Everybody MIA. Sorry, man.
Yeah, it was hard to get votes this week. It was shit, man.
I mean, just it's like no one gave a fuck. Excuse my French.
I'd actually give some votes to Weedering for coming back.
The Weedering.
But why? Why don't they give an F?
Yes, and this is what I don't get. I don't understand why they don't get. And who sets those standards?
How can you not get them locked in for 120 minutes?
Who sets the standard?
Coach.
And your
leaders.
The coach was back in the day where he was a coach and that was it. Yeah, fucking Voss, it's your
But again, this is why I come down to Curnow. This is why I come down to Curnow as well. But that sends a message through the camp and going, fuck, he got dropped. Why?
Yep.
And then you highlight it. Internally, you highlight it. They would know.
It's been a terrible culture at the club.
But now the talk is of preferential treatment, is what we're hearing.
1,000,000%.
Yeah. And I agree. But how long have we been hearing before? It always
happened since the days of Fev, and Fev will kill me for saying it, but he's one of my best mates. Back then, when they all used to bow to him. Yeah. But he performed. He performed.
Correct.
Mate, he kicked goals. He won games. He's Scotland. Another gun. Come on, man.
Tell me something about Fev.
I'm actually starting
not chase.
You know what I'm actually...
You know
what they've done?
Pity Heath Scotland wasn't captain at Carlton at the time.
You know what they've done?
Okay, you want to hear about a coach?
Go.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Mick Malthouse did not want Heath Scotland at the club. Got rid of him.
Yeah, because he got rid of him at Collingwood.
We heard he told us his story.
He got rid of him at Collingwood.
He told us.
Why did he get rid of him? Comes to Carlton, wins best and fairest, plays finals. Mate, pity he wasn't captain. And I love Murph, but Murph was captain, did a great job, right? But was the captain, Heath Scotland had potential after Murph to go captain.
Oh, definitely. He was one of our
Bryce Kitt, but
great players, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Scotland.
I don't know, man.
Scott has a gun.
Oh, yeah, left and right, beautiful.
It's a gun.
Some introverts do well at being captain because they've got people around him. When you haven't got people around you, it's so hard for Crips, man.
We lack extroverts. We don't have many of them.
And we've said this before.
We don't have anyone.
That's society.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah,
we can have this discussion. That'll be another podcast.
But we haven't got.
That'll be another podcast.
We haven't got enough leaders on the ground.
It tells you from what happened on the weekend in Durham, man. Like, come on.
I think. Look,
I'm not saying about some player, but
we can pontificate about what we think the issues are, and we
there with the words there.
My apologies. So
relax, Jordan Peterson. Relax, Jordan Peterson.
Do you want me to come down to your
level? Did you read, Buzz?
Come down to the reservoir level.
We can pontificate.
Yeah.
Right?
Pontificate.
We can pontificate. We can think about all the myriad, like all these reasons and all these factors, and talk about one particular. But it could, again, we're having this discussion on the Prendercast. It could be a whole host of reasons, right? So they'll sit down at the end of the season and say, "This is all the evidence out in front of us for the year. We're going to take the opinions of the players. We take the opinions of the coaches at the moment. We take the opinions of the footy department, strength and conditioning." So they'll take all the multivariate analysis that they need to do, and then they will come up with the decision with regards to each role at the club, right? Some people are going to stay. The majority will stay. We know that, right? The majority will stay, right? It could very well come down to, we were discussing this, Graham Wright or whoever it is that conducts this end of season review, like all clubs do, could just say, you know what, the list is actually not too bad. We can maybe tweak 3 or 4 here, but we see more of an issue with the coaches.
Forget the tweaking. Band-aids are going to be ripped off.
Yeah, okay, it might be the case.
Ripped
that
off.
might be the case.
If you want success, if you want this club to turn around
it might be
second
the case.
half of the year, rip off the Band-aids.
It's not even a Band-aid, it's a big plaster.
Yeah.
Whatever
and there's a massive gash underneath.
Whatever it is. They've got an opportunity. Sorry to interrupt, but they've got an opportunity now to fix it. We've still got 11 games, 10 games.
Yeah.
We can still make finals. It's not a doomsday thing.
It's unlikely, but
it's not. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
That you might as well just throw the towel in.
Well, they're throwing the towel in.
No. This is where good. Because if your staff throw the towel in, what are you going to do? You're going to give them an option. They haven't thrown the towel in. They've had a bad. You can't. If you go in with negativity, boys, guess what's going to happen? It's going to stay for the rest of the next 11 weeks. It's going to be torture for all of us.
They can't.
It's going to be
go in.
What else going to happen?
No, I agree. They can't go in.
You can't do that. And we as supporters, and I hope everyone's hearing it, get behind the playing group, whether wrong, right, whatever.
But we have. We always do.
We always do.
We always
keep doing it.
But that's
get behind the coaches, because mate, I can tell you they are doing.
But
the
very problem
best.
for me,
society has not helped the way things are today. Instagram, social media, all the crap.
I understand that. I get that.
The boys, the young boys, man.
Yeah.
A lot of them have had, 2-3 years experience. These young kids are... Motlop's still developing, mate.
I agree. Well,
he's still developing.
I agree.
Durden is... when Durden's on, he's a gun.
I wouldn't say a gun.
He's a gun. He's got the potential to be one of the best forwards in the competition. I'm telling you,
everyone's got the potential to be.
Yeah. Okay, let's be frank. Cards on the table. Jack Silvani got opportunities that most players never would get in their life when he came to the club. Yes, he was the son of a legend, but guess what? They gave him. They persisted with him. Now I think he should be Carlton's next captain. But you persist with potential. The kid always had potential.
Who? Silvani.
Jack Silvani.
Yeah, well, they've all got potential.
100, but look what he did with it.
But then there also comes a point where you've got to cut.
I'll give you another example.
It's going to cost you too much.
I'll give you another example. Yeah. I'm Joe's brother. Joe won the World Series of Poker. Let's get away from football for a minute. But I'm going to give you the perfect example with me. I got my sponsorship when I didn't deserve it. Put my hand up. Everybody in poker knows. I got it because I was Joe's brother, plus of my network. Marketing was different reasons why I got my sponsorship. But it's what I did with it.
Yeah, of course. It's what
I did with it. Yeah. I could have been a banana, right? Went, played, had fun, called it a day.
But what are they all doing with it?
But that's my point. You get an opportunity of a lifetime. You got to take the bull by the horn and ride that fucking bull so hard. And that's what they're not doing.
Yeah.
And if they're not doing it, if they're not doing it the way coaches want, or supporters or passionate podcasters, then yeah, we're all on tilt. Every past player's on tilt. I know because I deal with them. But you can't just say, we can't just all be negative. Because you know what? I hope to God that these players They're going to play on Sunday, on Saturday, on the weekend. Thursday.
2 days away.
They've got their fucking phones off and not listening to any of the media or any of the bullshit.
Maybe they should.
They should just turn them off. Get off Instagram. Get off all that shit.
I just think that's with everybody as well.
They're playing, they're performing. They're in the public eye.
Bailey
they're
Smith.
performing.
But the problem is,
loves
right,
it.
so this is what I'll say on that. Right?
I love him.
This is what I'll say on that. We don't know how these phones and stuff affect us because they're only just come. As humans, they've only just come into our lives, right? So we don't know what the long-term effects of it are.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people, comments they've made.
Yeah, okay.
This is my all the blogging.
You walk out their house
if they're introverts and they're weak, what do you think's going to happen?
Every single. Introverts can still be tough and successful on the field, right?
Absolutely.
Right,
Wiedering's one of them.
Yeah, right. But my concern is,
anyway.
This is my concern, right? We have, and I was listening to the club psychologist about a year or so ago, and how they, we've got to protect the players from social. I understand that. I completely get that. That to a point you have to protect them, but there also has to come a point in time where you have to make them strong. And you have to say to them, and they have to take a mindset of, and not everybody does, because everybody's wired differently, biologically, temperamentally, however it may be, right? And I know we're getting deep, but if you cannot, say you hear a comment or you see something in the media, or if you can't handle that, what hope in hell are you when you take to the football field and someone's at you like this, not mouthing off at you, but like that as well, and they are going to smash you and pillar you from post to post. What hope
and make you look like a fool in front of everyone.
And this is where it comes back to, and this hasn't got to.
A lot of footballers fold. They go and play local footy.
Yeah, and it's not easy.
Handle the pressure.
So, and then it also comes back to what I, all right, maybe people are too negative. I don't know, right? I found it, and I find it. And have found it this year, especially this year, that to say to supporters or to members or to someone who might be a bit negative and has sort of not so much thrown in the towel, but is frustrated with what's going on, to say
frustration,
to say, stick fat, stick with us, back the playing group, irrespective of what we may say in a certain point in time. It's the actions that matter. The actions of fans and members at the club.
Very disappointing. You're absolutely right. It's disappointing. It's heartbreaking.
But it's patronising as a fan, as a member, when I see a player tell me to stick fat when I've been to every single game this year. I've done my bit.
You and probably 100,000 members.
But it's why don't they? But the problem is they have not acknowledged that no one in the club. I cannot remember anybody at the club for the last decade. This core group. The coaches here at the moment say the fans have done their job this year. The fans have done their job. They've given us the passion. They've given us the energy. Whether it's good, bad, indifferent, positive, negative, they have given it to us. You know what hasn't been done? We haven't bought into our share of the bargain. Not one person at the club has said that to a camera.
Bravo.
Not one person has said it.
That's bravo.
At all.
That I agree with. But
at all. How do you feel, right? So they may say to right, you see what the captain said yesterday, and you've got relations with whoever it is, but that's patronising to you. That's patronising to you, to everybody.
100%.
We have done our bit. It doesn't matter. Like, okay, people will fly off the. I'm not for abuse, right? That's not one of my things. I might fly off the handle every now and again. Okay, right? It's not what people say. People are going to be frustrated. People will say what they're going to say. This is life, right? But support doesn't just come in the form of, we're behind you boys. Yeah, well done. Keep going, keep going, keep going. That's toxic positivity.
No, I get that.
Right?
I get that.
And we're here. We are there. Yeah. We rock up to the games. We are noisy. We are passionate. We are loud. Whether it's good, bad,
we're doing our part. We're supporters and members are doing their part.
We've done it.
The problem
forever.
is,
we're doing our part.
They acknowledge us by saying, we love your passion, right? But they never say, you have done your job. Right in front of a camera, fans, you've done your job this year. we are sorry, we have not done ours. Yeah. No leader at the club has said that for years.
Not taking
at all. And until that happens, one, there will always be a divide. Two, they will never ever take ownership of their own situations as a football club. And three, we will get nowhere. We will get nowhere.
Perfect.
Right? So they will get nowhere. So they've put it back on us again.
Yeah.
Well, no, they've got to take accountability.
Maybe it is. Maybe
no,
it is to a point.
It's not. It's not.
I don't know.
It's not.
It's all of our fault.
It's accountability has to work
both ways.
No. Supporters don't get paid, mate.
We pay them.
We pay
100%.
But I'm willing to because I love the Carlton monogram. I love the Carlton Football Club. But you know what's starting to happen? I'm starting to resent them.
No, you don't resent.
No. I'm not resenting that.
Yeah.
I'm resenting what's in them.
Yeah, the custodians.
Because that now,
we got the best jumper in the competition.
But when you come out and say that stuff,
world sport,
I can't take it.
It is.
I want to punch the TV in half when you say that.
I find that so patronising.
With my fist.
I love
Yeah, of course. I know.
I'm telling you, I would go to Crips and say, "What's wrong with you?" I swear to God, I would do it.
But what would?
And it's not being about tough guys. Like, do you understand?
How can you go to someone like Cripps when he's giving his whole?
Yeah, but he's saying it.
He's a leader.
He's got credits
in the bank.
I know, but he's
what do you want him to? Do you think? Do you actually think Cripps? Do you think that's not scripted?
100%.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
We're robots at Carlton, at Disney FC.
Well, he's talking like that,
Yeah,
but if he's going to talk like the way you spoke and you spoke...
I'm not saying he's going to do that.
If he's going to turn around and say to his playing... If he wanted to really say what he wanted to say, boys...
But there's a way to say it.
Yeah.
Boys, how do we know what he says behind closed doors to what he has to say in public?
Yeah, of course.
Because there is sponsors.
I understand that.
But what I said in front, he couldn't say that in front of the camera.
He can say that. There's a way to say it.
Say the supporters have done their bit. They have rocked up. This is not on them.
We have
so no one's. But hang on, no one's blaming the supporters. No one's blaming them.
They've put it back on us.
That we've got to be patient and that.
No, they've put it back on us by saying, stick fat. We are.
I've got it. We're in it.
Well, hang on.
This is what he said. I'll say this is what he said.
No, but go on, son, go on.
No. I'm just saying, we're in it together. We're not going to blame at anyone else. We're going to take complete ownership, is what he said,
yeah.
Especially as players. And then he praises Voss, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, when times are tough, it's the most important time to stay together and stay united. Buy in, get behind us, we'll turn it around.
But there's no acknowledgement of what the fans have actually done.
That bottom bit, right? He should have probably rephrased that to say, we thank the fans for sticking by us.
Thank you.
Please.
We haven't done our job.
Please, we are taking accountability for our poor performance. We are owning it. Okay? We are owning it.
And probably say we will do everything in our power. right? To rectify whatever they want to do, but just stay positive. The boys have got to stay positive.
But for me, it was putting it back on us. That's what I did.
Anybody would have thought we lost by 100 points.
Well, we technically did.
Right? It felt like it, right?
The scoreboard genuinely flattered us.
Flattered us, 11 points. But because North, in our mindset, North is a bottom four side.
They are.
They haven't been playing like that.
But they are.
The ladder says they are.
The ladder says they are.
What about Richmond round 1?
Yeah, what about Richmond round 1?
We're in round 12 now, 13.
Yeah. I'm just saying, but it's the same thing. That's progressively happening.
Look at Hawthorn lost the first 4 games last year when bang, 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 bang went to the finals.
Yeah, but they were expected to be like North Melbourne.
Probably better than us under a smaller time frame with lesser talent.
Yeah, but look at the leaders they have.
Do you think, in all honesty, that the players, all the experts that looked at our playing list, pumped the tyres too much?
Yes.
Do you think a lot of the players that we thought were...
Yes, but I still think we can get more out of them.
Well, again, I think there's... The club can turn it around. I think
of course, mate. I agree. I think they can too.
Any club can.
I think they can. Of course they can.
If we can lose 9 out of 10 games last year, going from second to lucky to make the 8,
You can do the opposite. Of course, you can do the opposite. But the problem is the way we're playing at the moment.
I like to see the good in people. You know,
so do I.
Good.
Of course, so do I.
But this is what I got. Let me just say something.
They've all got history.
Let me just say something. I've said this to you.
They've all got history.
I need a rant. Come on. Rant. Come on.
I'll tell you something.
Come on, Rocco.
Tell me what you say. I think that what shows what have you seen
this year
that will tell you that we can do that? When I see Kerno, when I see that sort of effort, right? When I see Voss's press conference, when I see all of that, you give me zero confidence that this team will win any more than 2 or 3 games for the rest of the year. Like, tell me what you've seen that will get you there.
I don't think our leaders were doing what they're doing this year, last year.
Well, all our high output players, if you notice, have all dropped off.
I think they're all down confidence.
Kurno's not kicking goals.
They were playing better.
Cripps isn't playing well.
They're on down.
Mackay's out. Wiedering's a little
If we're going to compare,
Walsh out. Akers is one of the worst women I've seen
all
this year.
our high output players have completely dropped off. Why is that?
And when that happens, what happens to our... And I know that's for a lot of teams, but...
The last 15 minutes of that quarter, or last quarter...
Final quarter,
final quarter, we could have won that.
Yeah, we could have.
Think about it. No, it doesn't matter. It's like this. You have a bad game and you win, you take that.
I would have...
No way.
No, you take the 4 points.
I would have taken the 4 points.
Of course. You want
I thought you meant a lot. Yeah.
No.
Well, not me, because I had a bet on them. Yeah.
We could have obliterated them in 1 quarter. Okay?
They obliterated us too in a quarter.
We had the ball, mate.
But we could have done a lot. But the reality is,
exactly. The reality is,
where do we sit?
Pressure.
When do we do it? We did it with no pressure. When the pressure's applied, we crumble.
I can tell you, North stopped.
All right, I'll give you
that. Yeah, they did. They were done. They did.
Well, down by 46
So we couldn't
points.
hang on in the middle stage.
That's right.
Well, mate.
How are you not engaged?
All right, explain this to me.
They
West
stopped
Coast.
to walk.
Explain West Coast to me.
They were just jogging on the spot
How
in
you
the second quarter.
40-something points in the first quarter and then get... And they are at the bottom of the ladder. They are the worst team in the competition.
What did we...
Ended up winning by 34 points. They outscored us and outplayed us
in the
for 3 quarters.
That just means to me that either we're not fit.
No.
We're not fit. Our mindset... I goes back to mindset.
Your mind fatigues before your body.
Yeah.
I think. And then the rest goes.
Because what it says...
It's like when you go to the gym and you think, I can get another one out.
Yeah.
But if you
can you? Yeah. It's all here.
If you reckon, I can't do it, you won't do it.
They're all fit.
So this is the thing. Everybody wants to get...
If you're not fit now...
Every
pre-seasons, man. What do you want?
We should be fit.
What do you want me to say to you? There's something just not right.
Yes.
I just don't think
what is it? I don't know. Is it?
There's many things.
Is it many things? There's a lot of moving parts.
The mix of players and coaches, they're not tuning out for results.
Look at the playing groups. You know what I would do if I was the coach? You want a great question? Thank you. You know what I would do? All these, what they call, if this is the case,
factions or whatever it is.
These fractions in the club, I'd break them. I'd go, you and you and you, you're together. You're together. You. I don't. You want to hang out outside of.
Do what you want.
Do what you want.
The club, it's
inside the club. We're mixing every day. It's going to be a mixing. If there is a fraction at the club, and if they're listening, then you break those fractions up. You break the unions up. You break it up.
Do we have to break the playing list also?
So do you have to maybe
that's at the end of the year.
Yeah, okay.
Right, we're talking
in season. Yeah,
we're in the trenches.
We can't do anything
boys,
now.
We're in the trenches now. What are we going to do? We're going to stand there, or we're going to fucking stick together and fight our way out of it. Whether we make the 8 or not, let's give it 100%, boys.
I don't think
they would have said that last week.
As a fan, I can't buy. And look, everybody's different. I'm not judging.
But how was it delivered, though? You know, sometimes you don't need to have that. You need to be able to deliver it in such a way where sometimes you don't have to say too much.
This is what I will say, right?
Maybe there's too much talk. I don't know.
Maybe there is too much talk.
I take this sentiment on, and like, you know, season's done. I don't think as fans you can ask your players of anything if you say the season is over. I don't think that's just the way I'm thinking.
Yeah.
right? You can, and I know, like, maybe from the Premiership, what are we to win the Premiership? We'd be 1,001 now.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
No, I think it's over, but yeah.
Okay,
whatever.
yeah, right. You probably can't.
I don't expect anything from him anymore.
Yeah.
I think it's done. I genuinely don't think that anything of him anymore. I reckon they get about 4 wins for the rest of the season.
Okay, that might be the case.
Based on last week's performance, we're not going to win another game.
The past 3 weeks.
We won't win another game.
But you know they're not going to perform like
because
that.
Because if we're performing...
You'll probably get 3 or 4 inspired.
So I'll ask you this, right? I'll ask you this.
Collingwood will rip us a new asshole, mate, whether we like it or not. Then they'll do it again.
I know they will.
Okay?
I'm expecting 50.
But you know what I find funny?
I'm expecting us to hold 50.
Those games that we've played against them since Voss and McRae have become coaches of each team, right? What's the gap been in all those games? Very close.
2 to 4 goals.
If that.
Oh, yeah, but this year should have been 50.
Okay, whatever, right? Whatever. But we hung in.
Yeah, right? Nah, we kicked bullshit goals like this week there. Come on.
But to this point in time, Collingwood as a club and Carlton, they both care. Collingwood just care that little bit more. And those have been the margins for the last 4 years. And the problem is, it's like compound interest. Those little margins add up and add up and add up and add up. And now look at the...
You'll see it in 2 weeks.
Clubs, right?
Well,
you'll see it in 2 weeks.
You probably will.
Live and free.
So if Collingwood had lost all those cliffhangers...
It could be the opposite. But it's not.
No, it would be the opposite.
Yeah, but it's not.
Like poker.
But it's
not. If I don't win the flips...
Yeah.
I'm not running deep.
Exactly.
I'm not winning back-to-back player of the year.
But to me, that's not luck.
No one knows.
To me, it's not luck.
Nah,
to me, that's got nothing to do with luck.
Well,
you can't luck out on like 21 of those wins.
That is them.
That means you're going to luck out on 21 poker hands like that.
That is here, and that is guts.
What a team like that does.
Because they play for the coach. You see the coach hugs them. Coach does everything for them. It's just they're all hugging each other.
You know what I looked at on the weekend? Look at their superstar. Sorry to cut you off. Look at their superstar player.
With the coaches, but you can't just single out one coach.
No, I never have.
Look at their superstar player on the weekend. Look at Nick Dacos. Goes against Winhager.
He's getting punched and he was getting belted.
He's getting belted. People telling me he's not tough. He's a tough player. If you're getting poked and prodded all game, still end up with 30, that gut run goal that he kicked, I don't even want to say it, but you can ask Taylor. I fucking applauded the goal when he kicked the goal and said, fuck me. He's a freak.
He's a freak. Probably the best, I'd say he's the best player in the league.
Genuinely, just to get poked. But then I look, that's him as a player. Freak, we know that. Gut busting runs, got the speed, talent, got everything. But look at the help of his team.
Yeah.
Lockie Sullivan getting in there. Like, who are you? Getting in there to punch him up. Every tackle that Winhager, that they laid on Winhager, they left in on him. Yep. They left it on Winhager when they tackled it. And you see when they got right over the top, they go, you fucking, they're going, you fucking bastard. We're going to get you. You're not going to stay with
it goes back to you saying the introverts.
Correct.
It's the characters you hire.
I would change things.
I want that.
These little things that I would change. If we're down 46 points, and you got Kuno doing these ones after a fucking goal.
Yeah, but they're celebrating every goal like they won a flag.
They're all doing it.
It's like
McGovern did it.
Yeah, but who's the one pulling him up?
Get back to your marker.
But who's the one pulling him up?
Wow.
Well, they got to do it themselves.
Example. I keep bringing this up. I love this moment in my life.
Oh, the 95.
Bradley.
95, Bradley first goal, doesn't even blink.
Let's get back onto it.
I'll tell you another thing. Kernahan, he would have killed someone for acting the way McGovern and that acted in that last quarter. He would have absolutely berated him for doing that. Different standards.
But that stems back a long time ago. I remember when Chris did that. When we were 46 points down against North. North at Marvel. He kicked the goal and he's gone like that. Man, we got done by 40 points. Yeah, whatever he did. Yeah. I'm going, bro, we're with each other.
The game was actually
I said,
over.
why are you selling with 40 points down?
There was like 3 minutes to go.
We laughed at North Melbourne's last game.
When they celebrated.
Costanti did the shush.
Goal from the pocket.
And then McGovern does this and that. And
funny how it's come around full circle, huh?
Hey, can I just quickly... Football's in the chat.
Football.
All the way
from 5 letters, one word.
Football. And he's in Milan today.
Is he in Milan?
Ah, yes. What a place.
They got any poker tournaments in Milan?
Yeah, we can go. No, bring one there.
There's a question.
Beautiful city, ever been?
Oh, of course.
Tell you what, I must admit, and I must say,
went there
I
for
must
my
commend
honeymoon.
our guest. He's handled himself under pressure.
very good.
This is nothing for him, mate.
No.
He's dealing with $1 million pots.
I know,
This is nothing, mate. This is nothing, mate.
And he's got like
This
these
is fuck off,
faces
mate.
in front of him that are just black.
This is fucking nothing, mate. He eats
Right?
pressure for breakfast, this
Fuck,
bloke,
like
mate.
one card is up.
Born and bred in Carlton.
I'm going to beat you out of hand of poker. I just back myself.
Well, when I say I was born, like most migrants, we came in 72,
Yes.
right? 6 months. Made it straight to Rathdowns. We actually went to Mitchell Street for a bit with my uncle until we got the house. My auntie, my grandmother's sister owned them, so she put us up until Mum could afford pay rent, and
Everyone's got a story, huh?
everyone's got a story, mate.
Everyone's got a Carl's story. I've really liked this discussion tonight. It's been really good.
This is what we do.
We've had a lot of fun.
problem-
I love the differing opinions.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's good. It's
the best.
great. You know what I hate,
No one's
though?
got the answer.
You know what I hate?
This is the thing,
Is that we're
mate.
not talking about on-field winning.
Yeah.
And even when we lose,
it's
like it's
frustrating,
it's become toxic again.
winning.
Imagine how big they'd be if we started winning premierships.
we wouldn't be, we wouldn't be pointing fingers. Like I can promise you, we win. If we had a won and got out of jail,
winning solves everything.
100%.
Of course it does.
We're not talking about their bad performance.
But the problem is we're
because
not
we
winning.
won. I get it, but we're not getting smashed, boys. It's the
doesn't.
mindset, boys.
I believe
swear
it's true.
to
It's
God,
not as bad as it is.
I
It's
swear
not as
to
good
God,
as it is.
we are not getting smashed. And if we were getting smashed, we'd say,
be, but-
"Oh, wait, we're losing, but we're not getting smashed."
But we shouldn't be-
We can turn that around. We can turn it around.
You can.
Stay positive.
It's true. You can.
Stay positive.
Listen,
We've got the list. We've got the players. Maybe you're right. Maybe the coaches have got to work on mindset. I don't, mate. I'm not.
Maybe they've got to go.
I'm not the one getting paid to give them
Yeah, of
advice.
course. Yeah, I know.
Right, we're talking out of passion. Now, at the end of the day, probably people watching this thinking, "Fuck, stick to poker hash." Right?
No, I don't think they are at all.
Right?
I hope
yeah,
not.
mate, I don't know. But look, for the record, as club president at Diamond Valley, I know it's over 35s, but I've captained.
So what?
Grand finals.
Still football.
Mate, I won 6 premierships. I stepped down last year, right? Because of politics.
Yeah.
I stepped away, first division. Stepped away from it. You know what? Keep the club. Everything I did for the club, you don't appreciate it? No problem. But I can walk away,
Yeah.
right? Poor Vossi can't walk away, right? He's not getting the best out of the players. Got to find out why. Simple as that, boys. Find out why. Give the guy a chance. Sacking coaches has not worked. Okay, not worked.
Sacking coaches hasn't worked. I agree.
They were different scenarios.
But one thing, you still need the right coach.
Rocco,
Because we've done it in the past.
We're sitting 10th, 2 games out, no different to what we were doing last week. We have not
Isn't that the
lost.
problem, though?
That's a problem because we're expected to be the expectation at the start of the year. We're top 4. I can tell, and I totally agree with that. I mean, there were some experts saying that Carlton were right. The list probably isn't as good as what we think.
that's right. There were some.
Right, so who are we, no disrespect to any of us, including myself, to sit here and judge the work that the coaching panel have done? They're going to get decisions that are made on a poker table, like I said before. I thought at the time, the information I gathered, it was the best guess I made. I could be right, I could be wrong. Maybe they got it wrong.
But you know who we are? Because we're not just supporters, right? No, we're not just barrackers. We're financial. A football club is different. A football club has members. We are members of this. Who are we to say you're not doing this right? My fucking $1,100 just for me, right? It tells me I can sit here and say I don't care. That is not acceptable.
Are they going to listen to you?
Acceptable.
No. But do you care? No.
But the fans,
No, I'd say
but if the fans start walking out of games
Correct.
and they're not,
Well, we're the majority stakeholder.
This is where you were saying is that to a point, it's not hands tied, but if they're only projecting at the end of the year to have 30,000 at games, revenue lost, membership they're projecting is going to just say this is the scenario, right? Membership drops. I mean, say you're Brian Cook at the start of the year, right? You're the membership department. That first game against Richmond.
Look what's happened at Carlton, man. I'm just thinking in my head.
So let's look at it. So let's look at it from a pure business perspective, inclusive of football, right? Brian Cook looks at that first game. Everybody looks at that first game against Richmond, and you think,
how much do you think Brian Cook cares?
Right? How
much do you think he cares?
Hear me out with this. Hear me out with this. Had we had won that game, how many more memberships do you think we would have got? 5,000, 10,000?
Could be.
How much money is that?
Heaps.
Right?
Which game?
First game of the year. At work. We had the SEN. We had the SEN Carlton membership day the day after it was booked in. We cancelled it. The club cancelled it. All right. Had we had won that game, which we should have, right? We did something that no team in the history of we defied. $3, 50-point favourites. Whatever that means. We're up by 41. No, I can tell you now.
I've never seen
next 20 years.
I've never seen it.
I don't think we will see a team go in $3, 50-point favourites, be up by 41 and lose.
They were betting.
I'd be surprised. Anyway, right. So Brian Cook, Brian Cook, and the membership department and the business and whatever the business may be,
they have a day off.
They would say our football department has cost us potentially 20,000, maybe more, 50 grand.
Yeah.
$100,000. Our football department, because they were inept in the first game, they have cost us dollars.
100%.
Right? A baseline is 150.
Come to the end of the year, right? If we're not getting people to games and we're losing revenue, we're losing money, we're losing memberships, isn't there just going to be pressure from the CEO to say, the footy ain't looking too good? We've got to make some changes.
That's when it turns.
But they're going to make these decisions. What if it comes to the point where they say, Graham Wright comes in and says, "Nah, Michael Voss, you're the man. You're staying."
Yep.
All the assistants are changing around you, right?
Yep.
And then players.
What if he makes that call? He could make that call.
If he makes that call, what we're doing is we're trusting now, right, to make the right calls.
Yes.
Forget the part, right?
It's not just him though.
No, of course.
It'll be a subcommittee, whatever it is, right?
But we're just hoping that, and it all starts.
Well, he's got a great track record.
And he has, and as we said, we like that he's never been CEO.
He, and I know for a fact, this is from a good bolognese sauce, probably the best bolognese sauce.
Love bolognese sauce.
So do I. He likes the list.
You said that. He
likes the list.
I think he's wrong, but anyway.
Well, he likes the list. He's a list manager. He's list managed premiership lists. He's hired the right coaches.
He likes because there's going to be fucking 36 changes by the end of 2026.
But that's maybe why he likes it, right? But what I'll say is, as well, he's another person. He is a type of person, from what I see, I've looked at his track record, he's not going to put himself into a scenario, and the best people do this. They don't put themselves into a scenario where they know that they can't succeed. He's not that type of person. These people like him, who are ambitious, who are visionaries,
reason why he wants
who are sports people, do not put themselves into places where they know that they cannot have an influence, right? And people saying, he's there for the money, he's there for the... Mate, he's 56 years old, right? He's 56 years old, right?
Tell you what,
he's got another 10 years in the system, right? He's an ambitious... Right? And he's not going to solve everything. He's not going to solve everything. We know that, right?
He may be jumping in to a situation
person who
that he doesn't understand.
Whatever the sources are, I don't know. It's along the lines of, he likes the list. Use your imagination as to where you think the issues lie.
Yep.
I think the other issue with Carlton too, and from the players' point of view, when they hear politics inside the club,
upsets the environment.
Of course
it does.
No different to a home.
Of course it does.
No different to work.
Absolutely it does.
So let's give the players a bit of slack. Yes, maybe they shouldn't bring it. It's like, if they don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? It's that sort of mentality.
But it has to work the opposite way as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, with footy clubs, look at Hachem, look at Rocco, look at it. But where does it I mean, it's got to start from the top, yeah.
But it's got to be constructive criticism.
How much of a joke did all the jokes that went around with Sayers and that, you know, has that affected the playing group?
Could have.
Yeah, did he have a relationship with a lot of those boys?
It's just a shit start.
Right, but
it's just a shit start.
Well, I'm not looking for excuses.
It's got to be the boss, not a mate.
That's right. And then two, if you notice when we win, who's always in the Carlton rooms? Before the members or the supporters?
The president.
No, he's the first.
Yeah.
But then you got the board members.
Yeah.
Why are they in there? Why are they in there?
Got to hear. Got to
Why
see.
are they in there?
They want to
hear and
I
see.
don't know. Maybe
they want to be in
Well,
that.
What are they
I
in?
mean, they're fans, of course. They're fans.
Yeah, but why not? There's 23 games in a year. You want to give something back to the fans? Well, work on part of the membership that they get their kids to run on the ground. Who cares if it's 1,000 kids on, 1,000 kids off? Who cares? It's a Carlton home game.
But that's
great. Yeah, mate, 100%.
All right. They had the family game. How many times have we heard?
It's not great.
Have they promoted a Carlton family day? Minkia. I'm not even
No, family day, mate. There's no family
You've
day.
got to register your interest of expression. They
don't
go
want
to
to
training.
train anymore.
Come on.
They data farm you.
Expressions of interest was the
so-
quote I wanted to say at the
Yeah.
start of the show.
Right,
Yes.
Expressions of
Unless
interest.
you know
correct.
people in and
Yes,
that.
sir,
Look,
Your
I'm
Honour.
just saying, with our poker tour, I always get feedback from the players to put on the best tournaments possible.
Of course.
With the schedules, with the price
Yeah,
pool,
yeah.
and it's. I'm changing the perception of it being a sport rather than this gambling bullshit, because there's no gambling in tournament poker, period.
Isn't there?
No, not at all. It's a.
So
it's
I can
been
join
deemed,
in?
of course.
Can I bet on you?
Yeah, well, that's different. That's wagering.
Yeah, correct.
That's wagering.
Making the piss, yeah,
That's
sorry.
fine, mate. It's fine. I've worked very hard to get this to where we're at today. But you know, I talk about sport of minds.
Yep.
And poker's one of the games that is the seventh game. Texas Hold'em variation of the game is the seventh sport of minds. Irreversible. It's been deemed by the International Mind Sports Association. And what I'm getting at is that you can't be dumb and play poker. You cannot be dumb or unskilled to play at that level because you got picked because of your skill.
Exactly. Yeah,
Right?
correct.
And what I'm trying to say, at that level, you need to know how to play the
Well,
game.
it's 1% of 1%, isn't it?
Of course, and you do, and the top. Of course, all those players can play the game.
Yeah.
But I'll give you an example, right? They can all play the game. I'll give you an example. When we were young, right? I'm sure. Did you have a car? You built a car. I built mine.
No, I wasn't.
Well, I was into cars. We built it, and I remember you'd get just a normal V8, right? And to get it to about 13 seconds, right, on the quarter mile,
Yeah.
easy, mate.
Yeah.
To get it from 13 to 12 was huge. It was a lot of money. And then to get it from 12 to 11, forget about it.
Yeah.
Good luck.
The dream was a
Same with the
10-second
football
car.
players. Yes, they all play. But you know that bit?
Yeah.
That's
what I always say.
And there's
Yes.
the difference in
Yeah.
Collingwood and Carlton at the
Yeah.
moment. It's that extra bit. Yeah, they can all play. The other thing is when we're picking them, all right, so we're picking players that can play
The
football.
million and billions of fine margins that you see in every little decision that's made.
That's
way up
gonna
to
multiply.
Well, it's like I say this with the soccer as well, like to a certain point. And when it's like Geelong, Collingwood, Brisbane, they've all been at the top for 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah.
They're there, but you're max, like you're trying to get that.
little
Like,
bit,
how do
yeah.
you
Well, that's the hardest
right
bit.
place, right time, a bit of luck, a bit of this.
The other thing is, like, we're getting these players that can play football, but are they smart enough? Are they good leaders?
Goes back to development, man.
Yeah.
It goes
Are they
back
good
to
leaders? Are we getting good
yeah,
leaders?
so
Like, when I get a player, I'll be asking them.
So
Well,
this,
what
this,
do you
this,
want out
this
of it?
sounds like a stupid story, right?
Development, opportunities.
I've got an eye opener for you. This sounds like the dumbest story you'll ever hear of all time, but it's
There's
actually
never a dumb
not, right?
story.
I've heard a few. But
Okay, so this dates, and you're probably going to roll your eyes at this, but forget where it's from, right? So the story in the Old Testament. So I'm dating back all the way back before time.
That's a good stories.
This is what I'll say,
Which one's
right?
this one?
This is when the Israelites escaped slavery.
Ah.
And they go into the promised land led by Moses.
It's a slave. I love
So
slavery
they've been
ones.
captured in slavery.
Yes.
Right? This is not about, this is just the story, right?
It's a story. Yeah.
They've been captured in slavery, and you know when you're a slave, what's you want to be free, don't you? Right.
That's your first thing, freedom.
Right. So they get free.
Yeah.
They're there. They don't know what to do. That's it. So they get. So we're getting free of this crap of the last 30 years, whatever it is.
Now what?
We're there. We're free to make decisions on the fly. Now, what do? Everyone just seems lost, right? So the ideal is the promised land. That's where they want to go. That's where they're all going towards, right? Yep. They're all going towards the promised land.
Yeah. The Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail, whatever it is, right? Yeah. The first generation don't get there.
No.
They don't get there. Second generation don't get there. They worship false idols, Messiah complex, false gods. Although Voss is going to be the next this. Yeah, he's going to be the next this. They're going to be the next this, right? I think it's the fourth generation that ends up getting to the promised land, and the person who leads them there doesn't make it. Moses doesn't make it to the promised land. He dies before it. Or the person who led them there died before getting to the promised land. So we're at a point where we're trying to build. We're building towards a flag. Are we building to it with the best of our abilities at the moment and with full focus on it? I would say no.
Yes, exactly.
But the pressure that's put on it might get them to regress and then go again. You're always, and it might not be this generation that does it.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it's going to take. No one knows how long it's going to take, right?
It's taking a long time at the moment.
You know, and Michael Voss might have instilled something in them where now they know how to scrap. Because that's what we've done for 4 years, right?
We've been living on hope.
Yeah, okay, right, fair enough, right?
And when I say I don't mean it in a bad way, I mean like just, like the prelim, if we had that 2023 prelim, in my view, if we had that 1 week off, rest of players, it would have been a different story. I reckon we would have made the grand final.
Say before
that's what I'm saying.
Before Voss's tenure and this particular core group came in, after 90, so forget 95, forget all that crap, right? So what was our, as a generation together, Mars, Taylor, all of us together with all of you, what was our best moment? An elimination final win, yeah? 13. It was there, right? We want to get here, so we got to there.
It was 11, then 13.
Right?
13, 11, yeah.
We haven't got this, we're trying to find 17, right? We're not there yet. And then we build again and again. It regenerates. It goes back and then we build again. We built again. Where are we? Semi-final win. It's a step ahead of that, but it's not quite there. We're still not there yet.
No, we know.
So we could be a fallback.
Well, it looks like at the moment
that's what it looks. It's not, and it could be that. I don't know.
Well, if you allow it to be that, then it will be that, and it will be even worse than that. Hence why
who knows?
We need look. We've got some really good people at Carlton. Let's face it. Okay, I honestly believe that they can change the mindset. We'll be a different club within a month.
I hope so.
That's what
anyone can change it.
Look, the big test.
Are they willing to? Because the coach continues to say we need to repeat the same thing and do the same thing. And so, to me, it looks like he's going to die by his sword.
Yeah.
And but I think someone has to tell him, mate, what you're doing at the moment,
it's not
you've got to change something.
Yeah.
You've got to change something.
But to say that was you, Tony, in your organisation, and you're watching them and they keep doing the same thing. Like, there's no use you going, you're just going to keep like praising them and going, you know what, no, you're doing all right.
I'm not going to sack my operations manager if the deal is stuffing up, or if the TD's telling off my players. No, I go to them, take a rest.
But wait a sec.
Yeah, you go to the source of the problem first.
100%.
But wait a sec.
Yeah, you go to the
we
source
don't know
of the
what the
problem
source
first.
is.
But wait a sec, if your dealers keep stuffing up and your manager there is watching over that,
Oh, that's
and it
different.
keeps happening,
They're all gone.
Yeah.
That's
And that could be the case.
Oh, wait.
Could be the
case.
That's a different situation
Yeah.
altogether.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not talking, there's so many moving parts in an AFL club and running a club. So many moving parts to us because we're old school. Coach, David Parker was coach or whoever it was.
It's different to what it was.
Different was.
I know.
He made the decisions. He stood by.
I still think at the core essence, it's still football.
But
you still got to make those calls.
Another thing about, you know what? I know it was different, right?
But it's not. I know what you're going to say.
But not only that.
It is different, man.
All right, I know it was different. All right, but now we're in 2025, 2020, 2015. We're in this period, right? We're in this period. And now we turn around and we keep saying, oh, but it's different. But yet, teams like Collingwood, Brisbane, they're all thriving.
Yeah.
But we're sitting there going, oh, but times are different now. They've changed.
No, we're not saying that.
Yeah.
We're not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that with all coaches, they haven't got the power that they had when back in the 80s
but
or 90s.
Hawthorn, power.
It's more we're looking
Geelong,
at, even though they're in the same time as us, but they're still performing.
Yeah,
well, look at Geelong. They don't stop. They've evolved. They're evolving. We are dying as a species.
It's like this.
I'm telling you, we're going to die.
Eventually.
You'll die if you don't evolve. You will die. You will get eaten up by everyone else. That's how evolution works.
Yeah.
Well, that's my issue. We haven't evolved as a team on the
No,
field.
we haven't.
Not since 2023.
Yeah, we haven't.
2023.
Yeah, no. Since we haven't evolved as a team.
Because
We rely on the same players, the same way, and the same.
The excitement in 2023 was unbelievable.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, we do have to move on because it's getting
I don't
close
think we're going to get through everything else, but
Okay, right.
So
we might not have to anyway.
Yeah,
so.
we'll just do what we do. Listen, I've got a question. When you go to the footy,
Yes.
right, apart from winning, we all want to win, all right?
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yes.
But when you walk away,
Yep.
what do you want out of it? Like, what do you want out of it?
I want that hit.
Satisfaction.
Yeah.
Well,
I just want to be proud of my club.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the word I wanted. I love that. And that was my answer.
Yeah.
When someone asked me that, they said, what do you want? And I said, I want to walk away
Feeling
and be
proud.
knowing they put
Were you
100%
proud on the
there.
weekend?
No. And then I would ask this.
Were you proud the last weekend?
No. And badly I wasn't proud.
And against Essendon?
Worse.
See?
Now tell me something. Which I would ask Charlie Curnow, were you proud of that effort? When you walked off,
There's no way known he'd say yes.
If you weren't proud of that effort, what are you going to do about it? Tell me what you weren't proud about. Oh, I didn't chase. Thank you.
The kick did it for me.
You know, and the kick did it for me too. That backwards kick.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is,
I agree.
all I want from my club is, because you know who I am. You know who I am. Who am I?
You remember?
No. My name's Rocco, right?
Yeah.
That's how you know me. But you know everywhere else, at work, you know who I am? I'm Rocco, the Carlton supporter. I'm Rocco, the Carlton supporter. He's the one hey, you're the one that follows Carlton, right? Yeah. That's how I know. So when I go out and they're talking to me and they go, who do you follow? I want to say it proudly.
100%.
Right, but I go out now and then...
They're sniggering.
Right, and even the West Coast, you go, we won, and because were you proud? I wasn't proud of that performance. I'm not proud, and I can say that about my kids. Like you can say whatever you want about your fucking kids, right? You could say, I stick by you, but if they do something wrong, Elio, if you do something wrong, I'm gonna tell you, mate, that I'm not proud of you. If you do something
of course.
bad,
I know.
That's not something.
Well, sometimes you need a clip over
mate.
the head, don't you?
But it doesn't mean I won't stick by you.
I agree, I know.
I will stick by you 100%, man. And I'll tell you how you know I stick by him. Yeah. Every week, I'm there till the final siren, mate. No. I'm there every week, mate. I miss out on work, right? Yeah. I take days off. I do all of that just to go to the football.
You missed one on the weekend.
Which one?
Are you kidding me?
I missed one.
Yeah, you're missing him like a milestone in your life.
When?
The fuck is on the Saturday?
This Saturday?
What did you miss on the Saturday?
Oh yeah. And last week, I forgot again. Last week was my girlfriend's birthday, and the night before, she's all excited. I go, listen, babe, I'm gonna go to football. I'm going to go, but I'll be back at 5 o'clock and we do whatever you want, but I've got to go to the football.
Tony's come out of his way to come here to talk about it.
I know.
Yeah.
We've never met him before.
We're all, the thing is...
Timmy told me you got to go on this podcast, they want you there, and I'm like, who? What are you talking about, mate? He goes, mate, you got to, you know, everyone at Carlton. I go, mate, just relax with that, you know, just, what do you need, Tim?
Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been fun. It's like, it's good.
It's just...
Yeah, I think differently. I mean,
That's all right.
I used to think with this. I don't think with that anymore. It's just that when you've been involved in the footy club...
Yeah, I know.
It just rips your heart out, man.
Look, and it's
true. You worked at the footy club, I can tell you 100%, you'll treat it as a job because that's what you've got to treat. Because the minute you put emotion in...
Yeah.
You're either going to get fired or you're going to jail because you're going to kill half of it.
Yeah, I know. But the problem is...
You got to half love what you do, though.
Yeah.
But you'll love it and then you'll get... Like, I remember as a statistician at Carlton, we're talking 94, 95, 96. Yeah. I went overseas in 95. And I remember being around the boys, all the boys I got to know. Just jealousy.
Jealousy?
Yeah, from the other statisticians.
Oh, okay, okay, right.
Because I played with
envy's a curse, isn't it? Envy's a curse.
Mate, all that was at Carlton zoning back then.
Yeah, but
15,
you earned that, did you not?
But they didn't know that. They were saying, oh, well, who's this? Before I knew it, I got into an argument with one of them. Mate, I used to sit in the box with
we do that.
Park, and it was.
Do you think? I'll ask you. This might be a little not too personal.
But that's footy.
Do you think maybe? Right. And like obviously, like working in the media industry, it's you know, I've got to, which I love my job. To me, it's the best job in the world. I get to fucking talk about racing, bet on horses and greyhounds, and talk about the footy, and it's the best job in the world, right? For me.
You know, SEN offered us to do a collaboration with Australian Poker Tour, APT, the boys out of Perth, and it was I think it was in
Pickers or Hutchie or
Hutchie, yeah. Got a letter from him.
Craig, as I like to call him, because he's my boss. I don't call him by a nickname.
Craig, yeah.
He's got my respect.
Craig's my friend.
He actually gave me words of commendation the other day about my job on TV. Yes.
I dealt with the boys in...
Brownie's a funny bastard, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's the best. Brownie's the best. He's a sick puppy, that bloke. Do you think that maybe being involved with the club to a point, and you were saying that, you know, obviously you've got connections there, does it cloud your judgment maybe to a point?
Good question. No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Right.
Because I just say it the way it is, and they know it. Just say it the way it is, mate.
Yeah. But I don't think it should. I mean, if you're working there and it's starting to cloud your judgment, then we're in trouble.
Does it take the support?
And I understand you can't, like, there are things that I hear that I won't say on camera. Exactly. There are things that you hear. You know, you can't.
When I'm a supporter, I'm at the game supporting. When I'm at the club, and meetings I've had with the footy club to raise money for the club, where networking, team building, where I know corporate clients it's probably one of the best events that they would have to raise, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's what we're the best at.
And
business,
Carlton in business, or I haven't approached any of them. I mean, you go to all of these functions. Seriously, unless there's a footy panel up there and you're talking and you're seeing a few of the players and that, it's quite boring. I'm being honest. Our events, you're not going to get. When I say boring, you'll have a good time, but you're not going to get. You want to network, right? When our events, you come, you buy a table at our All In for Charity or Poker with the Stars. You meet the who's who. I remember David Parkin saying to me, it's one of the best events he's ever been to. He met so many people, different cultures, different backgrounds. Amazing. People walk out still talking about it, winning prizes. No gambling. Gala, dinner, entertainment, the works. We had it over the line on 2 occasions. The woke at the club didn't want it. They said, we don't want gambling. Naive.
For us, don't want gambling.
They don't want gambling. But yet, we have a minor gaming permit that allows us to put this on. put the events on.
The Bricky's
laptop, pensioner's piano.
You know, but you know, it's where's the contradictory in that? When a lot of the funding comes from poker machines.
Exactly right.
And people's lives are destroyed. When I owned Barflies back in 2000, 2001, I got offered 90 poker machines. I said no to it.
Yep.
90 poker machines from the Carlton Footy Club.
It's free money.
And I said no.
Oh, they offered.
Yeah, to put them in the venue. I said no to it because I'm not going to make money from people's demise.
Misery almost.
And you know what? Each to their own. I can't. I'm not here to.
Yeah.
Mate, we're in a Wild West world, in my opinion.
The wild world of Carlton.
The wild world of Carlton.
So for me, I got my morals. And I live by them,
you stick to them. Fair enough.
People want to.
Got to respect.
People want to buy into a tournament, build a prize pool. That's different. That's different.
Hey, can we collaborate, jumper punch and a bloody poker? You put your mind together and let's do something.
I got one.
What?
I don't know if people will tell. So AFL content creators, but a poker tournament.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't really play cards, but
I can play.
You can play.
I can represent.
Tony can represent us.
Oh yeah.
We'll sign the deal. Sign the dotted line.
He could get
if you need a tip for the horses, I'll let you know.
Boys, it was great talking to you.
If you need to know when to tip against Carlton, just let me know.
Mate, I'll tell you what.
I know we've got other segments, but
we're gonna miss out. We're gonna do two segments,
and then mate, I'm happy to wrap up the show after. This has been fantastic.
We're gonna do the other one because we've got the sponsor.
We got the sponsor.
Okay, right. We've got a okay, right.
So we got
votes. We'll go through them quickly. Don't worry. I don't care.
Votes for this game.
Mate, have I been bagged tonight? Have I been bagged?
I'm going to give my...
Probably.
Actually, I found this quite funny, and I think he's a Collingwood
supporter. But don't,
it's
again, just constructive criticism. If you're going to go against something, don't, it's got to be constructive, we were tonight.
$20 voucher, because I'm giving it out tonight.
Okay, yes.
I am.
Yeah.
Michael...
Are you sure? I am.
Yes. Michael Simos, and I think he's a Collingwood supporter.
Yeah.
Oh, you're giving it to the Pies.
I like this one. He called you Tony from Azkaban.
Tony from Azkaban?
Yeah, like Harry Potter in the Prisoner of
Azkaban. Oh, okay, right, okay.
You escaped. It's you escaped. So I like that. Michael Simos, give us an inbox. The Jumper Punch.
Not bad.
The Jumper Punch at gmail.com or on our Instagram.
What's everyone thought of Tony? Let us know.
Tony's been great, mate.
You've been great. Hey, listen to me, man. We've been doing this for 4 years. You got no idea.
He goes, did Bruce pay you a visit?
Who said that?
Mate, the only visit that's going to happen is if I'm on the doorstep of Bruce's doorstep. Let me tell you.
Yeah, well,
I'd invite him for a coffee.
He had something to say. But you got no idea the shit we cop. The comments that we get, they start to get personal, man. But we don't care.
I've had death threats before and stuff, but...
Thank you for coming on.
Fuck, you want to turn it back about 7 months?
Yeah.
It was 6 months, start of the year.
Look,
we had a run-in with bloody...
Thanks for coming on. Some shit points, some good points, man. And that's what we're
everyone's got opinions.
Yeah, but that's Carlton.
Name the 5 families. Scotty Tompkins been saying that for ages.
We're one.
We're one family.
We're one.
What family? Oh, the families. Yeah, we've got the Hachems, the Stanidis, the Sebastianis.
Yes, 3 of them.
That's what we got.
Nah, thanks for coming. I'm telling you, this is what this is about. And I'll tell you one thing about the Jumper Punch.
We've had a lot of fun. This is actually really good.
I loved it.
Good show.
The one thing about the Jumper Punch is we just say it as it is.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's it, man. And there's no, who's right and wrong here?
Come on.
You know how many times we've said something and we completely fucked it up, and then other times...
And if I'm right, I'll tell you I'm right.
Yeah. Do you remember when I said that? So, no.
I tipped the draw back in 2023.
Yes. Fuck you, let everyone know that.
Yeah, mate, I still do.
But... You forget to tell us about the Collingwood.
You'll get a hopper.
Yeah, when I went bet your house on us against Collingwood.
Hey, you like the sign?
Love it.
You know who put that sign in?
Who?
Hater.
Scotto.
I'll send it to him.
Yeah, he loves it, yeah. So you know what we'll do is
we're kind of like the black sheep of
we are the black
kind of we are,
and
I love it.
Nothing.
Do you reckon?
I love this game.
We love it, man. And that's.
Hey, here's a question. Who's the best poker player in the world at the moment?
There's really no best player. That's a good question.
Seth Rollins.
There's different type of poker players. There's online players. There's live. Yeah. I play mainly live.
Yeah.
I don't play as much because I've got a young family. But best player, there's.
I don't know.
Some experts. And this is the thing with the sport of poker, which I'm trying to change. You can't just look on players' winnings to establish
because they could be unloading a whole heap.
Well, no, not just that.
Some tournaments are worth more.
Some tournaments are worth more, and they had a good run in that particular.
Do you go by titles?
Well, you go by time. Over time, if those players are still there playing like a Daniel Negreanu, he's at top of his game, or a Phil Ivey, they're the icons of poker. Now, Joe, my brother, not being biased, he's probably one of the best ambassadors for poker, and no one can deny him that, right? He won a World Series of Poker, and he won a World Poker Tour. Two of the biggest events he's won titles at the time. Now, there's all these young geniuses that play online and play live. There's so many good players. Texas Hold'em, it's not a hard game, but it's like golf. You can play it, anyone can play it, yeah? Anyone can play poker.
Yeah.
But can you master it? No.
Yeah. What's the saying?
Right?
I remember...
What's the saying? It takes something to something and then a lifetime to master, is that...
I remember your brother, after he won it, he done this interview. I always remember this one thing he said, right? They were talking about playing the game, and he goes, if we play, he goes...
50-50.
You might win a hand.
50-50.
You might win a hand. He goes,
50-50.
He goes, we play long enough. He goes, I'll take your car. I'll take your house. And I'll take your wallet. He said something like that.
I would give your wife back.
But you know what I mean? And when I thought that, I thought that's so funny, because there's more to poker than just luck.
There's the luck element. It's like when Donald Trump went up against Hillary Clinton. Everybody thought Donald Trump was a joke. Yeah. And no, $3 to 1.
Yeah. Hillary.
$3 to 1. Yeah. That was Hillary and Trump.
Yeah.
But bang. You know what? 50-50.
Yeah.
50-50. All of a sudden, 51-49 Hillary's way.
Yeah.
53-47. Then all of a sudden, the wind in the air in America changed.
One card come out.
And the Trump. The Trump card, the aces.
The Trump card.
What do they say? Got him on the river.
Got him on the river, right? And she's swimming still, right?
She's drowned.
She's nicked herself.
She ain't been cousins.
Or you'd be in jail.
Right? So here's the other thing with poker, right? Making decisions on the poker table, you only focus on your table. Don't worry about what's happening around
there.
So if you compare it to today's era of making decisions, the same skill sets used in life, in sport, in business
can apply.
You apply those skill sets and professions. You apply it on the table.
Yeah.
Right. Risk versus reward.
Yes.
Money management, chip management,
emotion,
position, reading to play, gathering information. Now, the whole lot boils down to one thing that we all do is survive. You need survival. You've got to extract, outplay, outwit, outclass, all that, right? It's educational, right? Then, if you look at Einstein, what he did in his era, and I'll bring it back to what poker players and what most of us do when we're managers or owners of business. You gather the information, you've got competitors, right? Hence why, whether it's, whatever profession you're in or business you're in, competitors are everywhere. He gathered the information he had at the time. Yes. Albert Einstein, right? He gathered the information and he made the best guess at the time. Yes. Was he always right? No.
Edison, the
Most
same.
times.
But he made the
How many
he
times
made the
did
right
Edison
choice
fail?
most often.
Right, but
Gathered
here
all
we
the
go.
information.
You gathered info.
Yeah.
Today we have got technology, phones, ring a friend, encyclopedias.
Yeah, you got everything.
Now we've got all these other Google and AI. You've got it all at your fingertips. Now at the end of the day, you learn the game for its merits. You got to, like anything, and I think what I'm going to come down to, if you disrespect that game of poker, it'll disrespect you so hard.
Yep.
It'll have you on
10
your
times
ass.
more than what
Oh,
you disrespected.
and
Yeah.
I think what's happened, I'll finish this off with what's happened at Carlton. The playing group disrespected the jumper, and that's why they're getting they're
getting their
backlash.
fucking
karma.
They're getting their backlash
Karma.
because they disrespected the jumper. Not all the players,
Most.
but as a team,
Enough.
they're a team. From Cripper to all of them, it was disrespected. The pride of that jumper was disrespected because it was the way they played. The way they fought for each other wasn't there. Kingy said it, and that's it. I look, people can say, shut the F up, Hash, you don't know what you're talking about. I'll reply back, yes I do. Because respect in any form of language, with whatever religion, whatever it is, if you haven't got respect, brother, you're dead.
Yep.
You're dead to the people, you're dead to yourself, your family. That's it.
Yeah. I reckon that was great.
Yep.
That was
No,
great.
very,
The way
very well
you
put. Very well put.
An analogy to that, and
Yeah.
then back to the footy club. I like that. They if you disrespect the game, disrespect your back, and it'll
Tenfold.
come back tenfold, and that's what's happening.
And my coach, who's been teaching me, how the hell is it his fault when I'm disrespecting the game? That's my point. How's Voss's fault, all the coaching, when the players are disrespecting the game? Sorry, disrespecting the jumper.
Guernsey. Yeah.
The jumper that,
It's happened for too long. It's happened for too long.
Players have bled for that jumper. And come on, man, please. It's
But not enough.
Well said. Well said.
No, mate, it's
Thank
spot on.
you.
It's spot on. It's absolutely spot on. It's
Before we go,
one of the
we've
more
got
true
about 5
statements I
minutes
think
or so
after
before
that.
the mics get off. Right, I love this conversation.
Yeah.
Your best win. What was your best like?
Poker or football?
No, poker.
My best
Or
win?
both. We can say
No,
both.
fuck that. I want to know about poker. What was your best win?
My best win was seeing my brother Joe win the World Series.
Oh, very good.
That's
You're a
very
star.
nice. Well played,
You're
well
a star.
played.
Right? Now,
That's the truth.
That means he stays in the
that's
wheel.
great. That's great because it also changes
the
your
ring
life.
post.
But no, seriously,
Because he won and I celebrated as if I won it. Vegas was never the same.
Who started
Everything
poker?
was on him.
Joe.
Okay, all right, okay.
When did you start? Like playing it? And when
12,
did that all
13.
start?
No, our family, Lebanese background, we played hand rummy, played trumps, Manila. Used to watch our parents play Manila.
Yeah, the Lebanese
5
love the
cents,
card
10
games.
cents, 20 cents,
Yeah.
right? They get us this, we'd run there because we know we're going to get 20 cents or get a bit of a tip. And then, and as a kid, I worked at Lulbers back in Lygon Street, and upstairs they used to have the private game. And I was that little kid, and if you watch
The drinks and all that.
drinks
Oh,
and
yeah.
so true.
Not gonna let you go fuck yourself. Except you didn't get shot in the foot.
Right, so I didn't get shot, thank God. But I used to get tipped, $10, $20 back then, and the money, the crunchy, the crispy notes.
Yeah.
And you
And that was
bought
a lot of
in.
money.
But I never took it.
Oh, really?
No. My mother, well, forget it. Where you getting it from?
Yeah.
Selling drugs, this
Selling
and that.
this, selling that. I'm going to be that little kid coming in.
Yeah.
You don't know these boys.
Boom, yeah.
You're earning more than your father.
Bronx Tale.
Bronx Tale. What a
Yeah.
great movie. Yeah.
Right, so anyway, no. And then years later, I found the same boys in the mahogany room.
They always end up as the mahogany room.
I end up getting a mahogany card.
They always end up there.
Now they're getting you drinks.
They're getting me going. Well, anyway,
playing hands with Toyota Yaris's.
And then Joe tried to get it because you have 21 at footy clubs. You have 5-card poker. You do it all. Crown and Anchor. So we're always around betting, punting. We used to go to Adelaide to have a bit of a punt. It was a thing. And then Crown opened up.
Are you still into the races?
No, all that went out the door since. Once I got involved in poker, that was it.
Yeah.
All done, dead and buried. But Joe's win. We used to put on barbecues at his place. We used to play Texas Hold'em. We used to play a lot of Manila. Then he introduced us to Texas Hold'em. The fuck is this game? Get out of here, Joe. The whole deck? No way. Right. I'm hard enough to 7s and up.
But you got to do the whole deck,
The whole deck. He goes, you'll enjoy it. Nope. We went back to Manila. Joe could not convince us to play the game. This is in 99. 2000 came along. He tried again. All right, we played. All right, get back to Manila. 201, Crown started having poker tournaments. So I went and played. I don't mind this game. Right? But, I had to learn the hard way. Then I played Limit Hold'em. Limit Hold'em taught me a lot, right? And Limit Hold'em, it's like Manila, you only bet the big blind, whatever the big blind is, and you raise 3 times, that's the max.
Okay, right.
So more likely, if you're on a draw, you're going all the way, right? Then they introduced No Limit Hold'em in 2004, just a year before we went. So, mate, to play $175 in a tournament, I didn't want to spend that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
175 back then.
I mean,
a lot of money.
Back then, what's $500?
I was only earning $400-$500 back then,
half your wages.
Half my wages. And I'm thinking, no, man, I'm going to get cooked here. But anyway, I played.
Of course you did.
Right? I went well. I built up my bankroll. And I played again. Then I started playing cash games, but Limit Hold'em. Then they opened up a No Limit Hold'em for $500. Fuck, I could lose this in one hand, 2 hands.
Yeah.
We're talking cash games. Tournaments.
But by then you built your bankroll up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Built. Then, true story. Joe and I, anyone at Crown, Danny McDonald's listening to this, or John O'Piddock, any of the boys that were at Crown at the time, Joe and I made the final table. The week that we're leaving to Vegas for the World Series. And Joe knocked me out.
Nice.
Joe actually knocked me out of the tournament and he was laughing and go, the fuck are you doing? From my brother.
Conspiring here at the table.
Yeah.
100%.
See, that's all we need.
No emotion.
No emotion. No sentimental values. You're going to cop it.
He's laughing. And I'm walking out the door collecting $1,800.
Yeah.
Good money to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
Right? I go, what the fuck why'd you call? He goes, you'll learn one day. Right? On the poker table, there's no friends.
Yeah. Correct.
2 weeks later, just before we left, we had a barbecue at the place. No, I got him good.
Yes.
I had 3, 4. I was under the gun, which small blind, big blind, under the gun. I raised, right? Joe had ace king, he re-raised. I just called. I flopped straight.
Full blind.
God. Right? But he had the ace, right? He had top pair, top kicker, all in, right? No problem. I didn't want to show my card, right? And I got him good, right? So I knocked him out of the tournament. It was only a home game, but I knocked him out. There was 30 of us, and everyone was laughing, right? Mindset, right? So he goes, laughing. Anyway, go to the World Series. Watching poker is like watching paint dry. But for 7 days, we're watching Joe play. He went.
Were you in the tournament or just him?
Mate, I knew very little about tournament poker back then. I'm being honest. I knew very little about the World Series. Even Poker Stars back then online and the whole camera. It's not like the RFID. It was a whole camera.
I actually used to watch it as a kid. I used to watch it as a kid. It was,
for me, it was like...
It's on Foxtel.
This is all new and wow, what?
ESPN.
Sport? Yeah. Like, what?
Cameras and everything.
Cameras and
It's on ESPN, Foxtel. I remember.
Me too. Massive.
And they're playing for millions of dollars, mate.
Yeah. Huge.
But this is a game it's a variation of the game that we grew up playing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how good is this? How good is this?
Once the light bulb.
And I played a tournament. Look at me. Ended up splitting. I was chip leader. We split it with 12 players. But I got 16, 18 grand US. For me, I thought, mate, if I get knocked out, if I get knocked out, I'm only getting 2 or 3 grand. But if I split with the boys, hey, 20 grand Aussie, whatever it was.
Everyone eats. Yeah.
Everyone eats. Back then, 18 grand, it's like 30 grand Aussie.
Yeah.
Mate, I went to Vegas with 10 grand, 12 grand on me, right? Plus the credit card.
I was going to say, 10, 12 grand back then, like nothing to go to Vegas. It's like 20 bucks.
Paid
That's
for.
205
Right.
Yeah, no, but it's like nothing though.
Right.
To go to Vegas, you got to,
And then Joe made a final table, won about 60, 70 grand, and it was about 100 US. And then
once you make the final table, then you're guaranteed a certain amount of money.
Top 10% of the pool prize normally gets paid. But what the story that I missed telling is that at Crown, before Joe decided to go and entice us all to go, his mate Imad won a satellite at Crown Poker Room, and he won a package. Yeah, Joe, we're going, all excited, 30 grand package, whatever it was, accommodation, everything paid for, ticket entry. That's the best part about playing satellites, because they're like qualifiers. Right? They're qualifiers. Right. You pay. I always tell amateur players, play the satellites.
Yeah, okay.
Learn to play and qualify your way in.
Yeah, instead of buying in. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Buying for $100. Right.
Because if you're good enough, you can get your way in. As well.
Earn your way through. Yeah. Anyway, did that, won it, bang. Joe's wife, he convinced his wife to let him go. I decided to go with him.
That was the hardest part. Yeah. Well, you're going to just play cards.
Sure. First she goes, yeah, honey, you can go. So he rings up his mate. Yeah. He made book those fucking tickets. Before she changes her mind, you know what women are like?
Yeah.
Before you knew it, by the end of the night, as they're going to bed,
6-7 hours.
Goes, honey, I don't think you should go. Don't worry about going. She goes, well, he's booked the flights. Yeah, right. Joe. Right. So the morning gets up. They wake up. Jenny goes. Joe's wife goes, honey, I think it's your time. You should go. Anyway, a bit of magic happened that night. Anyway,
boy.
Anyway, before we knew we were in Vegas, he plays his first tournament, $1,000 entry, runs deep. Finishes 10th, but picks up 60 grand US.
Yeah. Wow.
Now the buy-in is 10k US
for the world tournament.
For the World Series of Poker tournament.
Yeah.
What does Joe do? Like, he's thinking, fuck, I came all the way, all right, boys, you take a percentage, but boy, I said, Joe, do you want me to buy you in for half? Yeah. Right, because I just want some money as well.
Yeah.
He goes, no, just if I need it. And he ended up making the money anyway. I knew he'd look after me. But I had no idea. The first 2-3 days, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Yeah. There's no social media. Right? Anyway, we did that. And then the third day, I remember Joe going, fourth day, he goes, you guys aren't going to support me? I need your support. All right, we go down. Fuck. Why did I say yes? But anyway, I feel like I was part of success.
Where are you starting?
We're standing in the outer. They're playing.
It's like watching paint dry.
Paint dry.
Because you don't know what's going on.
No.
You don't know what's going on until all the cards are out on the table.
He wanted the support.
Yeah.
Day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8.
How long to go for?
He's now down to final 20, day 7,
2 weeks.
down to final 27 players. And now they're guaranteed the money and the interviews and the people competing. Yeah. Now he's made the final table. Whoa.
How many are on the final
he's now
table?
Paid his house off.
5?
Nah.
No, 10.
10's on the final table, okay.
Back then it was different.
Okay.
And then, mate, you got to watch the final table. It is hilarious.
There we go. YouTube.
Mate, you'll see me.
No, I'll watch it.
We were so bored.
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah.
We were so bored in 2005. World Series of Poker final table.
It's thrilling. It's exhilarating.
It was exciting.
Yeah.
The commentary was amazing.
Yeah.
The very first hand, well, they said it was the first hand, second hand, there was a popular player in Mike Mattisau and Scott Lazar. Aces versus Kings. Unbelievable. You couldn't script it. Anyway, raise, re-raise, all in call. 2 chip leaders. Mike Mattisau had more chips than Scotty Lazar. You'll know what I'm talking about. Won't spoil it for you. But this is how things can change overnight.
Instant, yeah.
Flop comes out. Dealer burns a card. Does a flop. King comes up. Mike Mattisau. One thing he don't do is celebrate.
Celebrate too early.
Oh,
yeah.
No. No.
He's got.
He's doing these ones. He's hugging everybody around him. Scott Lazar is just sitting there like
Waiting.
this. He didn't move.
Yeah.
2 hearts. King with 2 hearts. Now, who's got the other heart? The ace of hearts? Scott Lazar. The turn card comes a heart. Now, Scott Mattisau, there's still a card to come. Mike Mattisau's doing these ones now. From that jubilation to... Oh, shit. I'm not joking. He couldn't look. There's one card to come. He could not look. And the river card, a heart.
Oh my God.
You hear one person going, the guy with the aces.
Those aces.
Rah! Mike Mattisau straight to a merchant.
Fucking had a coronary at the table.
Oh, God. Mate, he's out. He's out. No, this could not. Mate, you got to watch it.
I got to watch it.
And the rest of it
He
is
would have lost the
amazing.
blood from
So
his
with
face.
with the last, your brothers, it's him and one other in the last one,
Chiropractor versus accountant.
right? And what happened? Like, I don't care, I'm going to watch it. So what happens?
Well, Joe
What did he have?
had, I think 5-1 chips on him.
Okay.
They're 5-1.
Okay, right.
So Joe was in the big blind.
Yep.
He raised, and it was only cost Joe a min raise to call. Joe had 7-3. When your head's up, any 2 cards can play, unless you got, 8 deuce where you're not going anywhere there. 7-3, you can still catch a straight, or it's not the best hand. It's probably
okay.
Playable.
It's just heads up. It's playable.
It's like
Any
can't
2
ride the
cards,
moment, just playable.
right? Just playable, right? And Joe flopped the straight, right?
Far out.
Had to look at his hand again to see what he's flopped. No problem. Right? Joe bet out, call, whatever it was, no problem. Turn card comes an ace. Now, Denneman, his opponent, had ace-4.
Okay.
So now that was the money card, right? Because you've got to remember, you're reading the play pre Steve Denneman raised pre-flop. He's either got a king or an ace. Why is he raising?
See, that's where the knowledge comes in.
Yes.
So, you talk about footballers know, move to space, they read the play, the visionaries like that. Then 2, what happens, they start bantering. The best part of poker is bantering. Forget the earphones and...
Yeah.
On our final tables, we bar them, right? So one thing led to another. Joe goes to him, stop. I'm all in, because he raised and Joe goes, stop, re-raise Joe, pa. He goes, okay, I'm all in, bang. Now, we're going nuts, right? I won't spoil it for you, you've got to watch it.
No, just tell us the story. I want to hear the story.
I prefer the story.
I prefer the story. Tell me the story. And then I'm going to watch it anyway.
So, So Joe looks down. He's got ace 4. He can only hit a 7 on the river in order to level the for a split pot. Now
Why a 7?
Because that's the only out. Because he had ace 4. The board came 3, 5, 6.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Ace on the turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
A 2's no good for him.
Yes.
Because he's got the 4.
4, yeah.
Right? He can only get a 7 for a split pot. So Joe was free rolling. Well, he's more than that. He's in front. All he has to dodge is 1 card. We're going nuts. Mate, you'll see it. Nuts. And our biggest chant was Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Mate, you got to hear it. We made the World Series of Poker have audiences, right? And that audience were just amazed. I don't know how I found an Australian flag on that day, but we found one. It was funny. Anyway, 1 card to come. What is Joe's? Joe's like ice. Cool as he's like, wait, seen this happen before with Mike Matters. He goes, wait, there's 1 card to come. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Bang, brick.
Bang.
Joe wins the World Series. And that goes, mate, and that place explodes. Mate, I'm telling you, we came back to Vegas. His pictures everywhere.
Yeah.
I used to pinch myself. Mate, and my picture too, picking him up. I'm like, fuck, thanks, Joe. Right? But in all honesty, it was for me.
How long did you stay after he won in Vegas?
Oh, his whole family came out. It was beautiful.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It was emotional. Right? Because the story I love telling people is that Joe won the World Series. Yeah, I celebrated as if I won it. Absolutely, is my brother. The best story was, I mean, us being of immigrant backgrounds, Italian, Greek, Lebanese, whatever. Right?
Yeah.
And we used to love our barbecues with my uncle.
Yeah.
My auntie, God rest both their souls, they're not here. She would say to him that, do you think the boys will continue coming to our place for barbecue?
Yeah.
That's all right. Because we've won all this money.
Yeah.
Right? My fear being there, because, you got to see all the cash on the table and the guns and that. I'm thinking banana here, I'm the banana in this stage, where thinking, how the fuck am I going to take all this cash back with me? I swear to God, I wasn't even thinking. Joe looked at me.
In a bag.
Joe looked at me and goes, you're not being serious. I had a Jerry Lewis moment, Abbott Costello moment, or Three Stooges all wrapped in one moment. Anyway, we got over that, and then we couldn't stop saying, we can't wait till we go to my uncle's place to have a barbecue.
Isn't it after all that?
Yeah.
We didn't care, man. They're still humble and everything, and Joe's a ripper, and
but that's because you've been grounded in morals and family.
100%. And the charity events are great. We give back. They're great events. But boys, I've had a ball. I didn't think I was going to have this much of a good time.
That's good.
My aim was to get out of here at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, oh, you haven't watched the show.
Right, 8 o'clock.
You go home to your wife.
Right. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it's over.
Members, stay being members. Watch these boys. They're great value.
No, it's been great, man. I'm telling you, thank you very much for coming.
I'll see what it's with Brownie.
I'll give you, I'll tell you something, right? This has been so good. Look at this, right? This is how many segments we got, Joe. Tony. See all these segments?
Yeah.
We did none of them.
Oh, wow.
That's how good, and we've never done that.
No, this is the first time ever.
We've never done that. So,
thanks, mate.
It's been good, man. Like, mate, it's
Our
great.
microphones are gone, they're dead.
Yeah, look, that's flashing. That's about to go. This is about to go.
And we're about to go. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming, mate.
Boys.
Go.
The Jumper Punch, Heath, Scotland.
Yeah, he did that, the Jumper Punch, man. Yeah, so...
where can they find you? Where can they
is there anything?
Australian Poker Tour, Hachem Management Group. Go on the website. Our next series is in Sydney.
Love it.
From the 25th to the 3rd of August. We've also locked in dates at the Oakwood Premier Hotel in Melbourne. Those dates are coming out in October, early October, and December for Joe's 20 years. We're not decided. We're deciding.
What are you going to do?
Oh, another series. 5th
nice.
of December.
Mahogany room.
14th. No, that's good. No.
Are we invited?
Of course.
All right, done.
Oakwood.
Where is it?
Hotel.
Where's it? In
The
Sydney?
Mahogany Room.
No, sorry, what's this tournament?
The one in Sydney is at Bella Vista Hotel.
We're talking to Joe, 20 years.
20 years since he won the World Series.
Fantastic.
So we'll probably, either October or December. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We got a choice. We'll
Yeah.
see.
Should be good.
Yeah, mate, fuck it. Mate,
Well,
get down.
if we
Absolutely.
make the grand final, let's make it after the grand final.
100%.
And that's it. Listen, man, we're about to go off. You've been great.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Before we go off, make sure Thursday.
Make sure you come down and register the not the interest. Oh shit! I give it
There's a
away.
leaderboard. I
There's a
know what's going on
Where is
there.
it? Yeah,
There it is. The
catch.
catch up at
Sporting Globe.
the Sporting
Northland.
Globe. Make sure you
Come
get down.
down, show your support after everything
Yeah.
that's happened.
Make sure
after the
you
past couple of weeks.
pencil in the 30th of October. We've got the big live event.
Yeah.
Joe's going to be down there.
Yep.
You're going to support us?
away
Yeah, well,
somewhere
just
in
let me know.
Vegas.
Just text me.
No,
ring
100%,
me.
man. We've
What
got
date is it?
the 30th. It's the bye weekend
30th.
of
What?
August.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, we're doing that because we always do it in the bye because Carlton's not playing. We won't be playing for the whole month. So
Well, let me know.
Yeah, we'll be
Come,
there.
fam, to come, mate. There'll be drinks.
Yeah,
food,
yeah,
there'll be
yeah.
the works there, mate.
yeah, so it should be
Get
good.
family.
And
Yeah,
then,
is it a family day? Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah.
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 it should be good. And then and that's it. Thanks
All right.
everyone.
Thank you very
Go
much.
Thank you,
Blues.
big boys,
Go-
for the
go
pizza.
Blues.
Yeah,
I'll
the
eat
big boys,
salad
thank you.
after as well. So get down 1:30 Snell Grove.
Done
What
deal.
is it?
And
Thank
go
you.
Go
the
the
mighty
Blues.
Blue Baggers.
I changed.
What a show. What God.
No playing night. I started treating people exactly how they treat me. Respect me, I respect you. Ignore me, I ignore you. Cross me, I cut you off. Simple. Life isn't about begging for fair treatment. It's about matching energy. It is what it is. Stay real, stay strong, and stop letting people walk over you.